Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2476 Return to Hisneck. A large fleet of ships transitioned back into real space. We're back! After a month of travel, the remnants of Task Force Predator finally returned to the Hisneck system. In just half a year, the star system changed immensely. As the ships that arrived at the edge of the star system stabilized, their sensors detected several thousand active energy emissions. While the Hisneck system was no stranger to trade and commerce, the traffic in space had multiplied explosively. Perhaps the most impressive single object floating in place was the wedding venue. A giant, hexagonal-shaped space platform measuring several kilometers long floated in high orbit of Hisneck 6. It was by no means a simple platform. With a transparent roof that was covered with thick transparent alloys and an extravagant amount of energy shields, anyone who stepped on it would have a magnificent view of open space above their heads. Work on the altars, gardens, kitchens, and several halls had already been completed some time ago. Due to the miracle couple's rapidly rising prominence, the Woden dynasty continually upgraded the venue in order to fully reflect the splendor of those involved. The other half of the Woden warriors that initially arrived at Hisneck hovered protectively around the giant platform. With all of the visitors arriving these days, the Hexers had to display enough deterrence to suppress any unfortunate incidents. Nobody was allowed to get close to the wedding platform and the nearby Hexer fleet. Fortunately, every visitor respected the Woden dynasty's house rules. While the Hisneck system was technically ruled by House Evanson, House Jintefa, and House Dinta, the exceptional circumstances caused the Woden dynasty to take over direct control over security matters. Everyone traveling to Hisneck 6 had to undergo very stringent checks. Since many people across the star sector wanted to join the Larkinson clan, incoming traffic hardly abated despite these harsh conditions. Only by entering the recruitment offices set up by the Larkinsons would these ambitious talents be able to showcase their ability. Of course, the most important visitors of the Hisneck system did not consist of the hopefuls who wanted to join the Larkinson clan, but the delegations from various local powers. The leaders or envoys of many states, companies, and other organizations gathered in the Hisneck system to take part in one of the most noteworthy social events of the decade. Many of them wanted to get close to the Larkinson clan or the miracle couple. The spectacular accomplishments of the Larkinsons indicated that the soon-to-be married couple were destined for greatness in the future. Being able to get close to them or establish some sort of cooperation with the Larkinson clan when it was still relatively young could pay enormous dividends in a couple of decades. There were hardly any downsides but many upsides to attending the wedding. Anyone clever enough would do their best to get on the guest list. The Hexers who rejected the initial invitations sent by Gloriana regretted their short-sightedness. They lost the opportunity to socialize with powerful guests and get close to the designers of the famed Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer. In contrast, the Hexers who had the foresight to accept the invitations and received generous treatments. Not only were they allowed to park their ships closer to Hisneck 6, they also gained plenty of opportunities to meet and socialize with Gloriana in person. Through these social events, Gloriana struck many favorable agreements on behalf of the Woden dynasty. As long as the Komodo War did not end in defeat for the Hexers, the Wodens stood to gain immensely. Aside from the expansive and cohesive presence of Hexers around Hisneck 6, several other noteworthy fleets had arrived. The most eye-catching among them was the refugee fleet of the Cross clan. Due to its considerable size and threat, the Wodens commanded the large and powerful fleet to orbit a planet far away from Hisneck 6. Wow! Ves gasped as he observed the Cross clan's fleet composition. That's a huge fleet carrier! It was no wonder Calabas brought these people to his attention. Aside from boasting over 70 combat carriers and 200 other vessels, the Cross clan also retained 2 fleet carriers. One of them was 1.8 kilometers long. While this wasn't the longest vessel that Ves had ever seen, the Antonio Cross stood out for her thick armor and her tall hull. She boasted considerably more decks than other capital ships, which meant that she was able to hold more mechs. According to the data gathered by the Woden warriors, the Antonio Cross was able to hold up to 240 mechs and enough supplies to service them for a considerable number of years. She's quite an impressive expedition vessel, Ves concluded. Yet no matter how much the rugged Antonio Cross impressed him, the larger fleet carrier was even more imposing. Stretching across 3 kilometers, the Hemington Cross was not just a fleet carrier, but also an arc ship of sorts. She functioned as a city and a military base of the Cross clan. Such a ship was impressive regardless how much the Crossers suffered in recent years. Still, naming their flagship after the leader who arguably led them straight into ruin is not a wise choice. It seemed the Cross clan still celebrated their deceased ace pilot. Though the Hemington Cross was an impressive capital ship, Ves didn't think it was a good idea for the Cross clan to retain her. Sure, she was able to hold even more mechs than the Antonio Cross, but the vessel looked incredibly slow. All of that size and volume came at the detriment of armor and mobility. Ves didn't believe the Hemington Cross was suited for the Red Ocean due to her lackluster survival ability. There were so many potential threats in the dwarf galaxy that the ability to run away quickly was an essential requirement. This is a prestige project. Maybe it makes sense for the Cross clan to commission such an extravagant vessel, but now that they have degenerated into homeless wanderers, she's more trouble than she's worth. The cost of operating and maintaining such an immense vessel was not cheap. Larger ships exponentially cost more to build and maintain. As far as Ves was concerned, numerous smaller vessels could easily perform the same functions of the Hemington Cross. Though he wanted to supplement his fleet with additional capital ships, he never thought about getting his hands on vessels longer than his upcoming factory ship. At 2 kilometers or less, a decent capital ship still scored adequately in terms of acceleration and maneuvering. If Ves wasn't satisfied with that, he wouldn't settle for a larger ship. He would get multiple modestly sized ships instead. His journeys through the frontier and the Nixian Gap taught him that nothing mattered more than the ability to move. A more mobile fleet allowed his clan to outrun many dangers and waste less time in transit. Aside from the formidable Cross clan, no other fleet came close to matching its might. There was absolutely no reason to do so. Bringing too many carriers would only make the wedding hosts more nervous. Many guests either traveled to the Hisneck system on commercial superliners or modestly sized frigates or yachts. Some of the more powerful organizations may have dispatched larger vessels escorted by numerous combat carriers, but their presence was hardly threatening due to their lack of unity. The Wodens forced many guests to park their vessels in the orbit of other planets and moons. Keeping them far away ensured that none of them would suffer an accident that just happened to drive them straight into the hexagon-shaped wedding platform or something. Just as Ves and the arriving Larkinson studied his guests, the guests studied the incoming fleet as well. From the meager number of surviving Larkinson vessels to the large but fearsome bulk of the Gravata Narlax, there was much to observe. Escorted by General Alexandria Woden's force and accompanied by several MTA vessels, the returning Larkinsons and their prize ships practically paraded their way to the inner system. Look at the size of that warship's guns. Where are their expert pilots? Who are those other hexers? Due to the slow speed of the Gravata Narlax, it took several days for the combined fleet to reach the orbit of Synax 6. Once there, Task Force Predator had officially returned. As the arriving vessels slowly halted in their designated places, a large wave of heavy-duty passenger shuttles picked up most of the Larkinsons serving aboard the vessels. Aside from the personnel who were still needed to keep the ships stable, a large amount of mech pilots, mech technicians, ratings and officers eagerly boarded the passenger shuttles. Once the shuttles filled up their seats, they smoothly separated from the starships and descended to the surface of Hisneck 6. After landing on a broad field next to the temporary base of the Larkinson clan, a huge number of clansmen and mechs who remained home enthusiastically welcomed the survivors home. Cheers filled the air as family and friends each hugged and celebrated the returns. The jubilation didn't last. Once the living returnees finished pouring out their emotions, it was time for the dead to emerge. A large amount of coffins, most of which were empty, were steadily carried out of the shuttles by bots. Each and every Larkinson grew silent and maintained their utmost respect as the coffins floated past. So many coffins. It could have been worse. Be glad that I didn't end up in one of them. It was very close at the end. Though the homecoming ceremony ended on a rather subdued note, there was no other choice. The dead deserved to be remembered. Showing their coffins also reminded the Larkinsons that each struggle was accompanied by sacrifice. As all of these reunions took place, Ves finally returned to the embrace of his soon-to-be wife. Though he regularly remained in contact with his fiancée, no projection could ever replace the real deal. Ves! Gloriana, who wore a deep blue dress that was bedecked with dark jewels, eagerly walked up to Ves and pulled him into a hug. The two shared a passionate kiss. Their love hadn't abated at all during their separation. I'm finally back. Ves grinned as his lips parted from her own. I won't be leaving anytime soon. You better, she giggled. Her flowery scent intoxicated his nose. Her perfumes were so much more poignant when he met her in person. While the dark brake module produced an excellent facsimile of Gloriana, physical projections lacked souls. When he was close to Gloriana, he could sense and feel her love and devotion towards him. With the help of the spiritual fragment in her mind, Ves gained a much better read on her emotions. This allowed him to place a lot more trust in her than other people. While the two lovers enjoyed each other's presence, their cats greeted each other as well. Meow! Lucky ran up to Clixie and nuzzled his nose in her fur. Meow! Clixie looked confused at Lucky's changed appearance. Her paw lightly patted his darker metallic exterior. It no longer felt like bone. Meow meow! While the two cats familiarized themselves with each other again, their owners started to move towards a Hexer shuttle. Before we go home, let's visit my family. My mother has been dying to see you, Gloriana happily spoke. Ves briefly paused. Wait, what? I'm not ready to meet her yet. Can we wait until tomorrow or something? Don't be silly, Ves. You hardly need to make an appointment to meet her. Just go and talk with her, okay? She did not leave him with any choice. Ves slumped his shoulders. Fine. It would be rude not to meet her relatives. That said, his lack of enthusiasm caused him to enter the Hexer shuttle and take a seat as if he was on his way to his execution. Though Gloriana did her best to cheer him up, Ves hardly felt reassured. After so much time, he was finally going to meet the Wodens in earnest. Chapter 2477 Meet the Wodens. The Wodens set up a much more elaborate base next to the plot rented by the Larkinsons. The hexagonal-shaped base used to consist of prefab buildings, but the Hexers weren't satisfied with that. They slowly imported other materials to set up a sizable settlement that was a cross between a town and a military base. As the shuttle that carried the miracle couple slowly flew over the base under heavy escort, Ves peered over the window to look at the mechs and structures below. How many of your relatives am I meeting today? All of them, Gloriana answered with a grin. What? Don't be silly. I'm just talking about my immediate family. You'll be meeting my mother and all of my direct brothers and sisters today. They're all here? Gloriana happily nodded. Yes. While they normally hold important positions back in the hegemony, it's no problem for them to attend our wedding. Don't worry about any misunderstandings. I've told them plenty of stories about you. You've already met Brutus, but the rest think highly of you as well. Ves hoped her relatives were in a pragmatic mood. He had no illusions about their dislike towards untamed boys, but there was no way that he would bend to their customs. If his meeting with Gloriana's mother and relatives turned into a disaster, then he wasn't going to apologize. He already told Gloriana plenty of times about his likes and dislikes. While he didn't want to act like a diva, he still had his limits. It did not take long before the shuttle landed in a guarded enclosure. Security was so tight that Nita wasn't allowed to come along. He could only command his bodyguard to wait in the vehicle. Fortunately, nobody said a word about Lucky. Despite his small and cute appearance, his most recent meals turned him into an even deadlier commando cat than before. Ves did not expect any trouble from his in-laws, but he felt a bit more confident with Lucky by his side. As they walked towards what could only be described as a palace, Ves grew increasingly more uneasy. The Woden dynasty's ground base was completely Hexer in nature. The architecture, guard mechs and soldiers on foot all gave him the illusion that he had entered the territory of the hexadric hegemony. Hexagons were everywhere, and many objects came in multiples of 6. What Ves found notable was the religious iconography. Ves never regarded hexism as a real religion. It was so obviously contrived, yet none of the hexers around him thought so. Numerous hexers prayed in front of the shrines. He had seen enough religious nuts to recognize that they were absolutely sincere in their beliefs. The only consolation was that Ves spotted plenty of idols of the Superior Mother. The Supreme played such a prominent role in the miracle couple's work. How could the Wodens not take notice? Inwardly, Ves was grinning. At least something had gone right with the hexers. Hopefully, Gloriana's relatives mellowed out as well as they started to worship his mother. The group eventually entered the palace. After passing through some halls and corridors, they entered a salon where Gloriana's closest family were already waiting. 5 adult Wodens were flanking a tall, regal-looking woman. The family resemblance to Gloriana was clear as day. Not only did they possess similar facial features, their hair was all black. Curiously enough, just like Brutus, the other 2 male siblings were tall as well. Apparently, Constance Woden had done an admirable job in their upbringing. Since Gloriana's brothers were all good boys, they shouldn't pose any threat to hexer women. Gloriana passed by Ves and moved until she took her place. "Welcome to my abode. We have anticipated your arrival for quite some time," a matronly but stern voice spoke. Ves grew a bit nervous. He attempted to smile. "I am eager to meet you as well." Actually, he didn't want to be here at all. He would rather be back in the Nixian Gap than spend another second in this hexer stronghold. Unfortunately, the Wodens wouldn't let him go so soon. Constance Woden beckoned him forward. "You may approach." He did so. His footsteps echoed softly across the tiles. He moved forward until he reached a close but respectful distance to his future mother-in-law. Though Constance Woden hadn't done anything but stare at him, she possessed a bearing that was awfully similar to that of his mother. In fact, it was more correct to say that Constance Woden took after the superior mother. His heart sank. He already had his hands full with his birth mother. He didn't need a second mother. Of course, he did his best to keep his true thoughts and emotions in check. He bowed. I am honored to meet you, ma'am. I have long admired the family that managed to raise a woman as lovely and capable as Gloriana. Constance smiled. At least she was open to flattery. Children, please introduce yourselves. Gloriana's siblings approached Ves in a line. The eldest walked up to him. She stretched her hand to shake his hand with a firm grip. Amarantha Woden. I am the Director of Land Management of Scimitar II. If you ever decide to abort your expedition to the Red Ocean, there will always be a place for you in the hegemony. I have already taken the liberty to reserve an entire islet for you and your clan. Ves strained to maintain his smile. Thank you for the offer. That is very kind of you. My ambitions lie elsewhere, so it is unlikely that I will travel to your home planet. Gloriana's eldest sibling continued to maintain her polite demeanor. We will continue to reserve this territory for you. I hope you will remember the kindness we have shown to you. No matter where your travel leads you, please consider the family you have left behind. What a calculating woman. Amarantha was a senior official in a planetary government. It shouldn't be a surprise that she was adept at politics. Though she hadn't spoken a lot of words, she was clearly trying to make him regard the Wodens as his second family. This not only showcased her adaptability and tolerance, but also revealed a good understanding of his personality. Family was very dear to him. Amarantha wanted to take advantage of this character trait to harvest more benefits for the Woden dynasty. Ves did not dare to reject her underlying meaning outright. The widening distance between us will make it difficult to share anything good with your dynasty. Still, if there is anything you need, I would be happy to extend a favor. Amarantha nodded in satisfaction and returned to her mother's side. Calandra Woden, the second-born, walked up next. Her straight spine and rigid posture screamed military. She wore a uniform that greatly resembled that of Alexandria Woden. Both of them were mech colonels, yet there was a huge gap in age. Colonel Calandra Woden was only half as old. Whether Calandra gained her position due to nepotism or raw talent, Ves didn't know. He cared little about the Woden dynasty's internal affairs. All he knew was that it was best not to make enemies with Gloriana's siblings. Though Gloriana's second sister didn't smile, she didn't come off as aggressive either. I am Mech Colonel Calandra Woden. I appreciate your contributions to the Hex Army. Many brave and noble Hexer soldiers are depending on your work to survive and win against the foul Friday men. I do my best. She frowned. That is not enough. You need to do more to strengthen our state. Please continue to do your duty by working with my sister to supply more mech designs to our military. His duty? My commission with the hegemony is far from ending. Gloriana and I still have many more mech designs in store for the Hex Army. We are waiting, Calandra said with an expectant tone. If you fail, our Woden dynasty shall be no more. Do not let Gloriana down. Nothing like a little emotional blackmail to keep him motivated. After Calandra said her piece, Gloriana's oldest brother finally stepped forward. Marcus Woden. A smooth and gentle voice spoke. I am a projection painter. I take after our father. Ves always felt uncomfortable around Hexer males. Compared to the proud but friendly Larkinson men he interacted with on a daily basis, people like Marcus somehow come across as lesser. The difference between Marcus and her two older sisters was like night and day. Ves felt that Marcus couldn't even hurt a fly. Pleased to meet you. Ves shook his hand. There was no force to Marcus' grip. I have a considerable interest in art as well. The older Woden's eyes lit up. The artistic style encapsulated by your mech designs is quite expressive. I am impressed with your ability to produce flamboyant works. The statue you have made is truly divine. I would love it if you could show me how you make your art so vivid. We can exchange with each other on another day, Ves responded. Gloriana's second brother came next. Tarkus Woden shook hands with Ves in the same feeble grip as the one that came before. My name is Tarkus Woden. My passion lies in avian lifeforms. As an exo-ornithologist, I can provide you with many suggestions should you look to adopt some interesting birds as pets. It is regrettable that you and your clan favor cats instead. I've encountered quite some interesting birds recently, Ves casually said. The Nixian Gap has spawned some interesting lifeforms. One bird was so big and aggressive that some of us got hurt. How unfortunate! What happened to this fine avian specimen? We, regrettably, had to put it down. How tragic! Couldn't you have avoided conflict by staying away from this exobird's habitat? Ves coughed. Preserving biodiversity did not rank high in our list of priorities back then. We were more concerned about staying alive ourselves. There was no need for him to greet Venerable Brutus. The Hexer expert pilot merely nodded at Ves while keeping his hands folded behind his back. At least Brutus resembled an actual man. His two older brothers were completely spineless in comparison. Each Woden became accomplished in their own jobs. However, Ves could not help but recognize that the women pursued impactful careers while the boys were relegated to much less impressive pursuits. In fact, if Brutus hadn't coincidentally advanced to expert candidate and expert pilot, he would have been as meek and unassuming as his brothers. Clearly, Constance Woden didn't really care about what her sons would do when they grew up. As long as they didn't aim for any leadership roles or something, their jobs were largely inconsequential. In contrast, she probably steered her daughters towards specific trajectories. The eldest daughter went into government service. She might become a minister or take up an even higher position in the central government in the future. The second daughter entered the military. Unlike Brutus, Calandra was no common grunt. Becoming a colonel at around 40 meant that she was bound to become a general. The youngest daughter became involved in industry and commerce. By becoming a high-ranking mech designer, Gloriana was probably expected to benefit the Woden dynasty in many ways once she matured. Too bad Ves was about to take her away. While she could still contribute to the Woden dynasty in many ways, Constance might be peeved that he had ruined her best-laid plans. Still, with how much Ves and Gloriana had already accomplished, Constance should not be too opposed to their union. Sit with us, Ves. Constance spoke in a slightly warmer tone. We have much to talk about. I would have preferred to meet you sooner, but you were not available for the past 6 months. If you wish to become a proper spouse to my daughter, you must restrain your undesirable tendencies. I will not look favorably upon you if you wander off into hazardous regions again. Oh boy. Chapter 2478, Mother-in-Law. For a family meeting, Ves hardly felt comfortable. The salon he was in was so spacious that he felt like he was in a prison hall. The seat that the Wodens offered to him was opulent but not very comfortable. Ves had to make sure to keep his back straight and keep his movements in check. Though Constance offered Ves some refreshments, the light tea and biscuits he received was so light and airy that his altered taste buds received no stimulation at all. Clearly she didn't bother to look up or ask her daughter what he preferred to eat and drink. Ves looked to the sides. Constance's sons and daughters dutifully sat in their own seats while they lifted their saucers and drank their cups of tea at an agonizing pace. While Amarantha, Calandra and Gloriana acted restrained around their mother, they did not restrain any of their confidence in themselves. In contrast, Marcus, Tarchus, and Brutus turned invisible. They did not speak a word and did their best to blend into the background when none of the women addressed them directly. They were no different from children who were told to behave. Even venerable Brutus bottled up most of his force of will. Ves suspected that this was an automatic response. Whenever the mech pilot was in the presence of his mother, he ceased to be venerable Brutus Woden, expert pilot of the Glory Seekers. He instead turned back into Constance's youngest boy. This was one of the most pathetic displays that Ves had ever seen from an expert pilot. While Brutus wasn't exactly one of the most masculine expert pilots that he had ever met, Ves did not think that it would be so bad. Just because the expert pilot was in the presence of his mother didn't mean he should drop his pride. Couldn't he man up a bit? Show some spine? Ves. Constance spoke, addressing him by his first name as if he was already her son. I have heard from my daughter that you do not have a high regard for our state. That is correct. Is that not contradictory? How can you love her when you do not take kindly to her home? Ves offered Constance a polite smile. We do not need to have much in common to appreciate each other's presence. Please do not think that I am a hexer or that I have embraced your culture. As a foreigner, it is challenging for me to accept your norms and values. I was born a brighter and our Larkinson clan still takes after my home state in many aspects. Constance maintained a neutral expression as she weighed him with her eyes. The hexadric hegemony is not as hostile towards males as you think. We offer numerous opportunities for them to express themselves. You have met my sons. Each of them are content and accomplished in their own right. You're right. It was probably fine if a boy wanted to become an artist, just like Constance's husband. Ves wondered why Petrus Woden wasn't here. Though Gloriana's father was probably another pushover, he must have possessed at least one redeeming feature to meet Constance's standards. Several minutes passed by as Constance explained the many virtues of the hexadric hegemony. She clearly wanted to change his mind and bring him back to her home state. It was too bad that Ves remained unmoved. While he didn't dare to express his annoyance at her misleading sales pitch, he made sure to adopt body language that stated that he was not being swayed. To her credit, Constance Woden didn't persist. She was a politician, after all. She recognized futility when she saw it. Ves guessed that she merely wanted to try her luck. If she failed, then she could easily brush her attempt aside. If she succeeded, then she would not only be able to bring back an asset to the hegemony, but also empower the Woden dynasty more directly. Mother-in-law or not, Constance Woden was constantly seeking for advantages. If Ves wasn't backed by Master Willix or became so prominent, she might have resorted to tougher means. This realization caused Ves to raise his vigilance even higher. Constance did not stray far from his expectation. Anyone who raised a hard-working daughter like Gloriana was not someone who ignored benefits out of feelings. My daughter has told you that you are blessed by the superior mother. Constance changed the topic. She says you have a method to prove it. While I believe she is sincere, I would like to receive confirmation. Could you show me whether you have an undeniable connection to hexers? What the hell? What did Gloriana say to her mother? He directed his gaze towards his fiancée, only to be met by her happy and completely unapologetic smile. He did not find any indication that she was sorry. I do not consider myself to possess a special relationship with your state and people. Ves coughed again. How do you explain the glows of your works? No other hexer is able to create something akin to your statue and your two hexer mech designs. Your connection to the superior mother is undeniable. Was this some underhanded way of convincing him that he was actually a hexer? Whatever the case, Ves refused to play along. He knew she wanted to see him channel the superior mother's glow, but there was no way he was going to do so. He didn't want Constance to get any crazy ideas. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. I think you'll agree with me that the superior mother should not be disturbed. A pity. Tell me about your future plans instead. The Red Ocean is an exciting new frontier, but it is filled with threats. We may have succeeded in rescuing you from the Nixian Gap, but the Red Ocean is too far away to allow us to bring you to safety again. What makes you think that you will be able to keep my daughter safe in this distant place? That was a more reasonable question to ask. Ves already anticipated such a query. Any mother would be worried if someone brought her daughter to a region devoid of order. My goal is to grow and develop my Larkinson clan, he began. At the same time, I am seeking new experiences to provide ample inspiration for my design philosophy. I am not satisfied with staying in the local star cluster. While there is plenty to do here, it's impossible to become a first-rate power with the resources available in the galactic rim. Why not travel to the galactic heartland or the galactic center then? Constance retorted. Before the Red Ocean became accessible, many ambitious people and organizations have chosen to travel closer to the center of the galaxy. Civilization is much more developed in the heart of human civilization. I never thought about traveling to the galactic center. The opportunities there are great, but there is hardly any room for development for newcomers. The local powers and states have already carved out everything that matters over there. I do not want to be crushed under their prodigious weight. There was another reason why Ves did not want to travel to the galactic center. The Five Scrolls Compact doubtlessly maintained a much stronger presence over there. He did not forget that the ruined temple was likely located in that region as well. In contrast, Ves believed he stood a much better chance of keeping his distance from the cult by entering an underdeveloped region. The Red Ocean may just be a fraction of the size of the Milky Way, but it was largely virgin space that just so happened to be in the focus of the Big Two. While Ves was not delusional enough to think that the Five Scrolls Compact would ignore the Red Ocean entirely, the most they could do was to send out some spies and maybe splinter organizations. As long as Ves did not bump into a monstrously powerful spiritual sorcerer such as Aramidista, he should enjoy plenty of years of peace. The Red Ocean does offer invaluable opportunities. I am concerned that your Larkinson clan may not be up to the task. That is why I have been doing my best to prepare for the challenges that we might face. Our clan has received a lot of tempering during our recent voyage through the Nixian Gap. We have identified a lot of shortcomings but also found some surprising sources of strength. With all of the lessons we have learned, we can increase our readiness so that we will be in a better position once we pass through the Beyonder Gate. Constance nodded. Though she might not agree with him, she appeared to be satisfied with his thorough approach. As long as he remained aware of the potential perils and pitfalls, he wouldn't expose Gloriana to too much danger. Even if he screwed up somehow, there was always the Glory Seekers. Ves did not doubt that Constance would pass some secret instructions to Gloriana's honor guard. If worst came to worst, Venerable Brutus could always take Gloriana away from the Larkinson clan. Have you considered allying yourself to other organizations that share the same purpose as you? She asked. There are numerous dynasties in the hegemony that are interested in branching out to the Red Ocean. Ours is no different. It would be better to join forces and present a united front against the foreign threats you might face. Please no. Ves didn't hide his displeasure this time. The Larkinson clan must rise above the occasion on its own. We cannot rely on the strength of others. We won't be able to develop ourselves to the point where we can gain a solid footing in the Red Ocean if that happens. Our clan is also emphatically not a Hexer clan. Even if I forge a partnership with your dynasty today, our elders will just override my decision with 100% of the vote. Ves never imagined that the power he shared to the Larkinson clan came in handy this time. He did not believe that Constance was ignorant to his clansman's intense dislike towards anything Hexer. Though Constance looked disappointed, she did not push the matter any further. Is seeking alliances completely out of the question for you? I am not necessarily doubting your Larkinson clan's capabilities, but it would reassure us if you travel in a larger fleet. I'm not opposed to it, but the premise must be that our Larkinson clan is in a strong position. I have accumulated almost 40 million MTA merits. That is not a trivial sum. The fact that I have been able to earn so many merits in a very short amount of time is also proof of our strength. We deserve more. That is quite an ambition for a clan that has existed for only a couple of years. You Larkinsons are too eager for gains. This has almost led to the defeat of your entire task force in the Nixian Gap. It is because I am not content with going with the flow that I have become capable of designing mechs such as the Doom Guard and the Valkyrie Redeemer. Ves and Constance Woden verbally sparred against each other for a couple more hours. They went over familiar territory to Ves. Each time she pointed out something problematic, Ves rebuffed her demands and stood by his decisions. While that didn't exactly paint him in the best light, he managed to hold his ground against Gloriana's mother. He already considered it a victory if he ended this meeting without agreeing to become a hexer or something. Though Constance Woden exerted a considerable degree of pressure towards him, she never went too far. Ves didn't develop any sense of hatred towards her. As far as he was aware of, she was just trying to look out for her daughter and her dynasty. As his first meeting with Gloriana's mother came to an end, Ves actually thought his future mother-in-law wasn't that bad. Chapter 2479 Physical Manifestation. Ves enjoyed Gloriana's warmth as she pressed against him. Both of them rested comfortably in the backyard of their mansion. Further ahead, their cats curiously reacquainted with themselves. The Larkinson mandate rested on a quaint little garden table. As Lucky and Clixie sniffed and licked each other, the golden cat suddenly emerged out of the book. Nya! The radiant cat that appeared out of nowhere playfully pounced on Clixie and physically rubbed her head against the Rebarthan sentinel cat. Meow! Clixie jumped in shocked. Nya nya! Goldie playfully swished her tail. Meow! Lucky vouched for Goldie. Meow meow! 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 It didn't take long for Clixie to recognize the golden cat. After all, as a pet who Ves had personally inducted into the Larkinson clan, the organic feline possessed a strong connection to the Larkinson network. Soon enough, Clixie no longer questioned how it was possible for Goldie to manifest herself physically. Instead, she teamed up with Lucky and eagerly pounced on the spiritual cat in order to give her a thorough bath. Naya! Naya! Both Ves and Gloriana observed Goldie appearing and interacting with Lucky and Clixie in shock. That's new. Gloriana spoke. Am I looking at a projection or is she really? She's the real deal. As expected of a female proto-god. While Gloriana easily accepted the new phenomenon, Ves was still mired in shock. He never expected that the golden cat developed the ability to manifest her spiritual body into a physical form. He concentrated his mind and studied Goldie's form a little further. He sensed significant changes in her makeup. A month ago, she sustained severe wounds from her battle against the dark gods. Joshua managed to channel her in a giant energy projection. While that allowed Goldie to manifest herself into reality to a degree, she also became exposed to damage. Now, she not only recovered from her wounds, but also grew stronger. There were several reasons why. First, she personally took part in a battle against a comparable spiritual entity. Even though she lost, she gained a lot from the confrontation. She might have stolen the technique to manifest herself from battling the unending one. Yet that was not enough for her to be able to materialize herself into a physical form. The gulf between the imaginary realm and the material realm was considerable. The former was where spiritual entities like her were anchored. The material realm operated by different rules and did not support the existence of spiritual entities. She needed a source of energy. The expert pilots, he whispered. What? Gloriana asked. The strength of the golden cat is directly related to the strength of our clansmen. When we grow our numbers, Goldie gains more energy, but normal people don't really add that much. It's the expert pilots that are key to her evolution. The high-quality energy they produce is a great tonic to entities like her. Half a year ago, we didn't have any expert pilots. Now we have 5 all of a sudden. This is a massive upgrade to Goldie and any other entity tied to those expert pilots. Ves briefly checked up on Kalanxo and could already sense that she had grown stronger as well. The difference wasn't as dramatic. Goldie was young and only existed for over a year. Kalanxo was a seasoned sacred god who lived for several centuries. Due to the latter's greater strength, the addition of 3 expert pilots who formed a bond with the big lizard did not make much of a difference. This would definitely change once Venerable Janzi, Venerable Orphan, and Venerable Dice progressed their force of wills. Right now, Goldie happened to be the biggest beneficiary out of the design spirits. While her bonds with the expert pilots weren't all that strong, she had equal access to everyone. This meant she gained access to multiple sources of high-quality spiritual feedback that was also supplied in considerable quantities to boot. Before the Nixian Gap campaign, Ves and Gloriana were the only members of the Larkinson clan who were able to supply her with premium feedback. The new sources of feedback differed because it did not just consist of spiritual energy. The expert pilots also supplied a small amount of their will. The addition of will opened several new possibilities for the Golden Cat. While willpower was very hard to work with, being able to leverage it so that she was able to create something similar to an energy projection was very impressive. Of course, that didn't mean that Goldie suddenly turned into an omnipotent commando cat like Lucky. When Clixie attempted to bite Goldie in the scruff of her neck, the radiant cat's form couldn't handle the pressure. She exploded. Meow! Meow! Both Lucky and Clixie were frightened at the display. Naya! Goldie emerged out of the Larkinson mandate again without showing any discomfort. Nothing happened to her, causing everyone to feel relieved. It turned out that her physical manifestation was still too weak. Once it sustained too much damage, it popped like a balloon. Goldie simply turned back into a pure spiritual entity, and lost a bit of energy. Even without sustaining damage, Goldie couldn't hold her form for long. Her physical manifestation fizzled out as she reached the limit of her endurance. Naya! Meow! Clixie looked upset. Unlike Lucky, she possessed no remarkable spiritual potential at all, which meant she wasn't able to interact with Goldie. Meow meow! Lucky tried his best to console his furry companion. They're so cute. Gloriana grinned. Now that Goldie can appear like this, I can play with her. We can even display her during our wedding. I don't think that's a good idea. We can't reveal Goldie's true nature. The two argued a bit about that. Ever since Ves returned, most of their discussions revolved around the planning for their upcoming wedding. Both of them held different opinions on how it should go. Gloriana wanted to go all out and make the wedding into the most memorable occasion of their lives. Ves just wanted it to proceed with as little complications as possible. While their goals didn't necessarily contradict each other, Gloriana refused to settle for less. It gave him a lot of headaches. However, Ves also took advantage of that by making a rather presumptuous request. Gloriana? Yes, sweetie? I, need to borrow something from you. Could you open your mind for a moment and allow me to grab some of your energy? It will hurt a bit, and it will make you tired for a time. I planned something special for our wedding, but I need to borrow your strength. Okay, she simply said. That was what he liked about her. She trusted him to a large extent. She didn't even question him any further. As Ves initiated the procedure he had in mind, he soon came across another surprise. When he entered Gloriana's mind, he discovered that Gloriana exerted considerably greater control over her mind than before. Ves sensed no sign of discomfort from her. Her mind did not exhibit any rejection to his presence at all. Before, her design seed always maintained its vigilance towards his spiritual projections, but that was not the case anymore. Do you remember the time when you brought the superior mother to life? Yes. Your mother taught me a few techniques. Look. To his surprise, Gloriana spontaneously formed a spiritual projection of her own. Though it was crude and rough, she was able to exert enough control over it to reach out of her mind and interact with other spiritual entities. Ves grew a little upset. His mother hardly bothered to teach him anything while his fiancée gained a crash course in spiritual manipulation without doing anything. This wasn't fair. Maybe his mother was secretly a hexer after all. How could she show so much favor to a woman while leaving her own son in the dust? As Ves studied what Gloriana learned, he realized that her ability to control her spirituality was very rudimentary. The main stumbling block was her dim spiritual perception. She had to borrow the capabilities of his spiritual fragment in order to know what she was doing. This was a rather strenuous process. Aside from that, Ves noticed that the defenses of her mind had grown more structured as well. This allowed her to resist spiritual pressure a bit better. It wasn't as if his mother transformed Gloriana into a full-fledged spiritual sorceress. Time was limited. Ves shrugged off his confusion and proceeded with his plan. He needed to perform 2 procedures. Since one of them was bound to damage her mind a bit, he first turned to his spiritual fragment. It originally came from a spiritual projection that he had sent into her mind in order to snoop on her thoughts and emotions. Once her mind cut it off from him, it eventually turned into a loose existence that was only tenuously tied to its source. Ves did not inject more energy in it. Recklessly increasing his presence in her mind would only lead to distorting her domain. Instead, he began to mold a very simple spiritual construct. He already formulated a design beforehand, so it did not take much time until the spiritual fragment changed shape. The load-bearing capacity of this small spiritual fragment was very limited. Ves didn't want to change the entire fragment either, because that would cut off a lot of useful functions. He ended up making a tiny visor of sorts. It took quite a bit of trial and error for him to make the visor permanent. He even had to donate a small portion of his spiritual energy in order to stabilize its shape. Ves lost something in the process that he couldn't easily replace. He figured the trade-off was worth it because he would be taking something important to her as well. Alright, this is going to hurt. Try and keep yourself as still as possible, okay? I'm already used to it. Just do what you need to do, Ves. Seeing that she had braced herself, Ves made his move. He reached deeper into her mind and scooped out a small but dense amount of her spiritual energy. Because this energy was close to her design seed, it was especially rich. Removing it from her would definitely impact her ability to design a mech until her mind slowly made up for the loss. Ouch! What are you doing? Even though she tried her best to keep her mind under control, she wasn't able to restrain it for long. Fortunately, Ves already deposited his prize into his mind, thereby avoiding any possible retaliation. The consequences of his actions immediately became clear. Gloriana entered into her low state again. She had experienced it several times and knew how severe it was. She glowered at the culprit. "What is the meaning of this? We're about to get married soon. I can't go to my wedding when I'm in this awful mood." "I didn't take too much. As long as you don't miss your prayers, I think you'll recover in time." Even if his estimates were off, no harm was done. Mellowing Gloriana out like this meant that she wouldn't be as frantic and demanding as before. Ves disregarded her whining and studied his prize. Though he hadn't taken much, he could already sense the potential of her spiritual energy. Once he processed it into a spiritual fragment and shaped a portion of it into a spiritual construct, he would obtain a mirror of what Gloriana currently possessed. That took care of one aspect of the wedding. He needed to do much more in order to placate Gloriana's existing demands. "I want you to work on our wedding clothes." "What? I'm a mech designer, not a tailor." "I don't care. I want you to create something similar to your Pride of Dusk. Our clothes have to be memorable and unique. I'm not settling for anything less." Chapter 2480 Fall on Her Sword. Aside from helping Gloriana prepare for the wedding, Ves also had to stay on top of the major developments taking place in his clan. One of the issues he urgently needed to address was the future of the living Sentinels. It was clear to anyone that the Nixian Gap campaign dealt a heavy blow to them. Their mechs weren't as good as the ones used by the avatars of myth. The quality of mech pilots and their lower training intensity also contributed to the losses they suffered. The funerals proceeded quickly. Both Ves and Gloriana wanted it out of the way as quickly as possible so that it wouldn't cast a shadow over the upcoming wedding. Soon after the funerals, Commander Magdalena met Ves in person. She entered his office in his mansion on Synnax 6 and stepped forward with obvious gloom. "We need to talk." "Yes. Please have a seat." Once the Sentinel commander sat down, Ves saw how much the pressure on her shoulders was crushing her. She looked as if she aged at least a decade. Ves gently spoke. "It's not your fault. Many of the circumstances that led to the deaths of your soldiers were out of our control. We couldn't have done anything to prevent this outcome. I could have pushed my mech pilots harder. I could have worked harder to acquire better mechs for them. I could have changed their tactics. Don't get caught up in your remorse. There are plenty of Sentinels who still need someone in charge." "That someone shouldn't be me," Magdalena said. "I need to take responsibility for this disaster." Ves grew serious. This was one of the outcomes he was worried about. "You still have my confidence, Commander. Nothing ever goes well during battle. The enemies we faced could have killed us all. While we managed to avoid the worst, we still sustained damage after every battle. Due to the inherent traits of the Sentinels, your troops were always the first ones to suffer." Magdalena shook her head. "You don't need to make excuses for me. I'm older than you. I know clearer than anyone who is at fault. The family, friends, and colleagues of the men who we have just buried all deserve an explanation. When 500 hopeful Sentinel mech pilots entered the Nixian Gap but only 120 of them managed to return, someone has to answer for this result. You want to fall on your sword." The older woman smiled wryly at him. "The Sentinels have been traumatized. Morale is low and our recruitment from within the ranks of our clan has crashed. Some have even quit. You can fix this, Commander." "No. Not me. The Sentinels need venting. Not many dare to question you openly, but I am not held in high regard. While I tried my best to keep my Sentinels together, they still blame me for the losses we've suffered. I lost their trust. This was an incredibly difficult situation. Once Commander Magdalena lost the trust of her men, she no longer exerted effective control over them. While she could resort to force and coercion to get things done, this was not a desirable way to lead an organization. In his experience, truly great mech forces consisted of well-trained, motivated mech pilots. The men needed to feel they belonged there. Developing an esprit de corps was essential to unite the entire force. From what Commander Magdalena described, there was too much negativity in the living Sentinels to further this development. While Ves could force her to stay, the Sentinels would remain as dead as a random group of conscripts who were hastily thrown together and armed with weapons. There was no way the Sentinels could reach their potential with such a lethargic atmosphere. Ves bowed his head. I don't want to do this. As someone who also bears some responsibility, I don't think it's fair to dismiss you. Doing so would only vindicate the mistaken view that you are the primary person responsible for all of those deaths. Whether I am truly to blame is moot, she sighed. What matters is preserving what I have built. I still care for the living Sentinels despite most of my subordinates turning against me. Let them believe what they will. If that allows them to process the loss of their comrades, then they are welcome to think I'm incompetent. It is better than letting my soldiers wallow in self-pity or committing suicide. It was actually quite difficult for anyone to commit suicide. Those who pressed their service pistols against their heads wouldn't even be able to pull the trigger. The operating systems of their guns would never allow their own wielders to harm themselves. As for other means, that was what the monitoring systems were for. AIs constantly looked out for problematic behavior. Once they identified a risk factor, they automatically informed an officer or a mental health counselor to prevent the situation from becoming worse. That said, the living Sentinels had more problems than that. While Ves still believed that firing Commander Magdalena was as crude as using a hammer to untie a knot, it was one of the most effective ways to change perception. This was what mattered the most. Are you really sure? Ves asked with resignation in his voice. A change of leadership will allow the Sentinels to undergo a reset. This will especially be the case if my successor is very different. If you're leaving, we need someone who is capable enough to pull the Sentinels out of their rut. I have some candidates in store, Magdalena said. I will send you their profiles so that you or Major Vril can make a decision. If you're not satisfied with them, you can expand your search. I'll look over them later. Do I need to make a decision soon? Not necessarily, but the sooner the better. I can use the time that I have left to implement some unpopular changes in order to pave the way for whoever you choose. He didn't like the way she beat herself up. She didn't deserve all of the blame in his opinion. However, he didn't stop her from offering her resignation because he benefited from her actions. Once she fell onto her sword, most of the resentment should stay with her. The Sentinels would probably direct a lot of blame towards him, which was good because he still needed them to assume their role in the coming years. The main reason why the living Sentinels suffered so many losses was because Ves forced them out of their elements. Their training and doctrine was almost entirely geared towards defending the Larkinson fleet. In other words, they were glorified security guards. As long as the living Sentinels were allowed to fight around and fortify themselves in the fleet, they should be fine. However, throwing them at the enemy was something different. When Ves and Major Vril discussed the Larkinson clan's combat doctrines, they never accounted for the possibility that the Sentinels might have to perform so many offensive actions. It was like pulling a fish out of an ocean and depositing it on a beach. There was no way the fish would feel comfortable. What will you do once you've put down your hat? Ves asked. My days of piloting mechs and commanding troops are over. I will go back to being a civilian and swap old war stories with the other retired veterans of the clan. There are plenty of them to keep me company. The habit of Larkinson veterans gathering together every day probably helped them through their traumas. It was not without reason why so many veterans of the family used to hang out at the Larkinson compound at Rittersburg all day. Aside from being able to commiserate with those who lived through similar experiences, the old dogs were also able to pass on their wisdom to the younger generation who lived there. This not only gave the future mech pilots of the Larkinson clan a head start, but also healed the hearts of those who had endured too much death in their lives. Ves hoped that this tradition would continue in the Larkinson clan. "I think it's a waste for you to retreat altogether." She looked confused. "Pardon?" "No matter what people think of you, I think you have done a decent job. You could have made better decisions, but you have hardly run the Sentinels into the ground. Since you have set them up, you know how they work better than anyone. I still need that in order to run them effectively. Besides, the battles you've fought and lived through have given you a wealth of combat experience that is impossible to gain through any other means. This is valuable in itself, and I don't want to waste this asset." "Are you saying—" "I still want to keep you, Commander," Ves emphatically said. "The military bureau under Major Vole is still short of senior staff officers. Your addition to the general staff will ease the major's burdens and allow him to get more work done. This is especially important as our mech forces replenish their losses and expand their numbers." Commander Magdalena looked at the floor. "I did not expect to receive such an offer. I don't believe it is wise for you to recommend me to this function. The Sentinels might think you are rewarding me with a promotion." "That's because it is. You know the realities of combat. You know how hard it is to command a large mech force. There are many other seasoned veterans in the Larkinson clan who can fill the same shoes. Those old veterans of the Bright Wars or other wars aren't as relevant to our clan. Their old wartime experiences are mostly in the context of battles between other states. The Larkinson clan is nothing like that. The way we fight is very different, and you just happen to possess the deepest and most up-to-date impression of that. Not only that, I believe you care too much for our men to ever let the previous disaster happen again. You may not be able to make up for it as the Sentinel commander, but you will still be able to exert some influence as a general staff officer, just like Ophelia Cronin." She eventually succumbed to his request. "Very well. If you truly trust me to watch over our combat forces, then I will agree to join the military bureau. I hope you don't regret your decision." The two shook hands. Commander Magdalena looked considerably better now that her career in the military hadn't come to an end. "Thank you for this. You truly deserve to be the patriarch." "No problem. I just think you've been dealt a bad hand." As a true-blood Larkinson, Magdalena valued her honor. Resigning her command under these circumstances was a massive disgrace that would permanently tarnish her reputation. By shifting her over to a staff position, Ves gave her a lifeline. While her position didn't allow her to exert as much influence as before, she would still be able to restore her honor over time. This was also a way to assuage his own guilt. Ves knew very well that he was the principal culprit behind the horrendous losses of the living Sentinels. He shouldn't have brought them to the Nixian Gap. On the flip side, he also couldn't have made so many gains if he hadn't brought enough sacrifices. The Sentinels may not have fought as well as the Avatars, but they performed their role as cannon fodder. "Some critics within the clan think we should disband the Sentinels," Magdalena remarked. "What do you think?" "I don't agree. The premise and concept of the living Sentinels are sound. It's just that our execution has fallen short. As long as we learn from our errors and address our shortcomings, the Sentinels shall definitely rise again. I look forward to that day." Ves wondered who Magdalena would put forward as the next commander of the living Sentinels. The demoralized soldiers needed a strong personality in order to correct their course. Chapter 2481, Generational Loyalty. An army of tailors were working in an expansive studio specifically set aside for them. Numerous different garments and fabrics were being worked with by hand rather than with machines. Though there was nothing wrong with tailoring clothes with modern machinery, the products they produced lacked a personal touch. For something as important as their wedding, Gloriana did not want to make this mistake. In the studio, hundreds of different clothes were being made. The Woden dynasty expended quite some effort in hiring the top tailors, creative directors, and other professionals from the hegemony. At a work table separate from where most of the tailors were working, an eager Gloriana and a hapless-looking Ves were looking at the projections of their wedding outfits. "Why am I here?" Ves tiredly asked. "I told you, Ves. I need you to bless our clothes. My dress has to be as unique as possible, and your suit must increase your stature to the maximum possible extent. I won't allow anyone to think you're an unworthy husband." Ves inwardly shook his head. He accomplished many more feats than her in the time they were together. Without him, the Larkinson clan wouldn't exist. Without him, the LMC wouldn't have been able to sell so many mechs. Without him, the clan wouldn't have welcomed 5 new expert pilots. She slapped his arm. "Hey! Stop daydreaming! You need to help make our new clothes. I've taken the liberty of bringing out your pride of dusk. We can use it as the foundation of your suit." "Wait, what? That's mine." "It's too crude and barbaric. While the craftsmanship is decent, what can you expect from a third-class tailor working on a tourist planet? Even if I don't wear it anymore doesn't mean I'm okay with tearing it apart. It's a part of my history, Gloriana. How can we make a fitting suit for you if we can't make use of that outfit? There are plenty of other options. I've progressed a lot since I was gone. I can empower our outfits to a much greater degree than before. I have much more control over the process as well. Whatever you want, I can deliver." "Really?" Gloriana's eyes sparkled. Within reason." "Great!" While Ves didn't have a great understanding of fashion, he didn't have to go outside of his comfort zone. Gloriana and the tailors prepared the clothes. Ves just had to be involved in order to turn them into totems of sorts. Fortunately, she only insisted on applying this treatment to their own outfits. If Ves had to empower the clothes of all of the Larkinsons attending the wedding, he would need at least a year to finish all of that work. Once Gloriana let him go, he dragged his tired body out of the studio and returned to his office. Lucky was gone. He probably sneaked off with Clixie again. Fortunately, Ves had another pet to keep him company. "Benny, I'm not used to seeing you in the flesh. It feels strange for me to get back to this routine." Gavin gestured to the woman standing next to him. "Do you remember offering me to become the president of the Living Star Club?" "I do. You rejected it, if I recall. Very curious. Kelsey would like to become the president if you'll allow it. I think she is suited to manage the club on your behalf." Ves raised his eyebrow. Neither Gavin nor Kelsey were students anymore. Their age was already beginning to show how mature they looked. Ves was well aware that they had made use of the resources of the Larkinson clan to acquire more competences and develop more skills. That was good. Both of them were ambitious and they did not want to be supplanted by the talented or experienced newcomers who were joining the clan in droves. "I'm not too sure about this," Ves said. "Kelsey, your experience so far has been rather mixed, but overall you have largely played a supervisory role. Even though you held my seat for some time, you don't have a lot of executive experience." The woman in question did not look deterred. "I have done my best to catch up. I have never stopped taking classes and I have done a lot of learning by doing. In my current position, I have worked hard to make sure that all of the LMC branches abide by our directives and make good use of the loyalty medallions you've made. Now, even if no one is in charge, the branches will still pass on the medallions to the next directors. While it was difficult to determine how much of a role she played, she wasn't wrong. So far, the various branches had never produced a problem that required him to intervene in person. He never wanted to pay attention to them because he wasn't interested in managing these tedious matters. As long as the branches ensured that third-party manufacturers produced LMC mechs without impairing quality or embezzling money, VS could care less what they did. The holders of the Larkinson loyalty medallions weren't really Larkinsons anyway. The only reason to connect them to the Larkinson network was to ensure they stayed loyal. VS leaned back in his chair. Tell me your vision for the Living Star Club. What do you think it is and where do you want to take it? While I originally set it up in haste in order to solve the Doomguard scandal, it can be so much more. I agree. Kelsey grew a little more confident. Since VS did not reject her out of hand, it meant she had a chance. It's not unusual for mech companies to organize member clubs. It's an excellent means to increase retention. Customers are rewarded for their loyalty while companies can develop closer relationships with the people who buy most of their products. I know all of that. What I would like to know is what you plan to do to make the Living Star Club an asset to the LMC. It can easily become a burden if you're pursuing the wrong strategy. While I can't guarantee that my plan will succeed, I believe it best fits your vision. Okay then. Explain. Kelsey began to outline her plan. No one has worked longer for you than Gavin and myself. We know what kind of mechs you design and what you aim to accomplish with them. We can use the Living Star Club as a means to ensure the longevity of our products. In my opinion, membership should not be tied to an individual. Instead, it should be a family. Now this was new. VS sat up straighter in his chair. A family? Yes. We can also implement other means for mech pilots and owners to pass on their rights to a chosen successor. The point is to make sure that the benefits of membership aren't lost upon death or retirement once it has upgraded its membership tier or accrued a lot of star points. If you're afraid that the club will be stacked with 10-star members, we can impose a tax on transfers. This sounded very intriguing to VS. He had to admit that Kelsey knew him well. He hadn't formally introduced the concept of legacy mechs to the LMC, but already Kelsey was thinking about developing a mechanism of converting the successors of their existing customers. What is the purpose of establishing an inheritance mechanism? Developing generational loyalty, Kelsey forcefully stated. The son should inherit his father's fascination towards LMC mechs. The daughter cannot bear to buy her mechs elsewhere when she can inherit her mother's hard-fought privilege to purchase LMC mechs at a discount. LMC mechs are already notable for their high customer retention. This is one of the aspects that I have always concentrated on. Even before the Living Star Club came into existence, we already built up a lot of repeat customers. This is different, sir. While it is true that our existing customers are likely to become lifelong fans of our products, it isn't necessarily the case that their successors will follow suit. While our mechs offer a lot of value, much of it is tied to individual user experience. It's very hard to translate that value into numbers. Not only that, our products are sold at a hefty premium. They're considered luxury products. Since not every customer is that well off, we need to provide them with an additional incentive to enter our system. She proceeded to elaborate on her development strategy. What stood out was that she wanted the LMC to invest heavily in the Living Star Club. It needed to build up a reputation and reinforce its prestigious image as aggressively as possible. Right now, sales are going well, and they're projected to get better in the future. Instead of turning the LSC into an additional revenue source, we should put more money into it in order to increase its desirability. Once others hear about the amazing benefits its members have access to, a lot more people will try to become a member. What should the criteria for membership be? Ves questioned. Right now, aside from the victims of the Doomguard scandal, only people who have bought more than 1,000 of our mechs can enter. I think we should open up more opportunities to become a member. I want to lower the barrier to a more reasonable standard so that regular customers can become a star member if they work hard enough. I believe the Living Star Club should orient itself towards the smaller players rather than the major clients. The requirement to buy 1,000 mechs may send the right message, but it attracts the wrong sort of buyers. That was quite interesting. Kelsey wanted to target the bottom end of the market. Ves had difficulty seeing why. Smaller customers may be a lot more numerous, but their buying power was a lot worse. She smiled. I'm not talking about the poorest consumers who can barely scrounge up the money to purchase an economy mech. The private sector is dominated by small to medium-sized outfits. In most states, mercenary corps and security companies comprise the biggest market segments. If we can engage them with the Living Star Club, we can establish continuity of sales when times are good and when times are bad. Even if the LMC falls into a slump for whatever reason, the considerable amount of star members that we have built up will not easily switch brands. And what about the major clients who are used to purchasing mechs by the hundreds? We can adopt a separate approach to reel them in. You know as well as we do that major clients are less loyal by nature. They're used to mixing and matching mechs from multiple brands. There are some cases where they commit to a single brand to simplify logistics, but this is rare as it exposes them to specific counters. Unless you're willing to provide them with permanent discounts for major orders, it won't be as easy to keep them in our pocket. There were good reasons to charge a high price for his products. Frequently offering discounts or making them too accessible was no different from devaluing them. He might as well lower their base prices if he wanted to attract more customers. As Kelsey continued to outline her intentions, Ves eventually raised his palm. I've heard enough. While I'm not entirely sure whether your vision is feasible, I'm inclined to give you a chance. Please work with marketing to flesh out your plan. I need to know what others think about steering the LSC in this direction. Thank you, sir. I will get back to you after the wedding. Ves smiled encouragingly at her. Personally, I like the way you think. Developing generational loyalty is exactly what I want to achieve. The LMC is in it for the long run. I've always been interested in meeting the needs of average customers. They are in most need of good mechs. He had never forgotten about his purpose. Mech designers existed to serve mech pilots. Of the latter, those who worked for the military or well-funded organizations were spoiled for choice. Instead, it was mercenaries and company grunts who most needed a living mech. Chapter 2482, Access Expert Pilot. The Synapse system became more and more boisterous. As passenger ships carrying distinguished guests and tourists kept pouring in, the more and more eyes became captivated by the presence of the captured pirate warships. Even with the MTA pouring all over the ship for some reason, the visitors couldn't get enough of viewing the Gravata Narlax in all of her splendor. Not even the holes in her bow and starboard side detracted from the power of the heavy cruiser. Humanity's fascination towards warships was hard to shake off. Though many local citizens were scared beyond belief that a huge warship orbited over their heads, plenty of other people gazed longingly in the Gravata Narlax's direction. What would have been like to live in humanity's most glorious era? From starting off in a small corner of the Orion arm of the galaxy, human civilization expanded explosively. It was with ships such as the Gravata Narlax that humanity succeeded in beating off the established alien races. Though most considered the Age of Mechs to be their golden age, it was undeniably less grand than the past. The existence of the Big Two suppressed every state and limited their war-making potential. If the prohibition on warships and weapons of mass destruction didn't exist, the Komodo War could have easily led to at least 100 times more deaths in the same span of time. If such casualty figures became common in every corner of the galaxy, then the human race would soon wipe themselves out. Many people understood this logic and supported the bans for this reason. Yet what made sense to their minds did not necessarily mean their hearts followed suit. Locked inside the emotions of every human was a seed that craved for dominance. Humanity had done it once. The pressure to resume their civilization's glorious days and renew the conquests had grown worse over the centuries. Perhaps this was why the Big Two opened up the Red Ocean with so much fanfare. The Beyonder gates leading to the dwarf galaxy served as a release valve. Once the most ambitious, adventurous, and bloodthirsty powers of the galaxy left the Milky Way, everyone would be happy. Profiteers and warlords eagerly contested against each other to harvest the riches of the new dwarf galaxy while the calmer and steadier leaders held the fort. As Ves mused about the future of human civilization while sitting behind his desk, he received a surprising set of visitors. "You may enter," he spoke. The doors opened up. Nita shifted in her heavy armor as she felt two distinct pressures acting on her mind. One of them was familiar to her. An invisible protective blanket fell over her body. The entire situation looked absurd to Ves. A highly trained Kinner soldier and bodyguard did not need any protection. Nita was taller and much more heavily armed than the expert pilot who thought it was his mission to defend every woman. Another woman entered his office. Ves looked up in surprise as he saw someone he quite frankly forgot about. With the emergence of 5 expert pilots, the Larkinson clan was no longer short of them. In fact, as far as Ves was concerned, getting so many at once was too much. For this reason and more, Devia Stark no longer fit in his plans. He could care less of what happened to her. If she wanted to enjoy her retirement and share her trauma with the other retired Larkinsons, then that was fine. An aggressive and resentful force of will pressed onto his mind. Ves found it difficult to keep his emotions in check. A small part of him wanted to submit. Another part of him wanted to stand up and counterattack. Ves kept himself in check. Venerable Devia Stark's force of will was one of the most oppressive he had ever felt. She could even give Venerable Foster a run for her money. "Ves," the male hexer began. "Venerable Devia has successfully regained her strength, though as you can see, she is different." "I can see that. She's no longer an empty shell. That's certainly an improvement, though she might temper herself a bit. I can't imagine she's a pleasant person to be around." That was an understatement. Ves felt as if he was being pressed directly by someone similar to Venerable Foster. The noteworthy aspect of it all was that he did not sense that Devia held any specific malice towards him. This was just her passive state. The older woman in question finally opened her mouth. "Let me be frank. I have no love for the way you treated me. You should have left me to recover at the refugee settlement on Cloudy Curtain." Well, that was certainly a way to start a discussion. Ves knew that Venerable Devia probably didn't mean to provoke him. Expert pilots were generally straight shooters, and an aggression-oriented one like her was incapable of exercising much restraint. "I think it's a waste to allow expert pilots like you to wallow in your own pity," he responded. The best way to handle expert pilots like her was to remain in control while holding his ground. "You weren't fully cognizant in your previous state. You were damaged. I decided to take it upon myself to bring you back. While that may have been a presumptuous decision, I only had good intentions in mind." Good intentions for himself, actually. Ves had a feeling that Devia saw right through his intentions. A sardonic smile appeared on her face. "Well, your good intentions have led to this result. Are you happy?" "Of course. You look much livelier than before. I don't think anyone wants to live like an emotionless husk. Now that you are better, what are your intentions?" Venerable Stark briefly turned to Brutus before looking back at Ves. She did not hide her evaluating gaze. She acted as if she was shopping for groceries. I do not want to take up arms again. I have seen more than enough death and tragedy when I fought in the Sand War. However, human society is too decadent and corrupt. The smallest and weakest citizens all too frequently suffer the brunt of the mistakes of those at the top. They need a champion who can stand up on their behalf. And you hope to become that champion? Yes. Stark's eyes grew intense. Her force of will heated up, causing the office to become more and more oppressive. There are too few people in power who are willing to show any regard to the lowest members of our race. I detest this galaxy. Too many so-called space peasants are left to fend for themselves whenever damnable alien races launch an attack on the periphery of human space. Ves somewhat agreed with her. The Big Two painted themselves as the protectors of humanity, yet they were so locked in their ivory towers that they exhibited no sympathy at all when the Sandmen slaughtered trillions of innocent people. This kind of callous regard underscored the cruel reality that the major powers of human civilization were more concerned with their own machinations than dutifully fulfilling their noble mission. To be honest, Ves understood the perspective of the Big Two. They were in charge of protecting humanity as a whole. That did not mean they were supposed to be everyone's nanny. If the humans who were sheltering under their umbrella became too dependent on the MTA and the CFA, then they wouldn't be able to stand up for themselves once they were left to fend for themselves. Ves faintly guessed that the Big Two deliberately let the Sandmen rampage through the border states of the Komodo Star sector. With the strength displayed by the alien invaders, there was no way they could threaten the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. As long as that was the case, the damage the Sandmen were capable of inflicting would always be in a tolerable range. At the cost of ruining numerous inconsequential border states and allowing trillions of worthless space peasants to be swept by sand, the surrounding states and star sectors received a dire warning. They shouldn't count too much on others to protect themselves. If they wish to be safe, then they either need to show their worth or bolster their defenses. Of course, a former space peasant like Venerable Devia didn't think this way. As one of the direct victims of the Big Two's disregard, she looked like she held a vendetta. Ves grew a bit concerned about her volatile state. The last thing he needed was Venerable Devia entering into a fistfight with Master Willix. Of course, the former stood no chance against the latter. An MTA Master Mech Designer was not only accompanied by a slew of visible and hidden bodyguards, but was also armed to the teeth with self-protection measures. Shield generators, personal teleporters, and maybe a few custom-made gravity modules all ensured that not even the Gravata Narlax would be able to deprive the MTA of one of its top mech designers. Ves spoke up again. While I sympathize with your cause, I am not sure why you are here. I want to join the Larkinson clan. She came straight to the point. He frowned. The Larkinson clan is not aligned with your goals. We are mostly interested in lifting ourselves up. We do not serve other people. We have not accepted any noble missions. I know. Your clan is not completely fit for my purposes, but you are the only viable choice for me. As self-serving as you are, your clan is made up of honorable soldiers and warriors. I trust them. I do not object to fighting alongside your Larkinsons as long as your cause is just. Why us? No offense, but we are rather stuffed with expert pilots for the moment. Welcoming you into the fold will mean we have less resources to spend on other priorities. She snorted. I do not believe that your wealthy clan is at risk of going bankrupt anytime soon. While I may not be willing to fight all of your battles, an additional expert pilot such as myself will provide added security to your fleet. I promise to defend your Larkinsons against any unprovoked attacks. That is a rather vague criteria. Not every attack is as clear-cut as you think. What if the circumstances are more complex? I will follow my conscience. Her answer did not endear her to him. If the Larkinson clan didn't have any expert pilot, then he would have embraced her in an instant. As for now, Ves felt that dealing with the Ves Stark's baggage wasn't worth adding another expert pilot. He turned to his other visitor. Venerable Brutus, what do you think? The male expert pilot looked a bit subdued. Devia is ill-suited to join most states and organizations. While I have attempted to offer her a place in the hegemony, she refused. The Friday Coalition and the Hexatric hegemony are just as bad as the Big Two. I do not trust you and who you represent. I would rather take my luck with the Larkinson clan. At least the Larkinsons started from the bottom as well. They understand our plight much better than you elitist hexers. Ves palmed his face. You are not making it easier for me to accept you into our fold. If you merely want to join the Larkinson clan because you want to use us as a vehicle to take revenge on the Big Two, then please go away. It's suicide to even think about that. I will not let the men and women of my clan suffer because I decided to let in an unguided warhead. Though Devia Stark radiated with a stronger will than any of his newly advanced expert pilots, it was largely moot if Ves couldn't exercise any control. Not only that, the problem of providing her with a suitable expert mech was another headache. Master Willix only agreed to help with the development of 5 expert mechs. Seeing that Ves remained unmoved, Venerable Stark did something that he didn't expect from an expert pilot. She took a step back. Let us make a deal. Chapter 2483, A Typical Expert Pilot. People often held a lot of desires. They wanted to get rich. They wanted to lead an army of millions of mechs. They wanted to become a galactic mech counselor. It was unfortunate that reality couldn't accommodate so many wants and needs. Scarcity of money, power, resources, and opportunity forced many humans to settle for less. This was a universal rule that applied to everyone regardless whether they were humans, aliens, or exobeasts. Human society developed in a direction that wasn't able to fulfill every person's desire. However, in most corners of the galaxy, society offered them enough opportunities to work towards their goals. Compromising with others was an essential mechanic that drove people forward. As long as they held something of value, they were able to trade that with someone who possessed what they needed. Right now, Venerable Devia Stark exhibited a rare moment of restraint. Different from a number of other expert pilots, she appeared to be capable of recognizing her shortcomings. Maybe spending some time at the lowest a human could possibly be had given a good dose of perspective. If she was like Venerable Janzi, who never suffered a serious setback, her head would have probably swollen from all of her arrogance. For the next century, I agreed to serve the Larkinson clan in good faith, Venerable Stark proposed. I expect to receive the same treatment that you afford to the other expert pilots of your clan. This includes providing me with training resources, expert mechs, and relevant support. As long as you and your clan do not neglect me, I will bear arms against any of your enemies unless you ask me to violate my conscience. Her compromise sounded intriguing. She did not open up with an outrageous set of demands. In fact, Ves was quite surprised by how reasonable she sounded. Obviously, just because she was willing to take a step back didn't mean she had turned into a skilled negotiator. Ves coughed a bit. What do you mean by the last point? I am willing to fight against any manner of evil, the female expert pilot elaborated. If your fleet is waylaid by pirates, I will help you put them down. If an alien force bars your way, I will slaughter them all. However, if you are thinking about launching an unprovoked attack against a group that does not deserve it, I will not be a part of it. If you ever cross the line by engaging in piracy or slaughtering innocent people, then do not blame me for turning my arms against your forces. His face grew grim as Venerable Stark set her terms. She did not avoid the worst outcome. By stating her willingness to become an enemy of the Larkinson clan should it cross some sort of line, she was not doing herself any favors. "You're not making it easy for me, Venerable Stark." "I do not see why. My strength is at your disposal as long as you do not commit any evil." "I understand that, but the line between good and evil isn't always clear. What might be okay in our book may be highly reprehensible to you. How can we know what is allowed and not allowed?" "I will warn you first if I foresee any possible conflict," she stated. "So far, I do not believe this will be a grave concern. An honorable clan such as yours would never stoop so low." "That is good to hear. We Larkinsons may have separated from our previous service, but we still aim to uphold the ideals of our predecessors. The problem is that not every conflict is a straightforward clash between good and evil." "What are you talking about?" "What if we are competing against a rival to harvest a deposit of phase water in the Red Ocean? Both of us entered the Nixian Gap in pursuit of riches. Backing off just because someone is eyeing the same treasure as us just because we don't want to harm anyone is not very practical. Would you allow us to fight against such people, or will you force us to miss this opportunity in order to avoid hurting your feelings?" She frowned. This was indeed a troubling example. "In neutral circumstances such as these, I will not afford your opponents any sympathy. If you can make them back off without a fight, then that would be best. If they persist despite knowing they will come to blows with us, then they can fault no one but themselves if they lose their lives. Just make sure you do not bare your arms against civilians whenever possible. It is enough to defeat the combatants. Show some mercy to those who do not pose a threat to you and your clan." "That is acceptable," Ves conceded. "However, don't forget that many space-borne powers have a tendency to live aboard the same ship they work. This means that there will be instances where we will encounter vessels that pose a threat to us but also carry the families of mech pilots and other combat personnel. Will we be forced to fight with our hands tied behind our back even if that will give our enemies a chance to wipe out the entire Larkinson clan?" Venerable Stark scowled at him. "Cease these incessant attempts. I will not allow you to muddle my mind, devil tongue. As I have stated before, I will listen to my conscience. If casualties cannot be avoided, I may exercise some flexibility. However, as long as the remaining enemies pose no further threat, then I hope you will be able to stop." This was the most she was willing to go. She already made it clear that she was on guard against his devil tongue. What a headache. Ves hated his moniker. If he wasn't called the devil tongue, then he was confident he could manipulate Venerable Stark in compromising even further. Still, the terms she had already set were not that bad. At the very least, Ves gained a powerful asset that was bound to increase the security of his fleet. The two talked a bit further about what they were willing to do in order to uphold their end of the deal. The expert pilot did not gloss over what she sought from Ves and the Larkinson clan. "There is a reason why I agreed to sign up with you for 100 years and no further. If I am still alive at that time, it is likely that I have reached a level of strength that allows me to begin with furthering my actual goals. Whatever I have experienced over the course of my service to your clan will also help me navigate through society by myself." Oh boy. Venerable Stark was no different from a revolutionary in his eyes. She was bound to stir up a lot of trouble once she got loose. While he and his clan might not have anything to do with her agenda, once she started making enemies, her past affiliation with the Larkinsons meant that the clan might attract a lot of heat as well. If Ves wanted to avoid any possible negative repercussions, then he had to resolve this problem. The first option was to find a way to hook her into the Larkinson clan. As long as she earnestly turned into a Larkinson, she wouldn't jeopardize her fellow clansmen in order to pursue her vendetta. This was very difficult. Expert pilots couldn't be manipulated like regular people. Their iron will and steely convictions meant that external influences such as the Larkinson network simply had no effect. In hindsight, Ves should have forced her into the Larkinson clan when she was at her weakest. In her broken state, her mind should have been susceptible to indoctrination. Now, it was too late. Not only had she healed, but she even managed to temper mental fortitude in the process. To be honest, if not for her unreasonable purpose, Ves actually favored an expert pilot like her. The extremes she went through turned her into an expert pilot that was both unflinching but also flexible. In other words, she was a bit more human. Maybe Ves should force recalcitrant expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi through the same experience. Only by getting confronted by the consequences of failure would expert pilots like her truly understand that their power did not make them invincible. Several more minutes passed as Ves and Venerable Stark slowly set the terms of their contract. One of the stumbling blocks was the matter of providing her with an expert mech. "I want an expert mech that comes from you," she stated. "I want to receive the same benefits that you intend to provide to your other expert pilots. I have heard the rumors. From what I have observed from your clan, they are likely true. If you are capable of designing a mech that can accelerate my growth, then do not withhold this benefit from me. I need to grow as much as possible while I am in your service." This must be the primary reason why she applied to fight on behalf of the Larkinson clan. She could have approached other organizations, but she specifically came to him because he offered her the best growth opportunities that she could get. No one else managed to facilitate as many breakthroughs as Ves. Even if the rumors were a bit exaggerated, she still appreciated his living mechs. I can do that, but right now it is very difficult to fulfill your needs. You may have to wait a number of years for us to prepare your expert mech." He needed at least an entire year to design and fabricate his first expert mech in his estimation. An expert mech was such a complex machine that their optimization often continued after they were made. His answer did not make her happy. "That is too long. I cannot waste any time in improving myself. I need an expert mech as soon as possible in order to make the best use of my 100 years of servitude." "You're not the only expert pilot on the waiting list. I have 5 other names and it is very hard to justify letting you go first." "If I may interject, I may be able to offer a solution for that." Venerable Brutus butted into the negotiations. "You do not need to fund the project or provide the necessary materials to fabricate the expert mech. The Woden dynasty can cover these needs. We can even seek out a master from the hegemony to provide you with the necessary technical support." "That's a generous offer. However, I can hardly imagine that you're doing this for free." "You are quite astute, Ves." Brutus smiled. "The reason why we are willing to cover for the development of Ves Stark's expert mech is because this will be your payment for developing my next expert mech." Ves sat up straighter in his chair. "Are you serious? You already have an expert mech. Your Star Dancer is quite an impressive expert mech. I can easily imagine it serving you well for 1 or 2 decades. Brutus shook his head. "The Star Dancer is an excellent mech, but it is not a living mech. If I continue to pilot it, I suspect your Larkinson expert pilots will gradually leave me far behind. I do not want to become irrelevant. In order to protect my sister to the greatest possible degree, I need greater strength just as my fellow expert pilot here. As long as you design my expert mech to the best of your ability, the Woden dynasty will take care of the cost." This was quite a generous proposal. To be honest, this was exactly what he needed if he wanted to add 2 additional expert mechs to his fleet. Though Venerable Stark wouldn't be sticking around forever, the Larkinsons needed as much help as possible when it was still in its infancy. A century from now, a single expert pilot like her probably wasn't as critical anymore. As for Brutus, while he wasn't a Larkinson, His inclusion in the Glory Seekers effectively meant that he would be fighting alongside the Larkinson clan for the long haul. Empowering him was no different from empowering his Larkinson clan in that case. As Ves thought about how he could take advantage of this deal, Brutus issued a warning. "Oh, before you think of withholding some of your best inventions, Gloriana will be watching you like a hawk. Don't think about cutting any corners." Damn. Chapter 2484, Uplift Plan. Though the proposals put forward by both Venerable Stark and Venerable Brutus foisted a lot of obligations onto Ves and his clan, the payoff was considerable. Even when the Larkinson clan suffered from the rare problem of having too many expert pilots, obtaining the strength of 2 additional demigods was still an attractive prospect. When Ves considered his upcoming grand expedition, he knew that no matter how much he prepared for the Red Ocean, the other pioneers who had already arrived would certainly be stronger than him. The requirements of accessing the dwarf galaxy were so onerous that only those with strength with ability were able to take part in the scramble for phase water and virgin territory. Perhaps Ves might be confident in the strength of his forces when he only had to compete against other powers from the galactic rim. The pioneers from the local star clusters such as Hexers, Friday Men, Vicious Mountaineers and Majestic Tealers were pretty much on the same level as him. At most, they might be able to bring more manpower, ships and resources, but their foundation shouldn't differ as much. Of course, those who emerged from the more prosperous parts of the galactic rim such as the Winged Serenade Star sector enjoyed some advantages in tech, talent, and capital. Ves didn't believe the gap was insurmountable, though. It was a different story when it came to the pioneers who originated from the galactic heartland or the galactic center. The second-class powers who emerged from the more developed parts of the galaxy possessed much better foundations. Their mechs were stronger. Their mech pilots were better trained. Their vessels were more numerous and more resistant against damage. Their tech was simply unheard of in the galactic rim. When both sides brought an equal number of mechs, ships, and other support, Ves did not expect the Larkinson clan to gain the upper hand. The disparity was too big. Maybe every hopeful pioneer from the galactic rim will endure a lot of bullying once they enter the Red Ocean. Ordinarily, this wasn't a problem. The immense geographic separation between powers coming from the different galactic regions meant that it was difficult for one of them to bully the others. All of that was changing now that the Gate Consortium was building up a far-reaching network of Beyonder Gates. In the Red Ocean, people from every part of human space would converge in a tiny galaxy that was only a fraction the size of the Milky Way. However, once the old galaxy got used to the gates, Ves guessed that neglected regions such as the Yana star cluster might receive a considerable number of distant visitors in the coming decades. As long as people were able and willing to pay the price, humans from the galactic rim could instantly reach the galactic center, and vice versa. It no longer took entire generations to cross hundreds of thousands of light years. The instance where the Temple Protector of the Five Scrolls Compact reached the Komodo star sector a decade ahead of time was just the start of a new era. In any case, once the Larkinson clan entered the Red Ocean, it would certainly start off as one of the weakest second-class powers among the crowd. Of course, by harvesting the riches of the Red Ocean and trading with powerful groups, his clan should quickly be able to catch up. This was what Ves was really after. The Red Ocean was a melting pot filled with weaker and stronger pioneers. By designing mechs with advantages that appealed to these wealthy organizations, his clan would be able to uplift itself at a much more rapid pace than if it remained in a relatively barren and underdeveloped place like the Galactic Rim. This was his central plan. Though it was fraught with danger, Ves was confident he could navigate the challenges. It's not enough to become a master mech designer within a century. There are many masters in the galaxy, but they aren't necessarily powerful. Only a small subset of masters are ahead of their other colleagues. At a minimum, he should reach the same stature as Master Willix before he could even think about contending against the 5 Scrolls Compact. She was 170 years old according to her public record. Ves couldn't wait that long. He and his parents would always live under the shadow of the Compact until he finally became strong enough to survive the exposure of the Mech Designer System. Not that I intend that to happen, he muttered. That would take a lot of time. Until then, Ves needed to build up as many advantages as possible before his fleet passed through the intergalactic Beyonder Gate. Aside from leveraging his living mechs to grant unique advantages to his Larkinson mech pilots, he intended to lean on his expert pilots to make up the difference. It was unheard of for a space-borne fleet of the Larkinson clan's current scale to enjoy the protection of 7 expert pilots. That was an insane proportion considering that the Larkinson clan only had a couple of thousands of mech pilots at its disposal. Most of them also consisted of newly recruited talents who still needed to be integrated in their respective mech forces. As long as a handful of expert candidates broke through, he might very well be able to command up to 10 or 12 transcendent mech pilots. With so many expert pilots at his disposal, most people would never think about attacking the Larkinson clan. I guess I'll need to put a much greater emphasis on designing expert mechs in the next few years. This was not ideal for Ves. Both he and Gloriana were still journeymen who were unable to design expert mechs by themselves. They needed to reach out to third-party seniors or masters in order to deliver proper expert mechs. Well, if I need immediate access to a master mech designer, I can always knock on the doors of the Woden dynasty. Venerable Brutus Woden readily arranged the services of a master. That told Ves that he could probably ask the dynasty to find a cooperative high-ranking mech designer whenever he wanted. Normally, he would celebrate this opportunity. Yet the thought that he would have to collaborate with a Hexer mech designer who was far worse than Gloriana instantly spoiled his mood. 2 times is enough. I don't think I can tolerate anything more. For the sake of gaining 2 powerful helpers in the form of Brutus and Stark, Ves was willing to grit his teeth and suffer whatever a Hexer master mech designer threw at him. It wasn't necessary for them to become friends to design an adequate mech. There were other ways to expand his clan's ability to survive the Red Ocean. We can partner up with other powerful allies. He couldn't help but stray his thoughts towards the Cross clan. As ragged as they appeared, they should have at least something going for them. While he looked down on them to an extent, he knew that the Crosser mech pilots could probably beat his mech pilots in any even fight. His men simply couldn't catch up to the impressive martial traditions of an established power that once ruled a portion of the mighty Garland Empire. It took decades to accumulate a comparable degree of skill and experience. Since the Cross clan had entered the Hisneck system in strength, the foreign exiles were clearly aiming to cooperate with the Larkinson clan. Ves wasn't in a hurry to meet with the Crossers. He didn't want to appear too eager. Against such a powerful clan, he needed every advantage that he could get in order to guarantee the rights of his clansmen. Once he finished his musings, he decided to get some advice on the matter. He already sounded out Calabas, so he decided to stop by Major Vril. As Ves exited his office with Lucky, he walked through the temporary base, greeting several passing Larkinsons as he approached the building taken up by the expanding military bureau. Different from half a year ago, the Larkinson clan adopted a lot of pets. Ma ma ma! Wuh! 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 Chirp! HSSS, HSSS. Scores of well-behaved animals were making the base livelier. The cats, dogs, lizards, birds, and other pets each showed signs of intelligence. If they weren't sentient, they were liable to get in the way of a passing mech. Ves slowed his steps and looked bemused at the row of cats looking at Ves, Lucky and the Larkinson mandate with worship. To his surprise, every single pet was connected to the Larkinson network. That's not right. Goldie, did you let them into the network? Nya. A grim expression appeared on his face. He only took humans into account when he designed the Larkinson network. He envisioned the golden cat influencing the people connected to the network, and vice versa. While the former was technically a cat, Goldie was such a formidable life form that she transcended her species. The same was not the case for the pets that Ves encouraged his clansmen to adopt. What if the army of cats passed on their cattiness to his clansmen? Would they begin to go crazy as soon as they sniffed catnip? Would Ves have to worry about them developing a habit of licking each other? As Ves peered at the pets some more, he became a bit less concerned. Connected they may be, their minds and spirits were very weak. They couldn't compare against actual humans. This meant that they shouldn't be able to exert any meaningful influence through the Larkinson network. In fact, rather than worrying about the animals influencing humans, he should instead worry about pets taking on human-like traits. Well, they're just a bunch of designer pets. Even if they grow smarter, at most they'll be able to count to 10. Goldie will keep an eye on them as well to ensure they won't pose a threat to the clan. He tossed aside this problem and continued to walk until he entered Major Vrol's office. Sir, what brings you here today? Ves threw Lucky in the air and sat down at a nearby chair. Tell me about the Cross clan. Meow! As he spun around in the air, Lucky quickly stabilized his flight. He grumpily landed on top of V's head and began to mess up any hair within reach. Both Ves and Major Vrol ignored Lucky's antics. Once Major Vrol pulled up some data about the Cross clan, he began to share his thoughts. We don't know the actual state of the Crossers. While we can infer a lot of clues by observing their ships and mechs, the vicious mountaineers have proven to be surprisingly good at hiding secrets. Some of my analysts think that this is an indication that the Cross clan is hiding something valuable. This may be something that the foreigners intend to use as a bargaining chip in their negotiation with us. So far, we don't know what it is, and we don't dare to press too close. It is unseemly to engage in subterfuge when there is a strong MTA presence in the star system. We can't explain ourselves if we get caught. Ves dismissively waved his hand. You made the right choice. Even without an active MTA presence, there are too many other visitors who are keeping an eye on us. We'd have to be stupid to do something to one of our guests. Let's get back to the Cross clan. Aside from their combat strength, what makes them special? Major Vrol did not answer instantly. Instead, he manipulated his desk terminal until he came across the right file. A large projection appeared in front of Ves. It depicted a thick physical book. What am I looking at, Major? The personal journal of Lord Hemington Cross. Ves widened his eyes. What does it contain? Lord Hemington left this journal behind so that the expert pilots of his clan can learn from his experiences. While the book doesn't contain a concrete formula on how to advance to ace pilot, the insights it contains are doubtlessly invaluable to anyone looking to reach this exalted rank. The Cross clan became a lot more interesting now that it had shown its willingness to share such a treasure. Chapter 2485 Autonomous Expert Pilots. Several expert pilots came together. Despite their commonalities, they rarely sought each other out. Expert pilots possessed their own convictions and weren't afraid to convey them. When two expert pilots with different perspectives gathered together, some level of friction always took place. Though the Larkinson expert pilots weren't specifically opposed to each other, having their domains rub against each other was not entirely comfortable. This was one of the reasons why high-ranking mech pilots generally did not congregate in larger numbers. Today was an exception. Every expert pilot of the Larkinson clan entered a meeting room. They were quite familiar with each other, so they did not speak too much. Some form of friction was immediately evident. The air became charged with competing domains. None wished to admit defeat. Eventually, a balance formed where each expert pilot claimed a small piece of territory. Venerable Joshua stood furthest away from his former girlfriend. He looked towards his girlfriend with hope, only for her to turn around to chat with Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Dice. At least someone kept him company. Girl problems? Don't start. What about you? We're expert pilots, buddy. We don't need to hook any fish. They come swimming towards us as if we're made of bait. Once we get tired, we can throw our catch aside and grab another one from the water. Joshua frowned. That's not for me. I'm looking for a relationship that lasts. I thought I had something with Janzi, but we've grown too far apart. Venerable Tusa snorted. I don't know why you want to shackle yourself to a woman so soon. We're still young enough to enjoy the pleasures of life. Family life can wait until we've grown older and overcome our initial years as expert pilots. Right now, we may be demigods, but we're the weakest ones around. Any seasoned expert pilot with the right mech can beat us into the ground. I think that's an even greater reason to commit to a relationship. If I ever go, at least a part of me lives on. The patriarch will take good care of my family. More like the patriarch will find every way possible to milk your kids like he is milking us. Sheesh, Joshua. It's fine if you drool all over our mechs, but don't let that blind you to the shady stuff that is taking place. The last battle. Joshua made a warning gesture. Let's not talk about that. Haven't you ever wondered why VS really entered the Nixian Gap and almost drove us all to our deaths? Gaining experience, my bud. No amount of live combat is worth losing so many of our comrades. The way I see it, the so-called Dark Gods that showed up at the Battle of Yulamos Citadel and the battle against the Abyss might be his actual mission. Defeating the Gravata Narlax was just icing on the cake for him. Haven't you ever asked yourself why a random portal showed up? What is the Patriarch's relationship with the Dark Cleaver? Why is he so friendly with that humanoid alien god? Though every expert pilot had been ordered to move on from the battles, Venerable Tusa hadn't been able to do so. Too many abnormalities had taken place ever since he joined the clan. It was completely opposite to the old Larkinson family, which had always been incredibly stable. Before Tusa could spread his views further, the entrance to the room slid open. An old man along with a few young adjutants passed through. The staff officers immediately felt as if they entered a room with elevated pressure. Different emotional fields crashed against their minds, causing them to slow their steps. Restrain yourselves, please. We are all Larkinsons here. Give my subordinates some reprieve. The old man's voice did not have much force behind it, but something about it commanded respect. The expert pilots no longer let their force of wills run around unabated. They actively retracted their presence. The oppressiveness inside the room quickly dimmed. The staff officers quickly regained their breath. Once the old man stood at the head of the stable, he gestured to every expert pilot to take their seats. I am Christoph Larkinson. Patriarch Ves Larkinson and Major Quinlis Verl have invested me as the head of the newly founded Hall of Heroes. As your commandant, I am not your boss. Few people within the clan have the right to issue commands to venerables. You should see me in my office as your stewards. We handle the paperwork. We take charge of your logistics. We crew your ships and service your mechs. Are you clear about my role? Venerable Tusa raised his hand. Sir, does that mean I can refuse any orders or suggestions you issue? The new commandant nodded. Correct. My men and I do not presume to control you. We don't have the right. You have been granted a lot of autonomy for the clan because certain people believe that is the best way for you to develop your strength. Why take us away from our units? Venerable Dice resentfully asked. The sword maidens are mine. I belong there, not in this stupid hall. Ditto. Venerable Orphan uttered. Too much hand-holding won't do the sword maidens and the flagrant vandals any favors. While we don't prohibit you from interacting with your former subordinates, we advise you to keep some distance. This will enable them to stand up for themselves. Requesting your aid should be a measure of last resort, not a routine choice whenever they are in trouble. Do you understand? The former commanders shook their heads. They had strong ties to their former units. They never imagined that the clan would pull them out and dump them into the Hall of Heroes. To say that they were pissed was an understatement. Despite facing the ire of 2 expert pilots, Commandant Christoph kept his composure. As a veteran of the Brightvision Wars, he had experienced worse in battle. Facing down a pair of expert pilots hardly fazed the war veteran. It's understandable that you are upset, but I think you will understand the merits of this approach in time. Just give it a few years. If you are still opposed, then you may bring your complaints to the clan patriarch. That settled the issue, for now at least. Tusa asked another question. Sir, how does the Hall of Heroes fit within the force makeup of our clan? What is our role? The Commandant smiled. That is mostly up to you. While our hall can issue requests or offer advice, we do not intend to force you to do something that you object to. Don't want to tutor any mech pilots? That's fine. You want to take every weekend off? You can skip your duties as long as your presence isn't required. As I've stated earlier, you can choose to go anywhere you like and spend time with any clansman you want. The expert pilots each looked mollified after hearing that. The Hall of Heroes truly did not intend to subject them to any rigid discipline. It was up to themselves to choose how they wanted to spend their time. Isn't this a bit too loose? Venerable Janzi puzzlingly questioned. How will the Hall of Heroes benefit the rest of the clan if we are not obliged to do anything? We will reward you for every contribution you make, Commandant Christoph answered. One of our roles is to track your efforts and determine how many Larkinson merits you are owed. Larkinson merits? They're still relevant to expert pilots such as you. We are not in the Mech Corps or the military anymore. Your mech regiments won't automatically take care of all of your needs. If you do nothing, you will still earn a salary and obtain some decent benefits, but if you want more, you will have to work for it. You can exchange any merits you earn for any of the regular rewards offered by the Larkinson Merit Exchange, such as augments and such. Is that all? Venerable Orphan frowned. As expert pilots, they had already transcended their humanity to an extent. Even without possessing any implants or modified genes, their piloting skill had already exceeded the standard of elite second-class mech pilots who enjoyed all of the latest gene mod templates and implants. While their minds and wills had experienced the greatest transformations, their bodies were no longer normal either, though their physical changes were fairly modest. Some high-ranking expert pilots even eschewed modifications entirely. It was entirely possible for baseline humans to evolve all the way to God Pilot. Therefore, augments no longer held the same attraction to the expert pilots. What were they supposed to spend their merits on instead? Christoph already understood that regular rewards no longer attracted them. They needed something else to keep them motivated. Don't worry. We haven't neglected your wants and needs. The main reason why you want to earn Larkinson merits is because the Larkinson Merit Exchange will open a list of rewards exclusive to expert pilots. He gestured his hand. A projection of a list appeared into view. While the list didn't contain many items, many of them immediately aroused their interest. These are rewards relating to our expert mechs. Exactly. Commandant Christoph smirked. One of the benefits of having a pair of excellent mech designers in our clan is that they can provide a wide latitude of services to you. While we are still in the process of preparing your initial expert mechs for you, once you have them, you'll want them to get better. As long as you are useful to the clan, you'll earn enough merits to make use of the services on the list. The list already offered the expert pilots a number of desirable options. They ranged from modifying their expert mechs, upgrading their expert mechs, obtaining additional weapons or modules, and so on. The most extravagant reward on the list was to obtain a second expert mech. The expert pilots were pleased at this arrangement. While the Larkinson clan didn't provide them with a lot of welfare, none of the expert pilots were lazy or self-entitled. They all intended to contribute to the clan regardless. But with this special merit structure in place, they knew exactly what they could get. They weren't subject to superiors who held the final say on when to upgrade their expert mechs and how many additional loadouts they should have. As long as the expert pilots wanted more, they would never rest. Each of them were driven people. Just because they gained the opportunity to shed their mortality didn't mean that they had reached their end goal. Becoming an expert pilot was just the start. The road to God pilot was unimaginably long, but each venerable dreamed of reaching the end. Those who gave up easily never possessed the fortitude to undergo apotheosis in the first place. Commandant Christoph answered some additional questions. The expert pilots wanted to know what contributions earned them merits, and what would be the best way to harvest them quickly. Aside from defending our clan in battle, training your fellow mech pilots is the next best way to earn merits, the older Larkinson said. You will be judged by how much the mech pilots you have tutored have improved beyond the norm. If any of them happen to break through to an expert candidate or expert pilot, then you'll be rewarded with a hefty amount of merits. This made every expert pilot thoughtful. Perhaps they should spend more time with the existing expert candidates of the clan. If they managed to help any of them advance, then that would mean they could strengthen their expert mechs. One more thing. While it is true that we do not foist too many demands on you, we do insist that each of you obtain a retinue. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi, and Venerable Tusa already have one, so only Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice must set this up. Just recruit some mech pilots you like. Allow them to stay close to you. Let them learn from you and keep you company. Once you let your attendants go, we hope they will grow into exceptional elites. In fact, the Larkinson clan hoped that some battle companions might break through as well in the future. Chapter 2486. He's a good boy. I'm telling you, Riella! Some good old-fashioned mech duels are indispensable to a good show. Director Riella Larkinson shoved Vincent aside. Your suggestion is noted. I will make sure to consider your input carefully before I throw it in the trash. Come on. Why don't you agree? The mech athletes in our clan are jumping at the opportunity to impress the wedding guests. I said no, okay? Many of our guests are hexers or visitors from other second-rate states. They'll laugh at us when we try to entertain them with duels between third-class mechs. Then why aren't we dueling with second-class mechs instead? We're not good enough yet. Rather than embarrassing ourselves, we should impress the guests in other ways. Parading around the captured warships and showing off our expert pilots is enough to earn their respect. There is no need for us to paint ourselves as clowns by showing off our weak and pathetic mechs. The Adonis Colossus is not weak and pathetic. He's a masterpiece. Riella glared extra hard at Vincent. My decision is final. Besides, even if you manage to convince me, you still have to go through Gloriana. Let me tell you that she thinks even less of our mech games circuit. With all of the focus towards the military side of the Larkinson clan, the leisure side received relatively little attention. The more serious clansmen still saw Riella's efforts as trivial, but she knew her investment would eventually pay off in the future. The main reason why the Larkinsons didn't yearn too much for in-house entertainment was because they had easy access to an entire planet. Off-duty Larkinsons frequently took a shuttle ride to the cities of Synnax 6. There, they could attend much grander arena matches or go out at some amazing venues. Yet once the grand expedition truly started, every Larkinson needed to get used to living most of their lives aboard ships. The carriers, transports, logistical ships, and so on provided much less venues for entertainment. At that time, Riella believed the Larkinson Championship Series would become the primary form of group entertainment for her fellow clansmen. Compared to most forms of virtual entertainment, a competitive circuit that not only took place in real space but was rooted in the clan should be able to capture the imagination of many Larkinsons. Am I right, Minxie? Niall. The elegant white cat resting on her lap squinted her eyes and rubbed her furry head against Riella. As Riella laid some plans for the future while ignoring Vincent's complaints, elsewhere another Larkinson contemplated his future. After presiding over an exhaustive meeting that dealt with the reorganization and expansion of the avatars of myth, Melker Larkinson wandered off to a large mech workshop. After passing through the mandatory security checks, he entered the enormous hall. A large number of heavily damaged mechs that Task Force Predator hadn't been able to restore were being reconstructed by hundreds of industrious mech technicians. A handful of low-ranking mech designers diligently planned out the repairs while the chief technicians made sure their men followed their instructions. Off to the side, a team of braves and erudites were personally carrying over a special mech. While the Quint was still in fighting shape when it returned to Synnax, its condition had deteriorated. A lot of smaller issues and micro-cracks had formed that might not impact its performance now, but would lead to severe problems in the future. In order to make sure the mech retained its masterwork quality, the clan had to provide it with excellent care. Several teams of notable mech designers such as Rena Orion, Felicia Slen, and Oscar D. Martin reverentially disassembled the exceptional machine and serviced its parts. How is the work proceeding? It's going well, sir, though we're running behind schedule, Merrill O'Brien answered. The Quint is not a regular Bright Warrior mech. We would rather err on the side of caution than ruin one of the Miracle Couple's best works. The majestic mech that was still assigned to Venerable Joshua deserved the best treatment that the Larkinson clan could offer. Strictly speaking, Ves and Gloriana should have been working on the mech in person, but they were far too busy to perform this kind of work. The lead designers entrusted the responsibility of maintaining the mechs assigned to the expert pilots to their assistants. While Melker wasn't able to judge the quality of their work, so far the Quint did not appear to have suffered. That was good. Excuse me, Commander, but this is the third time you have come to inspect the Quint in the last 3 days. So? Melker raised his eyebrow. It was too bad that his large visor hid this gesture. The Quint is no longer under the purview of the avatars of myth, Merrill flatly stated. Venerable Joshua Larkinson and his bright companions have been transferred to the Hall of Heroes. Frankly speaking, the condition of the masterwork mech is none of your business anymore. The Avatar commander smiled wryly. I am aware of that. I still can't stop myself from coming back. I'll be seeing this mech a lot less once Venerable Joshua settles on another berth. Hopefully, once he obtains his expert mech, the Quint will become free. Are you hoping to become its next mech pilot? I can't hide it from anyone, huh? Your guess is right. It's not much of a guess when everyone here can see how much you yearn to pilot it. Even I get amazed at how this mech just comes together in a way that none of the other machines can match. You're not a mech designer, so you don't fully understand the brilliance of what we see. It's a privilege to work on such a sublime mech. I hope you will take good care of it, because I will fight to be its next mech pilot. Melker spoke with determination. I've saved up all of my merits and refrained from spending it anywhere else. I hope VS will grant my request even if my avatars haven't performed fantastically well during the Nixian Gap campaign. After spending years on establishing the avatars of myth as the premier mech troop of the Larkinson clan, his personal development as a mech pilot had suffered. It was impossible for him to match the training intensity of every other avatar mech pilot when he had to be in charge all the time. Yet in his heart, he still hadn't forgotten his identity as a mech pilot. Whenever he encountered Venerable Joshua or Venerable Tusa, he wanted to be like them. He would eagerly give up his position as Avatar Commander if he was able to become an expert pilot. You should wait before you make any hasty requests, Merrill advised. The clan patriarch has made it clear to us that the Quint is no longer a mech to be piloted lightly. He is personally in charge of deciding who gets to pilot it, and he has already told us that only expert candidates are eligible. Her words instantly collapsed half of Melker's dreams. Why? You would have to ask our patriarch about that. From what I see, the Quint and a number of other LMC mechs that have survived the Nixian Gap campaign are different. They are stronger and greater than the mechs that have always been in use here in Hisneck. I think that these machines may have been the reason why our clan has welcomed the likes of Venerable Joshua. Her views only fueled Melker's desire to pilot the Quint. Wasn't it good that the Masterwork mech facilitated Venerable Joshua's rise? What if he received the opportunity to pilot this great machine? Though Melker understood the logic of letting the expert candidates pilot the Quint instead, the selfish part of him wanted to seek out VS right away. Hold your horses, Commander. Merrill grasped his arm. The Quint is a fine mech, but its design doesn't completely fit a mech pilot such as you. It's better off in the hands of someone who is skilled in more aspects of mech combat. Our clan will soon have something better in store. Such as what? The successor to the Crystal Lord. Melker frowned. I've heard about that. I'm no longer interested in piloting third-class mechs. I think you'll find the second version of the Crystal Lord to be a lot more impressive than you think. Besides, just like the Quint and the other mechs of the expert pilots, you can ask the miracle couple to customize a mech that fits your needs. That sounded a bit more interesting to Melker. Tell me more. As the two discussed his potential options, some Wodens were gathering some distance away. Constance Woden greeted her oldest two daughters as she studied a projection of the hexagonal-shaped wedding platform. Every single detail had to be as precise and flawless as possible to do her youngest's wedding justice. Mother, Amarantha Woden spoke first. We have studied the changes taking place in the Larkinson clan ever since the boy returned. Report. The imperious woman spoke. The Larkinson clan is accelerating its preparations to embark on a grand expedition. Their current focus lies in recruiting high-skilled mech pilots and other personnel as well as accumulating supplies suited for extended journeys. The three Woden women were disappointed at this development. So Ves Larkinson truly intends to leave, Constance wearily remarked. He's too rebellious for his own good. Calandra gritted her teeth. Gloriana hasn't done a good job at restraining him. In fact, she's letting him run free. Constance raised her hand, causing her second daughter to fall silent. We have talked about this. We cannot apply our standards to the boy and his clan. They are foreigners, not hexers. It may be difficult to accept this truth, but for the sake of our daughter, let us not spoil our relationship with the Larkinsons. Amarantha reluctantly nodded in agreement. Mother is right. We're not used to this, but we aren't dealing with other hexers anymore. Dealing with foreigners on an equal basis was something new to the hexers. To them, foreigners either meant Friday men or lessers. In both cases, the hexers were used to issuing demands. Calandra, what have you learned from the movements of their high-ranking mech pilots? They're trying out something different. Rather than keeping their expert pilots attached to their units, the Larkinsons have set up a Hall of Heroes where they will preside from now on. Strangely enough, control over them is very loose. They can do as much or as little as they want, but if they want to obtain rewards such as upgrading their expert mechs, they have to earn merits like the rest of their clansmen. How? Friday men of them. Her sister reacted with contempt. This is straight out of the playbook of the Fortune Legion. Rather than keeping his expert pilots under control, the boy intends to incentivize them as if he were a merchant. He's a mech designer and a businessman. You can't expect anything better from such a greedy boy. His greed played an essential role in his success. While we Hexers are accustomed to taking orders from those who are older and wiser from us, the debased people of the rest of the galaxy can only be manipulated by acting on their material desires. Constance lightly rebuked her daughters. Now, what is the state of our glory seekers? They are fully ready to accompany the Larkinson clan, Calandra answered. We have made sure to add plenty of civilian personnel to their ranks. Once they reach the Red Ocean, they can establish a Hexer colony in the new galaxy whenever they find the right opportunity. Gloriana will have her kingdom if she so desires. Gloriana has always been ambitious. If the Larkinson clan cannot keep her safe, then the glory seekers cannot fail. We know, Mother. While there are limits to what the glory seekers can bring, Brutus will make sure that Gloriana is well cared for. He's a good boy. That he is. Constance smiled. Chapter 2487, Dreaming About Ships. The vigorous preparations for the grand wedding continued apace. With the final days counting down, the last guests authorized to attend the wedding had just arrived in time. Those who arrived after the deadline had passed were not allowed to go any further. There was too little time for them to reach the inner system and undergo a thorough background and security check. While hardly anyone believed that someone would disrupt such an important wedding, it was better to be safe than sorry. As more and more visitors converged from as far away as the Winged Serenade Star sector, a lot of noteworthy people came as well. Mech designers, exobiologists, weapon developers, shipwrights, infantry commanders, and other distinguished professionals arrived to attend the highly anticipated social event. Even if the wedding hadn't already started, it was already worth it for them to travel to the Synnax system. Aside from admiring the brutal majesty of the Gravata Narlax, the guests also socialized with each other. The wedding attracted such a wide and diverse crowd that the visitors eagerly took the opportunity to expand their networks. In the meantime, the Larkinson clan quietly approached some of the professionals it most desired. Lately, Ves decreed that they should increase their focus towards recruiting shipwrights. Of course, he didn't want any casual ship designers. He needed qualified, senior professionals who possessed an abundant amount of experience in designing and building capital ships. The Larkinson clan didn't have much luck in attracting them. Shipwrights at this level were usually attached to their companies or states for life. It was extremely rare for any of them to get fired or voluntarily retire from their positions. Even if it became untenable for them to remain with their established employer, they often received immediate offers from organizations they were already familiar with. There was no need for any of them to jump ship to a volatile clan that might very well crash and burn in a couple of years. There were always exceptions, though. The Larkinson clan persisted in its efforts. Finally, the recruiters managed to gain the interest of someone who did not immediately respond with a polite rejection. The only snag was that the senior shipwright in question wanted to speak to the clan patriarch in person. He would not settle for anything less until he could talk to Ves in person. So Ves took some time off his busy schedule to meet with the foreigner. A man who appeared to be middle-aged entered V's office. The man did not step on the floor but hovered over it like many other elitist second-raters tended to do. This was a powerful man. Mr. Arundert Sai. Ves began as he shook the senior shipwright's hand. My people tell me you requested a meeting with me. Are you interested in joining the Larkinson clan, or do you wish to make other arrangements? I am here for the latter. Ves couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sai had been a bit ambiguous about his needs, probably so that he could meet with Ves. Now that he was here, he no longer needed to play coy. I see. Mr. Tsai lowered himself to his seat and smiled gently. You misunderstand my intentions. It has never been my purpose to lead you on. I am aware that your Larkinson clan seeks a shipwright who is experienced in capital ship design and ship construction. I can already tell you that no one else than I will respond to your requests, at least from the local star sectors. Our circle is very tight, and I know that everyone at my level is content with their current lot. None of us old bones have any desire to throw away everything we worked for to go on a dangerous adventure. If you are not considering our job offer, then what am I mistaken about? I traveled here with my protégé, my daughter Vivian. I have taught and guided her ever since she earned her degree in naval engineering. While she does not have my experience presiding over the design and construction of over 50 unique capital ships like myself, I have imparted the nucleus of my wisdom to her. She may lack the necessary experience, but she is still capable of designing a capital ship from the ground up, provided she has both time and a complete team of assistants. Unlike mech design, capital ships cannot be developed by a single designer. As a fellow engineer, I understand, Ves respectfully replied. Deceiving bastard as he was, Tsai was still an incredibly accomplished shipwright. Tell me more about your daughter, then. Is this your idea or hers? Why haven't you brought her here if you intend to push her forward? Mr. Tsai's demeanor dampened a bit. To be honest, it is not her idea to apply to your clan. I am exploring options on her behalf. How old is she? 35. Ves frowned. She's old enough to make her own decisions. We don't engage in slavery here. If you are trying to press her into employment with us, we can't accept her in good conscience. I am sure I can persuade her that joining you is the right choice, the older man confidently stated. Ugh! Ves rubbed his face. I don't quite understand. Why are you so eager to dump her onto my lap? While I am not opposed to recruiting a bright shipwright recommended by someone as capable as you, I feel there is a story behind your actions. It's not too complicated. Let me begin by explaining our background. As you may have doubtlessly learned, my daughter and I are citizens of the Harmony Association in Majestic Teal. The HA is equivalent to a small second-rate state. I am familiar with how Majestic Teal is ruled. Good, then that saves me some trouble. I won't waste your time by explaining what the Harmony Association does and what it excels at. It's difficult for us to explain our philosophy to outsiders. Let me state something clearer. I believe the Harmony Association is under threat. While there are few signs of this, the information that I have access to hints at something greater. Okay, that was better. Ves returned to familiar ground. I see. So you're afraid the Harmony Association might come under attack, so you want to send off your daughter so that she can avoid the coming storm. While I understand this rationale, surely you could have sent your daughter to a safer destination. I believe that many employers from Winged Serenade should be eager to take on a woman with her qualifications. That is true, but she would be joining an organization with few friends, many rivals and competitors, and no strong backers. She will not be able to develop herself as freely and quickly as she has under my wing. Ves could understand that as well. Mech designers face these situations all the time. Unless she became her own boss, Vivian Tsai would always have to devote her time on other people's projects. He decided to play devil's advocate. Sometimes structure isn't necessarily bad. I have heard that shipbuilding is an incredibly time-consuming profession. The amount of knowledge you must learn and the practical experience you need to build enormous ships is astounding. Most people who are capable of designing a capital ship tend to be older than 50 or 60 years old from what I've learned. Mr. Tsai sighed. You are well informed. That is mostly correct. Talent, upbringing, and augmentations can do much to shorten the time. While I am confident in my daughter's abilities, she cannot offer you proof. However, you have my word that she is fully up to the task. May I ask what you seek? Normally, most organizations do not engage in shipbuilding. It is too difficult to design ships in-house. It is much more convenient to approach a shipyard. That was what Ves and the Larkinsons were used to, but he wasn't content with that anymore. As a mech designer and craftsman, I have more faith in the products we make ourselves than resorting to products made by others. Starships are one of the most vital assets of a space-borne power. To entrust their design and construction to third parties is rather precarious. Any enemy can approach the shipyard and steal or buy the full schematics of our vessels. Mr. Tsai became affronted. You think too little of us. We have integrity, Mr. Larkinson. We would never betray the trust of our customers. I believe in your integrity, but what of that of your managers? What of your company president, or the owners? Are they as committed to their principles as you are? Greed can sway many people. The senior shipwright pressed his lips. I cannot discount that possibility. However, let me tell you that I have not come across a situation where any of our people betrayed anyone's trust. Perhaps the company you are working for is honest, but you cannot say that about others. Look, even if the chance of foul play is low, I think it is better if we rely more on ourselves. I do not see how that is possible. Capital ships can only be built in capital-grade orbital shipyards. A moving fleet such as yours cannot provide the conditions necessary to build a ship larger than a frigate. I'm aware. I don't intend to expand into the shipbuilding industry. What I need are shipwrights who can design the ships our clan needs. Whether we need capital ships or smaller craft, our clan must have a department that is dedicated towards developing these vessels according to our own requirements. As for building the ships, I suppose we can rent out a shipyard from an existing shipbuilding company. Mr. Tsai was not unfamiliar with this model. I shall be honest. My daughter may not be entirely suited for such work, but she can grow into the role. The main difficulty is that she will not be able to preside over a shipyard in the long term. However, I will make sure to be in frequent communication with her so that I can continue to guide her and pass on my wisdom. I have no objections to that so long as nothing sensitive is shared over the galactic net. You do not need to remind me about confidentiality, Mr. Larkinson. Both of us know what we can say over unsecure channels. Both of them knew what they wanted from each other. The Larkinson clan wanted to gain ship design capabilities, while Mr. Tsai had too many commitments and attachments to the Harmony Association to consider any offers. His daughter might be able to take his place. Ves didn't entirely like this arrangement. He wanted someone who he could fully entrust with the matter of designing new ships for the clan. Rather than getting someone who was the equivalent of a senior mech designer, he would be receiving a younger woman who was akin to an apprentice mech designer. The gulf between father and daughter was quite vast, and there was no guarantee that the latter might climb her way up any time soon. Still, unlike the supply of mech designers, the supply of competent and capable shipwrights was like water in a desert. Their profession was a lot harder to get into. At the same time, many science and engineering students would rather study something cool like mech design. In the Age of Mechs, the amount of students who wanted to become mech designers was at least 1,000 times more than those who wanted to become shipwrights. This was unthinkable if they were living in the Age of Conquest. Everyone was mad about starships and warships at that time. At the end of the meeting, Ves had not decided yet whether he should take Vivian on. He had to consider this matter further. I will need to meet Vivian before I'm ready to evaluate her. You need to talk to her as well and convince her to join us. If she isn't willing, then we won't take her. Am I clear? You do not need to be worried about this, Sai confidently stated. My daughter will see the light soon enough. Chapter 2488 Saint. With just 1 day left until the wedding commenced, the entire Synax system grew tense. The locals had long become engrossed in the mania surrounding the grand occasion. It didn't matter whether Ves was a former bride. The Sentinels even put down their disgust towards Hexers in order to take pride that their state had been chosen as the venue for this enormous event. Many Sentinel nobles had arrived long ago. Even King Baramith Ziv, the monarch of the Sentinel Kingdom, had arrived a few days ago in a slightly more noteworthy fashion. Of course, forget about the counts and dukes, even the king couldn't secure a meeting with the miracle couple. Though the Larkinson clan still needed time to replace its third-class ships and mechs with second-class equivalents, everyone already knew it had effectively reached this level. Ever since the survivors of the Nixian Gap campaign returned with the Gravata Narlax in tow, only fools doubted the combat prowess of the Larkinson clan. With at least 5 expert pilots serving under its wing, the upstart clan had already risen far above other attempts to gain independence. If that wasn't enough, then the rising fortunes of the Living Mech Company greatly caught the imagination of those who valued the power of money. With an estimated revenue that surpassed that of many companies led by seniors, the money pouring into the coffers of the Larkinson clan was more than enough to make even Hexers green with envy. All of these reasons and more aroused the interests of many distinguished guests from many different second-rate states. Managing all of these guests was difficult. Rivals and enemies came in close contact with each other. Fortunately, the Hexers brought troops to give anyone second thoughts about starting up trouble. Still, incidents did take place regardless, giving the security guards a lot of headaches. Ves thought that people at this level were supposed to be calm, thoughtful, and rational like Senator Tovar. In actuality, the wedding drew envoys ranging from hotheads, intellectuals, introverts, militarists, believers, and more. Part of it was because many organizations and states dispatched representatives rather than their heads. Another part of it was that successful people tended to possess forceful personalities. In order to climb the ranks, it wasn't enough to be quietly competent. Faced with brutal competition, those who wanted to rise above their station had to be proactive. As Ves spent some time with meeting some of the more important guests, he gained a better sense of high society. Personally, he did not particularly enjoy entertaining these snobs. They all wanted something from him. Of great importance was whether they could get their hands on his rumored expert pilot producing mechs. No matter how much he denied their requests, the people who approached him always seemed to think they had a chance. Do they think they're special or something? Do they really think the rules don't apply to them? How dare they demand something as controversial as this under Master Willix's nose? Aside from this, the visitors also made other inquiries. Some wanted to invest in the LMC. Others wanted to obtain easy passage to the Red Oceans. A few sought to partner up with the Larkinson clan. Ves rejected all of them. The offers simply weren't sincere enough. While the benefits they promised might be interesting to the current Larkinson clan, what about the future? A decade from now, most of these local tyrants wouldn't be qualified anymore to approach him. Unless they put up something that would interest him in the future, Ves politely rebuffed the greedy bastards who thought they could take advantage of his supposed lack of awareness. Just because he was an average third-rater a decade ago didn't mean he was easy to fool. The hardest person to scam is another scammer. One of the hidden advantages he possessed was his spiritual perception. Every prominent guest who met with him possessed strong personalities. This made it relatively easy for Ves to read their overall moods. Even if he couldn't get a precise read on their dim spiritualities, he could get a faint impression of their emotions. Far too many of the distinguished men and women either felt smug or looked down on him. While they respected his accomplishments, they thought he had risen far too fast to fit into their circle. Ves wasn't interested in partnering up with those who lacked sincerity. Trust was in short supply, so establishing mutual benefits was necessary to make any deal work. If the people who approached him ignored even that, why should he entertain their offers? Only a handful of visitors were different. The Cross clan was willing to put in 25 million MTA merits to partner up with the Larkinson clan. Not only that, they brought out the personal journal of an ace pilot as a bargaining chip. This was enough to catch the Larkinson clan's attention. Talks had already begun some time ago. Before any of the leaders met, their underlings cautiously explored each other's stance. They slowly learned what they sought from each other, and what they truly needed. An hour before Ves was scheduled to meet with Patriarch Reginald Cross, Ves studied some documents as a pair of cats claimed a third of his desk. Meow. Meow. Lucky and Clixie hardly stayed apart these days. The two cats had taken their months-long separation hard. Now that they were able to keep each other company, they often sought each other out or snuck off to boss around the new pets. Naya! Of course, Goldie couldn't be left out either. Though she couldn't manifest herself for long, the spiritual cat eagerly played with Lucky and Clixie. In some way, the ancestral spirit could be regarded as their offspring. Ves had created the golden cat by using the two older cats as her model. It was a bit more complicated than that, though. He threw in several other ingredients as well. Ves wasn't inclined to explore this topic any further. A few minutes later, Calabast entered his office in order to bring him up to speed. "What have you discovered?" "Nothing much. The talks between our two clans haven't been too revealing, and our inability to snoop on them is rather vexing." "Did you manage to accomplish anything then?" She grinned. "Just because we can't investigate the crossers in this star system doesn't mean we are prohibited from looking elsewhere. I've been contacting some information brokers based in Majestic Teal. They offered me some juicy intel for a price. Don't worry. I didn't go over budget. Some of them had the gall to ask for your special mechs." "Ugh. This is going to be a recurring phenomenon, right?" "Yes, so get used to it." Calabast smirked as she leaned her hip against his desk. She casually brushed her hand in Clixie's fur while eyeing the golden cat. "That's new. You're lucky that I'm already used to all of the oddities that happen around you, but you should do a better job of hiding this golden cutie." She cautiously ruffled the golden cat's body. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever felt. The warmth of the Larkinson clan flowed directly through her touch. "Naya!" Goldie licked her fingers. "It's fine. Anyone who glimpses her will merely mistake her as a physical projection. I'm not stupid enough to show her off in public." They went back to the main topic. After handing over a data pad that contained her report, she began to explain the highlights. "There's a problem with their former warlord and ace pilot. Every vicious mountaineer has a problem, in my opinion. It goes beyond their cultural obsession for war. While I don't have any insider knowledge, outside observers have studied St. Hemington extensively and noted some abnormal clues." Ace pilots were no longer referred to as venerable. Instead, they were called saint, though Ves wasn't sure why the MTA would standardize a term that was normally tied to religion. Was the association attempting to replace traditional faiths with mech pilot worship? "Let's hear it then." "Before the saint advanced to ace pilot, he was considerably more reserved. Maybe you can chalk this up to his lacking strength, but the Hemington back then was much more restrained. He often abided by the recommendations of his council and his inner circle." "And all of that changed one day?" Yes. While Hamilton had always been seen as one of the hopefuls who could make it to ace pilot, once he did, his entire personality had shifted. He became more aggressive, pushing for attacks on other tribes regardless of the state of his own forces. He also became harsher towards his own tribe and clan. He regularly berated them when they did not support his decisions. He no longer became open to compromise. He pushed his men hard so that they could keep up with his ambitions. That sounded very problematic. From what VS knew of ace pilots, it wasn't unusual for them to change after they attained this rank. In most cases, this was merely a consequence of reaching their goals and attaining a new level of power. They still retained much of their original personality. This sounded entirely different. Did Lord Hemington suffer a mishap when he advanced to ace pilot? Did he progress through improper means? If this was so, then the value of his personal journal was not as great anymore. Who wanted to follow the footsteps of a saint who basically destroyed himself? VS did not want Joshua to lose his pleasant personality. Have you found the reason why Lord Hemington deviated to this extent? Calabash shook her head. No. It's something that the Cross clan simply doesn't talk about at all. They have far too much respect for ace pilots in general, and especially one that came from their own ranks. They're all too willing to overlook Saint Hemington's flaws in order to feel good about themselves. You should be careful about that when you finally talk to Reginald Cross. He's the second son of Hemington and worships his father immensely. He grimaced at this news. It turned out the Cross clan's problems were greater than he realized. Even though the Cross clan was apparently secular, VS suspected they were actually religious with how much they idolized their former ace pilot. Well, I'm feeling less and less enthusiastic about cooperating with the Cross clan. Aside from what we already know, is there anything they can offer to us that is worth tolerating their flaws? You'll have to ask Reginald Cross himself. I'm not sure whether they can make concessions. Their clan has lost almost all of its foundations upon fleeing Vicious Mountain. They may be sitting on an enormous pile of cash, but they aren't doing much to replacing their missing income streams. This was unsustainable. Once their savings ran out, how would the Crossers be able to operate their enormous capital ships? Perhaps they had a plan he didn't know about, but the lack of foresight was disconcerting. VS wasn't eager to partner up with a clan that wasn't able to wipe its own butt anymore. If his worst fears came true, then the Cross clan might actually ask VS to do the job. Calabast imparted some more details to him. There weren't any signs the Cross clan intended to settle anywhere in the local regions. The Crossers were quite eager to travel far away in order to start anew in a completely different environment. They're not interested in taking revenge. I'm not sure why. Maybe they just want to distance themselves from their greatest shame. Saint Hemington's death must have dealt a devastating blow to the Crossers. It was difficult to understand what the Crossers thought. They did not entirely behave as stereotypical vicious mountaineers. VS half expected them to clamor to take revenge. Maybe they made too many enemies for them to believe they stood a chance. Time quickly passed. Once Calabast finished her briefing, she ruffled Lucky's head one last time before departing. VS stood up as well. He wouldn't be meeting with the Cross Patriarch in his office. Come on, cats. Let's go and see some vicious mountaineers. Meow. Meow. Nya. Chapter 2489, A Good Mech. Was it appropriate for VS to bring his pets to a diplomatic meeting? Probably not. VS did so anyway. As a famed and extraordinarily successful journeyman, he could get away with a lot. People like him were always abnormal. Now that Master Willich saw through him, it was no longer necessary for him to cultivate an eccentric image. He still intended to do so because the MTA and other powerful organizations still posed a threat to him. His current patron within the association couldn't block everything. When the meeting was about to commence, Ves entered a hall specifically built to receive foreign dignitaries. He wore a more formal version of his regular outfit that enhanced his stature and made him look a bit older than he looked. He idly rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as a pair of lovely cats padded behind him. "Maybe I should grow a beard." Once Ves reached the center of the hall, he awaited the arrival of the crossers. Lucky and Clixie flanked him on each side while Goldie had dove back into the Larkinson mandate which he currently held. The clan heirloom held considerably more energy than before. Goldie had so much that even regular people could sense the Larkinson mandate was special at a glance. In fact, now that Goldie reached new heights, Ves wondered whether he should upgrade her with spiritual augments. Her spiritual essence had grown considerably in both quantity and quality. This effectively increased her capacity to bear spiritual constructs. As Ves speculatively studied Goldie's form, he hesitated. A part of him felt that turning everything that was made of spiritual energy into spiritual constructs wasn't the right approach. Life was chaotic and fluent. Living entities such as his mechs and his design spirits were more than capable of growing and acquiring new abilities organically. Relying on growth over time was slower, less efficient, and much more time-consuming than resorting to spiritual engineering. Ves basically had to choose between natural growth and artificial creation. There were deep philosophical implications that he hadn't entirely explored yet. While he favored the control and precision of deliberate creation, life was all about spontaneous growth. "Maybe I should combine the two instead," he mused. "By engaging in direct growth, I can enjoy the advantages of both." He already did so once when he created a seed of his mother's construct. While the end product came out differently than he expected, it successfully generated a portal. As long as Ves didn't mind a bit of variance, he could definitely create a lot of useful products. One of his most anticipated projects he had in mind was the replacement for his grand dynamo. Once the excitement of his wedding died down, he planned to work on it right away. Once he gained an additional supply of spiritual energy, he wouldn't have to be so frugal anymore. The double doors leading into the hall slid open. Ves quickly cleared his head and straightened his back. A number of powerful footsteps echoed across the space. The crossers seemed to prefer taking their own steps instead of relying on anti-grav clothes to move around. That instantly increased his respect for the new arrivals. Ves couldn't get used to seeing people hovering around just above the ground all the time. Perhaps it made sense for people to do so when they lived in vertical cities, but it was pretentious behavior when it happened indoors. 5 crossers entered the room. 2 of them appeared to be lightly armored bodyguards. 2 more seemed to be important leaders within their clan. At the head, a broad-chested man with close-cropped silver hair stepped forward to shake V's hand. The 2 gripped each other tightly. A small dominance game ensued as they tried to crush each other with their strength. To their surprise, either side succumbed at first. Patriarch Reginald Cross possessed enhanced strength. So did Ves. As their hands employed more strength, Ves slowly discovered that he still had strength to spare. The accidents that caused his body to mutate to its current state had come in handy once again. He tried his best not to smirk as he steadily increased the pressure exerted by his hand. To his credit, Patriarch Reginald did not flinch. Instead, the leader of the Cross clan mobilized his force of will and attempted to establish dominance on another level. He failed. Ves may not be able to project such a strong force of will, but his mental defenses were more than up to the task. Having confronted reality-defying dark gods in battle, a mere expert pilot hardly posed a threat. "Patriarch Cross, let us proceed with our talk." The pressure abruptly abated. The vicious mountain grasped the opportunity to withdraw from this game without admitting defeat. "Certainly. Time is short." The 2 sat at a formal table made out of the finest hexerwood, While a bunch of cats kept Ves company, Patriarch Reginald was flanked by his own clansmen. The contrast was striking. The Crossers were caught off guard. They thought that Ves would bring his own advisors, but evidently he was confident enough that he could hold his ground by himself. What the visitors didn't know was that Lucky and Clixie were quite perceptive in their own right. Ves trusted their instincts. "Patriarch Larkinson, it is a pleasure to meet you," Reginald began. "You are different from every other mech designer we have met. I have never met a journeyman or senior for that matter that has earned more glory, honor, and prestige than you. You were born in the wrong star sector. If you rose up in Vicious Mountain, you would have received the respect that you are due. Instead, you are forced to entertain hexers who constantly look down on men like us as boys." "Thank you for the compliment," Ves vaguely replied. He did not think it was fitting for him to badmouth the hexers when he was relying on them so much right now. If Reginald was a bit more diplomatic, then he wouldn't have brought up such a sore point. "You're a real man, Ves. You could easily fold any stuck-up hexer in half with those arms. You have the heart of a true warrior. I'm not surprised you're eager to leave the Komodo star sector as soon as possible. There are multiple reasons why our Larkinson clan seeks to enter the Red Ocean." Ves grew a bit exasperated at this discussion. It had barely started and already the patriarch of the Cross clan was talking nonsense. It couldn't be helped. The Cross clan used to be rooted in the Garland Empire. Every leader had to be a high-ranking mech pilot. Regardless of his actual leadership qualifications, the head of the Cross clan had to be an expert pilot at a minimum. Ves really wanted to crack open the head of a Vicious Mountainer in order to see what caused them to develop such crooked thoughts. Couldn't the Cross clan dispatch someone normal for this important meeting? Patriarch Cross looked more at home in the cockpit of an expert mech. After some terse exchanges where Ves did his best not to insult anyone, the Cross leader finally addressed his actual business. "We should join forces," Patriarch Reginald abruptly stated. "We are both in the possession of a substantial number of merits. As long as we seek out one or two groups, we can immediately head to the closest local gate to travel to a star system that holds one of those enormous intergalactic Beyonder gates." Ves raised his palm. "Whoa there. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Sharing the cost of a Beyonder ticket isn't enough. Without an actual grounds for cooperation, our partnership will likely end in ruins. We can't afford to suffer any discord between us when we reach the Red Ocean. Can you start with what exactly the Cross clan seeks from the Larkinson clan?" "Certainly." Reginald forcefully nodded. "We have a list of demands that we would like your clan to fulfill. They're mere details, though. Just leave it up to our underlings to hash them out. I only have a few overriding demands. Aside from sharing the burden of exchanging a Beyonder ticket, I would like your help in one critical matter." "And that is?" "Help me become an ace pilot." The Crossers all looked absolutely serious when their leader made this request. To them, issuing this demand was already a given. Of course, what made sense for them didn't necessarily make sense to Ves. How could Patriarch Reginald make such an absurd demand? Just because the Larkinson clan coincidentally gained a bunch of expert pilots didn't mean that Ves could perform magic. He cleared his throat. "That is quite a request. I'm sorry. I don't think anyone in the galaxy can deliver what you ask. If I had the ability to help anyone advance to ace pilot, I would have spent my efforts on cultivating our own expert pilots." But do you know what trials and challenges an expert pilot must overcome to become an ace pilot?" Patriarch Reginald grinned. "Your Larkinson clan and the family you came from has never come close to producing an ace pilot. There are sources. This is hardly an obscure phenomenon." The Crossers all sneered in contempt. "The galactic net is one of the least reliable sources in the galaxy. Do you truly think that expert pilots can transcend by following a 10-step plan? Ves frowned. You're saying that we aren't capable of nurturing ace pilots. Then why are you approaching us in the first place? We want your mechs, Patriarch Reginald plainly stated. Let me fill you in on a secret to show our goodwill. A good mech is indispensable for any expert pilot looking to break through. An inadequate expert mech cannot sustain the powerful advancement process. At least a master is required to design a suitable high-tier expert mech. Ves was shocked at the revelation. Though he appeared stoic on the surface, he was quite surprised at how much the expert pilot revealed. Though there was a chance that Patriarch Reginald made a misleading statement, Ves did not think this was the case. What the Cross Patriarch stated made so much sense to Ves. Third-rate states rarely if ever produced ace pilots. This was despite the fact that they easily retained 100 or more expert pilots. With so many demigods, how come none of them ever succeeded in taking a step forward? The most likely explanation was that their mech simply couldn't keep up with their growth. A good mech pilot was unable to express his full strength when piloting a bad mech. This rule applied to everyone, whether it was regular mech pilots, expert candidates, and apparently even expert pilots. This revelation had many implications to Ves. It became even more important to supply powerful expert mechs to his expert pilots. Thank you for your guidance, Ves sincerely responded. That said, it doesn't make sense to approach us. Perhaps we have lucked out in obtaining some expert pilots, but their advancement process is not comparable to that of an ace pilot. Since a good expert mech is indispensable, you should approach an excellent master mech designer instead. We have done so already. It is difficult to secure the services of a master we are confident in. While we have gathered the MTA merits needed to attract their services, I dare not spend it all when there is an alternative. I'm not a senior, let alone a master. I can't design expert mechs by myself. You would still need to secure the services of a better mech designer. The Cross Patriarch nodded. That is a given, but we have not let off our eye on you. No matter how great your contribution to my expert mech must be, I want you to add whatever is necessary to enable my breakthrough. The Cross clan cannot be without an ace pilot. It is a disgrace for us to live without returning to our former splendor. Until I correct this injustice, I shall not rest until I inherit the mantle of my father. A strong and aggressive force of will swept over Ves and his cats. Meow! Meow! Chapter 2490, Worshipping Strength. Crazy. The Cross clan was crazy. Ves finally discovered why he felt so ill at ease with the Crossers. They were nutters. Though the Cross clan appeared to be made up of militarists, it was actually a cult that worshipped powerful mech pilots. The strong conviction that Patriarch Reginald Cross showed when he stated his desire to become an ace pilot made it clear that this was the Cross clan's overriding goal. Partnering up with the Larkinson clan and traveling to the Red Ocean were only incidental goals to the vicious mountaineers. What they truly wanted was to regain the glory they lost when St. Hemington Cross died. Ves wouldn't be surprised if only Patriarch Reginald held this obsession. Yet, from the rapt expressions of his subordinates, the entire Cross clan must be yearning for this goal. Ves underestimated the importance of ace pilots to vicious mountaineers. He also underestimated the pain that groups such as the Cross clan felt when they lost one of their greatest heroes. Just as Patriarch Reginald said, their overriding goal was to provide the Cross clan with a new saint. Understanding this motivation gave Ves a much better sense of the Crossers. They were fanatics. Ves felt very mixed about that. On one hand, he had many negative experiences with fanatics. They were bullheaded, irrational and devoid of common sense. On the other hand, he also had a lot of experience in manipulating them. As long as he comprehended their beliefs, he would be able to devise ways to exploit them to his advantage. It didn't matter if he lied to them. As long as he managed to hack their beliefs, he was confident he would be able to become their new truth. His attitude towards the Cross clan changed. Instead of seeing it as a former ruling power, he began to regard it as a collection of desperate and homeless cultists. They were rather pathetic in his eyes. He completely disregarded the strong force of will spread by Patriarch Reginald. This wasn't easy to most people. Venerable Reginald was more powerful than Venerable O'Callaghan by a noticeable margin. He was not completely groundless in his ambition to become the next ace pilot of his clan. Ves still managed to shrug off the expert pilot's powerful influence. His apparent ease earned him the respect of the Crossers. Once Patriarch Reginald was done with his little show, he pulled back his force of will until it was no longer so oppressive. Patriarch Larkinson, please work with us. Both of us can help each other. I am not quite sure. Ves spoke as he furrowed his brows. He stroked Clixie's belly as he tried to parse this situation. You have made assumptions about my ability to design mechs that may not be true. We are confident that you are who we need, Reginald replied. We have studied your mechs in great detail. While they are not what we are used to, we love them. We appreciate your work and we believe they have potential. Besides, the results speak for themselves. Your clan has produced so many breakthroughs in a single campaign. It is impossible to ignore the role your mechs have played in this. Your Larkinson clan is centered around your mechs, nothing else. Am I wrong? This fellow wasn't easy to fool. He may be the head of his cult, but he wasn't stupid, especially when it came to his core interests. The effects of our mechs are currently unconfirmed. We are currently working together with Master Willix to ascertain whether some of our mechs pose a threat to mech pilots. Until this investigation is over, I am not at liberty to say any further about this topic. Don't give us that crap. Your mechs are what we need. Work with us to design an expert mech for me, and we will help your clan get stronger. This is what we are good at. Once we join hands, we'll become unbeatable. I'm not sure. I have two problems with your proposal. One, I am still uncertain whether I can meet your expectations. You are seriously overestimating what my mechs can do. Two, the benefits you are willing to provide in turn are vague. Assuming that you're correct about my ability, what makes you think I am willing to be of service to you and your clan? Patriarch Reginald grinned. Aside from giving you tips on how to become an ace pilot, we can whip your men up into shape. We're doing fine. No, you're not. You may have gotten a corps of strong mech pilots by running rush out over the Nixian Gap, but I've heard the casualties you've suffered are horrendous. What will you do to toughen up your next batch of mech pilots then? Will you find another high-risk region to traipse through in the hopes of tempering more battle-hardened soldiers? How many lives are you willing to throw away this time? What is your point, Patriarch Cross? Your training method is effective, but crude and unsustainable. You'll only pile up your losses and deprive a lot of families of their parents. It's stupid to go on like this when we are willing to provide you with an alternative. And that is? Reginald confidently pointed his thumb at himself. Let us take charge of the training of your men. Our clan has existed for a long time, and we have fought more wars than you have shaved your cheeks. We know what works and what doesn't. Our Larkinson clan may be young, but our heritage dates back to the start of the Age of Mechs. With respect, you were third-raters for the entire time. Even now, you still haven't gotten rid of your third-class mechs and starships. Do you truly think that your clan is ready to fight on the same level as our cross clan? I can guarantee you that even if your mechs are better, my men will run over your forces. If you don't believe me, you can be that Major Vril of yours. One of my men has already talked to him about this matter. This was a troubling prospect to Ves. He thought that fighting their way through the Nixian Gap was enough for his mech pilots to become strong. While he wanted to reject Patriarch Reginald's prediction, fighting a bunch of pirates was different than fighting a trained, second-class mech force. If Ves and the Larkinson clan arrogantly entered the Red Ocean with the belief that defeating the Alidus Alliance gave them the grounds to push their weight around, then they would definitely be proven wrong. Not enough. Ves shook his head. What you say may be true according to your professional judgment, but we do not necessarily have to turn to you to address this shortcoming. We can approach other second-class groups to bring our mech pilots up to standard. In fact, we can even spend big in order to hire the best second-class trainers so that we can grow stronger by relying on internal means. You have to help me become an ace pilot. I do not see why you are rejecting our proposal. Your Larkinson clan is good at mechs. Our Cross clan is even better at training powerful mech pilots. Putting the two of us together makes as much sense as pairing mechs with pilots. Wow. Patriarch Reginald was really banking on this deal. Didn't he realize that he was giving his hand away? The greater his desperation, the more leverage he provided to Ves. Ves shook his head yet again. The concessions you have made aren't compelling enough to enter into a risky partnership. Our Larkinson clan has a history of being on the receiving end of betrayal. We do not easily trust others anymore, especially when it comes to covering our back. You have my word as the patriarch of the Cross clan that we will view your Larkinsons as brothers and comrades when we strike a deal. Verbal promises were worth far to Ves. Expert pilot or not, he was not going to bank the future of his clan on a casual vow. The talks between the two eventually fizzled out once they realized they were going in circles. The Cross clan wanted something from the Larkinsons, but they hadn't brought enough benefits to the table to make it worthwhile for Ves to take their offer seriously. They were sincere. Ves gave them that. It was just that the Cross clan in its current form was different from the Cross clan in its prime. At its height, the Cross clan's Becker tribe was comparable to one of the weakest partners of the Friday Coalition. While that didn't sound flattering, they effectively wielded the power of a state at the time. It was too bad the Crossers lost too much in its rapid collapse and chaotic flight from the vicious Mountain Star sector. Enemy tribes invaded the territory of the Becker tribe and took back all of its gains when Lord Hemington came to power. Rival clans from within the tribe stabbed the Crossers in the back and wrenched away even more assets. What little the Cross clan had left was not enough for them to retain the power of a state. They also have much of the wealth and assets of one. Treachery from within the ranks of the Crossers resulted in the embezzlement of a lot of accounts and backup funds. Seeing that their side wasn't able to sway Ves over, Patriarch Reginald and his men departed the meeting hall with disappointed huffs. Once they were gone, Ves turned to his cats. Well, they're certainly different from everyone else. What do you think about the Crossers, Lucky? Meow. Yeah. The Crossers are very desperate about regaining an ace pilot. It's not necessary if they don't intend to return to Vicious Mountain. We're certainly not in a hurry to obtain one either. All of the expert pilots under his command had just broken through. It was far too soon to think about their next breakthroughs. In some cases, it was possible for regular mech pilots to turn into expert pilots after a few years. However, the road from expert pilot to ace pilot was long. Progress slowed down and expert pilots had to put in a lot of effort to increase their resonance strength. This was not a process that anyone could speed up except for the pilot in question. Meow meow meow. Clixie nuzzled her head against his hand. They're hiding something? I can believe that. Even if it appears they're willing to do anything to secure my services, it can't be that easy. The Cross clan used to be a lot more successful. Patriarch Reginald should possess at least some savvy. Maybe this had something to do with St. Hemington's unusual breakthrough. Why had the ace pilot become more aggressive? Why had Reginald's father led the Becker tribe in so many wars? Goldie jumped out of the Larkinson mandate and pressed up against Lucky and Clixie. Naya. They remind you of our clansmen? I hope not. We Larkinsons are nothing alike the Crossers. From what Ves had seen, the Larkinsons may potentially develop in the same direction as the Crossers. In fact, if the Larkinson clan hadn't set up the Hall of Heroes, perhaps the status of high-ranking expert pilots would have truly reached an astronomical height. Ves detested this outcome. Expert pilots and ace pilots were destructive forces. They were good at defeating enemies, but not much else. If expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi took charge, they would definitely run the Larkinson clan into the ground. Only noble creators such as myself are worthy to lead our clan, Ves self-righteously claimed. A clan led by mech pilots is no different from a barbarian horde. A clan led by a mech designer is much more civilized. This was the end of the first meeting between Ves and Reginald. The two patriarchs had made their intentions known. Right now, the ball was in the Cross clan's court. Would the vicious mountaineers be able to bring up something compelling enough to justify a partnership? Chapter 2491, Cat Hide. On the eve of the wedding, many Larkinsons departed from the base on the surface of Synnax 6 and flew to orbit. There, they boarded various ships in order to prepare themselves for the greatest event in the history of the clan since its founding. Ves decided to gather several of the most important Larkinsons for a relatively private and subdued dinner. His choice of venue? The resplendent and recently repaired dining hall of the Gravata Narlax. Having met with many foreigners lately, Ves found it comforting to be surrounded by his own people this time. He hadn't even invited any actual Hexers this time in order to make himself and his fellow Larkinsons feel at home. It didn't matter. Gloriana had invited her own circle over to one of the Woden dynasty's capital ships in order to hold her own soiree. Still, he couldn't snub every woman with a Hexer background. Seated further away, Rania Woden talked in low tones with Juliet Stamaros of the Penitent Sisters. A number of other Penitent Sister officers kept to themselves. Their controversial history prevented them from smoothly integrating into the Larkinson clan. Ves remained unbothered by that. The conversion of Rania Woden proved that the Larkinson network was able to mellow out any Hexer no matter how much they looked down on boys. The only concern was that thousands of strong-minded Penitent Sisters joined the clan at once. Though they lost hundreds of mech pilots and many more support personnel during the Nixian Gap campaign, they still had plenty of women to constitute a faction within the Larkinson. In fact, though the Larkinson clan was already large, the addition of thousands of Hexers would definitely influence the Larkinson network just as it changed their views. The Penitent Sisters became Larkinsons, but the Larkinsons also became a little more sympathetic towards Hexers. Oh well. So long as the changes were mild, Ves did not believe the Larkinson clan would suddenly put women ahead of men. That was too drastic of a change. Meow. Lucky squinted with pleasure as he ate from a bowl of medium-grade exotics. Ves specifically picked a bunch of energetic but relatively soft materials from the Strategic Materials Reserve. Though Ves initially wanted to feed his cat with some unending alloy, the gem cat still had nightmares about this infernal exotic. Even when Ves made sure it was flush from every trace of the dark gods, his cat still rejected it. The time it took for Lucky's digestion system to process the input was too excessive. When Ves studied Lucky's properties, he felt his cat hadn't been making the best use of all of the unending alloy he ingested. While Lucky's exterior form had become a lot more resistant to damage, it fell short of the actual material. Perhaps Lucky was too underdeveloped to process first-class materials to the fullest extent. That said, the gem cat still managed to retain some of the most powerful effects of every exceptional material that passed through his stomach. Right now, his cat possessed a part of the regeneration factor of Rorica's bone, the sensor-blocking properties of the caduceus and other stealth materials, the hardiness of briar alloy and unending alloy, the spiritual storage capabilities of peastone and unending alloy, and a small degree of resistance against spiritual energy of beastone. The fact that Lucky managed to incorporate all of these properties, if in a diminished form, in a single composite metallic exterior was nothing less than miraculous. Ves stared greedily at his own pet. As long as he was able to skin Lucky of some of his incredibly valuable exterior, he could use the composite material to take his unending regalia a step further. It would become the ultimate protective suit against both material and spiritual threats. In fact, if Ves treated Lucky as the cat version of Cassandra Briar, he could continually harvest a small but precious quantity of Lucky alloy. As long as this went on for a couple of years, Ves would eventually accumulate enough Lucky alloy to build an entire mech. Should he utilize Lucky alloy to build Venerable Joshua's expert mech? Maybe not. While Lucky alloy was a very good all-round material, Ves didn't quite feel it was appropriate to use it up in a humanoid mech. If only I still have access to my magnum opus, Ves muttered. Out of all of the mechs he designed over the course of his career, he still considered the Devil Tiger to be his best work. Though Ouroboros should technically hold the crown, Ves didn't actually feel any sense of ownership towards that accidental work. He never intended for the one-off hero mech designed for dueling purposes to mutate in its current incarnation as an ace mech. At best, he gave birth to the Terran mech before subsequently giving it up for adoption. Instead, a material as remarkable as Lucky alloy should actually be used to uplift the Devil Tiger, or maybe even used to design an entirely different Tiger mech. As Ves began to entertain various interesting Tiger mech concepts, Lucky paused his chewing and shuddered. The unsuspecting mechanical cat turned around. Meow. Ves drew his mind away from his ideas and gently stroked Lucky's tiger-striped exterior. Its smooth and hardy surface was pure value in his eyes. It's nothing. Just go back to enjoying your meal. Grow stronger. I don't mind if you use up your entire meal to strengthen yourself. Don't stop upgrading, okay? Meow. Lucky shrugged and went back to crunching his teeth through the soft but delectable exotics. As everyone slowly partook their sumptuous meals, they spoke with each other about the future of the Larkinson clan. People regularly came to talk to Ves to explore his views on the Red Ocean. If the Larkinson clan ever reached this exciting new frontier, what exactly were they supposed to do? Would they be roaming through the new galaxy without ever settling down? Would they depend entirely on selling mechs to go by, or should they be diversifying their income streams? Previously, Ves simply brushed aside these topics because they were too distant. Let alone gathering a proper fleet, the Larkinson clan was still extremely far away from earning passage through the intergalactic Beyonder Gate. It was different now. The Red Ocean had already become within reach. With almost 40 million MTA merits, the Larkinson clan could easily join forces with other pioneers and enter the Red Ocean as soon as it traveled to the right system. For better or worse, Ves had to show at least some semblance of a plan to his fellow Larkinsons. They didn't want to enter a completely new environment without any further directions. Prospecting for phase water is too distant for us. Other pioneers will eat us alive as soon as we step foot out of the protected star systems. Ves replied to Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. We should instead take it slow and focus on setting up an industry while steadily acquiring the ships and mechs we need to resume our expedition. That is prudent. We are only allowed to bring up to 20 capital ships to the Red Ocean. Such a fleet is wholly inadequate to venture into dangerous territory. We will have to acquire 100 if not more combat carriers to restore our fighting strength to its peak. It's a pity we'll have to discard most of the ships we're about to receive from the hegemony. Ves casually waved his hand in a brushing motion. The second-hand Hexer combat carriers are only transitional vessels. They're good enough for the galactic rim but wholly inadequate for the Red Ocean. A few years from now, our financial might will grow to the point where we can acquire much better vessels. Rather than wasting time, effort, and resources into upgrading those disposable ships, we might as well purchase newer ones that incorporate some of the tech and materials of better regions. That was going to cost a lot. Raymond did not need to remind Ves that the LMC had to keep a lot of mechs in order to realize this plan. At least we won't be starting from nothing. Ves smirked. Our capital ships will form the foundation of our main fleet. Starting from our factory ship, we'll be acquiring additional capital ships to expand and round out our capabilities. I'm already on track to hire a young but talented shipwright to assist us in these endeavors. I've heard. Vivian Tsai is not what I had in mind for our chief ship designer. Still, in the absence of any better, I suppose she will do. We still have to rent a dry dock every time we want to construct a ship, though. I do not think it is realistic for us to establish a shipbuilding industry. Our clan doesn't possess a foundation in this sector. Ves frowned. What are you trying to say? Some of us Larkinsons, especially the older ones, think we should find a place to settle down. We're too old to take part in wild adventures. There are families with us who would doubtlessly enjoy their better life if they resided on an open planet rather than some floating coffins. The Red Ocean is too dangerous to think about settling down, Ves forcefully replied. We have suffered not once, but twice from the consequences of betrayal. Founding a colony or living on someone else's planet will just tie a portion of us down. Any enemy of ours can easily prepare a devastating strike on us. Don't you agree? Ves, some of us are willing to take that risk. None of us have gotten used to living on starships. Most of us grew up with enough space to run for hours. With soil underneath our feet and open skies above our heads, we grew up in the classical human fashion. Don't deprive us of this opportunity. Personally, I believe you are being overly paranoid about the risks. Not every planet is as prone to attacks as you claim. As long as we build a strong settlement and ally ourselves to a greater community or alliance, we'll enjoy plenty of cover. Allies are no better than fair-weather friends. They'll be glad to associate with us when times are good, but once we suffer a mishap, they'll be gone in no time. Raymond let out an exasperated sigh. You're too paranoid for your own good, you know that? The galaxy isn't out to get you, and we can't explore the Red Ocean without making friends. We'll see. Depending on the circumstances, we might be forced to change my plans. However, my stance is always clear. We should rely on ourselves as much as possible. Seeing that this talk wasn't going very well, Raymond changed the topic. How is my grandson doing? He's a fine expert pilot. As the only light mech specialist of his rank, Venerable Tusa will play an indispensable role. What of his expert mech? I have not received much word about it. How difficult is it for you to supply one to Tusa? We're still working on that. You should know how complex and demanding they are. We can't speed up this process because we don't have a foundation in expert mech design. Just tell him to be patient. That is rather difficult for him. He's not the most patient mech pilot. Don't worry about it. He will be the first of our expert pilots to receive an expert mech. He's at the top of our list. That's good to hear. Do you need any assistance in gathering the materials, licenses, or other necessities to design his expert mech? I don't have a good idea yet of what we need to begin this project. I'll have to discuss it with Master Willix. Raymond was very excited about the fact that an MTA master mech designer would work on his grandson's expert mech. Even though Master Willix wouldn't be contributing much beyond the minimum, her involvement still suggested that Tusa should be very happy with his upcoming expert mech. As long as he received a high-quality mech, Tusa should be able to progress quickly. Chapter 2492, Redeemed. The evening dinner continued in harmony. The Gravata Narlax's dining hall was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Pots and dishes continued to float above the heads of the Larkinsons as they enjoyed the night before the wedding. Numerous Larkinsons approached Ves to talk about matters that they normally wouldn't be able to bring up. As the Larkinson clan grew, so did the status of the patriarch. His time was too valuable to spend on addressing each and every Larkinson's personal concerns. So meeting him to talk about something that wasn't on any agenda was quite difficult these days. Today was an exception. As Ves looked forward to his wedding, he was in a good mood. Melker stepped up to him. "Hey, Ves." "Hello? Are the avatars doing okay?" "We are already back to full strength. The new recruits are a little raw, of course, but the veterans of the Nixian Gap campaign have more than enough experience to cover for that. I'm proud of our cadre, though it's a shame you've pulled out all of my expert pilots. You know why we had to do that. Expert pilots need room to develop themselves. Your men also shouldn't look up to them all the time." "I don't think you're here to talk about that, Melker." Ves sensed an anxious mind behind his cousin's visor. "You're right. I have a rather presumptuous request. I heard from one of your assistants that you recently designed a second version of the Crystal Lord." "Yes. The Crystal Lord Mark II is a modernized upgrade of the Mark I. It not only possesses a much more powerful glow, but it also incorporates restricted alien crystal tech, courtesy of the MTA. It's a fine machine that will be sure to dominate many battles on land. Can you design an improved, customized variant for me? I want to pilot a mech you've personally made for me. I saved up all of my merits to get the best mech possible." Ves grew serious when he heard that. This was a big request. "It's not going to be easy. This is a time-consuming project. The Crystal Lord is a third-class rifleman mech. It's also completely land-bound. Such a mech is not a great fit to our current clan. I'd have to spend months on your customized variant. This is not a cost-effective use of my time." "So that's a no?" Melker's heart sank. "I didn't say that. You should let me finish. Instead of trying to adapt the Crystal Lord Mark II design to your needs, it is much more convenient for us to design a clan mech that will already be up to standard once it's finished. Granted, this clan-exclusive rifleman mech is meant to be piloted by any Larkinson, but it will serve as a much more convenient base for your custom mech. Do you understand what I am saying?" The Avatar commander relaxed. "I get it. You need to design a new base model first so that it won't take much work to develop a suitable custom mech. It's a much better use of my time. This way, every other ranged mech specialized in the Larkinson clan will receive something new as well." "Will you be upgrading the Bright Warrior design to serve as this base?" "I'm not sure yet, to be honest," Ves admitted as he fell into thought. "I think our implementation of the Bright Warrior model hasn't fit our circumstances. The modular mech platform exists to provide our mech pilots with choice. It is meant to make us adaptable against a variety of different threats. Instead, most mech pilots simply opt to choose one of the 4 configurations and stick to that for the remainder of their assignments. Part of that is due to the lack of resources. You didn't have enough materials to build the parts to give every Bright Warrior the opportunity to switch configurations." "That's true, but your avatars are also too accustomed to lacking choice that they don't quite know what to do now that they have options. I am quite aware that your avatars has optimized their spare parts stockpiles so that there is considerably more leeway to switch configurations than before. After all, It was incredibly wasteful and completely unnecessary to prepare for sets of configurations for every individual Bright Warrior. Retaining just half of the parts was already enough to give every mech pilot enough choice. Yet even then, the Avatar mech pilots simply didn't switch. Melker shrugged. I can't force my men to pilot a different configuration. You are asking too much of them. Joshua can pilot all 4 configurations because he's a prodigy. Our avatars, while good, cannot master multiple mech types. You can force them to do so, but nobody will be able to rely on them in battle. That was very fatal in battle. One of the reasons why the Larkinsons always performed well in battle was due to the trust they held towards each other. The mech forces did not recruit incompetent mech pilots. It's due to that reason and more that I'm not quite certain whether the Bright Warrior model has a future. It served its purpose as a convenient, versatile mech model. A year ago, the Bright Warrior perfectly fit our needs due to its ability to overpower any third-class mech. This won't be the case today. It's unrealistic to design a second version of the Bright Warrior that can crush other second-class mechs. At best it will be on par with them, but due to the nature of modular mech platforms, its performance will always be 10 to 20% worse than specialized mechs. While Ves hadn't entirely made up his mind yet, he was already leaning away from multipurpose mechs. They might work well enough for first-class mechs, but he would rather spend his time on designing a roster of specialized mechs in order to maximize performance. What will you do with the Quint then? It has already diverged from a regular Bright Warrior. Most of the upgrades we've applied to it are still applied to the frame. Rather than reverting these changes, I might as well continue to iterate on it whenever needed. It is a mech that has already gained its own life. How is that different from upgrading the regular Bright Warrior model then? Upgrading a single mech is considerably less demanding than upgrading a mech design. Normally, I wouldn't even bother with this, but the Quint is worth the investment. It's a mech that has lived through 2 consecutive breakthroughs, and therefore possesses more life than any other mech in the clan aside from the Shield of Samar. All of these considerations were a bit over Melker's head, so he excused himself a few minutes later. He achieved his main purpose. Ves promised to look into designing a custom mech for Melker once the right base model came along. Ves spoke with some other people. Keddies and Dietrich stopped by to talk about mechs. Some older Larkinsons exchanged views with him as well. The original members of the Larkinson family were all proud of the clan. Though it evolved in a different direction than they originally planned, the Larkinson heritage had become stronger than ever before. The decision to adopt a lot of outsiders and induct them into the Larkinson way of life had borne a lot fruit. The integration of different people and cultures had proceeded a lot more smoothly than everyone expected. Of course, Ves essentially cheated this process by relying on the Larkinson network. If outsiders truly knew what was in store for them if they joined the clan, then they probably wouldn't be so eager to become a Larkinson. Commander Valerie Chansey approached him next. As a former Hexer, many Larkinsons unconsciously shied away from her. Ves was a bit disappointed at that. He hoped that every member of the Larkinson clan would no longer be judged by their past, but rather by their current accomplishments. No matter what sins she accrued in the past, all of that was over now that the Penitent Sisters formally became a part of the Larkinson clan. Thank you for advocating for our redemption, the Penitent Sister Commander began. In our hearts, we don't feel we have deserved the Superior Mother's mercy yet. We will endeavor to do our best to fight on the clan's behalf as recompense. It's no problem, Ves casually answered. The Hexers are glad to get rid of you. Combined with my growing clout, it is easy to negotiate your release. The only condition the Hexers have set is that you and your sisters never return to the hegemony again, but this is already a given. Commander Chansey and the Penitent Sisters still had to get used to thinking of themselves as Larkinsons. At least the former Hexers appeared to be receptive to the idea. Will we be able to stay together within the clan? This was a difficult matter. Ves sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to relax entirely this evening. If you asked me, I would prefer it if you penitent sisters split up and join one of the established mech forces. Those who have a preference for sword combat can join the sword maidens. Those who want to reduce their commitment can go to the living sentinels. I think the remainder of you will fit nicely in the avatars of myth. Commander Chansey grimaced. That is not what my sisters had in mind when we joined this clan. We agreed to become Larkinsons with the implicit assumption that you would allow us to retain our heritage and traditions. We can't do that if you force us to disband the penitent sisters. I understand your concerns, but I have to balance out your interests with the interests of the rest of the clan. We already possess an all-female mech force. It works for the sword maidens because their training standards are exceptionally strict, so they'll never grow too big. I don't want to add a broader all-female mech force. Your penitent sisters will just absorb most of the female mech pilots in our clan. Where will that leave the avatars and sentinels? The last thing I want to see is to turn them into a bro fest. Balancing the genders of most of his mech forces ensured they remained diverse and open-minded. It didn't make sense to be selective about men or women since either of them were equally good at piloting mechs and performing support functions. However, there were still cultural and other reasons why some people preferred to serve in an all-male or all-female unit. Commander Chansey and the penitent sisters didn't appear to relish the prospect of mingling with the avatars or sentinels. Is there any way to convince you to give us a chance to stay together? Breaking us up will be seen as a betrayal to us. We won't feel any belonging to the Larkinson clan if we cannot hold on to our most cherished traditions. If you are concerned about producing a disparity between men and women in the mech forces, why not form an all-male unit as a counterbalance? That sounded like a bad idea to Ves. The entire notion of separating genders was a horribly archaic practice. We'll talk about this later, Commander. I won't make any promises. It will help if you can argue your case by providing me with compelling reasons why your existence benefits the clan. We are blessed by the superior mother. Of all of the mech forces, only we are fully capable of channeling her strength. If you split us apart, we won't be able to call upon her blessing in battle. Well, that was a good point. The battle network connected to the penitent sisters only worked as long as the latter were identifiably hexers. Ves may be able to change that, but he was afraid he might ruin the battle network instead. He did not dare to tamper with it lightly considering it was built directly in an extension of his own mother. By the way, you don't have to refer to yourselves as penitent sisters anymore. As far as everyone is concerned, you have already done enough to repent your past crimes. Commander Chansey shook her head and smiled. I think we'll keep it. If anything, it reminds us of our hubris. Chapter 2493 Sleep Well. After the quiet dinner party came to an end, every Larkinson returned to their own berths. The Gravata Narlax was not a hotel, after all. Engineers and inspectors from the MTA constantly crawled through the huge vessel. Ves decided to have some fun for his last night as a bachelor. He spontaneously decided to spend the night on the Gravata Narlax. Though this caused the clan a small amount of consternation, he eventually got his way. In any case, the Gravata Narlax was completely safe and devoid of pirates. With the MTA in firm control over the captured pirate vessel, Ves doubted that any booby traps were left intact. He approached the grand and spacious stateroom of Lord Hyvex. Though the Larkinsons had taken some of the furniture and trophies away, enough was left to make Ves feel as if he was a pirate lord. My new stateroom aboard our upcoming factory ship will look just as impressive as this compartment. Meow. Lucky, who was content with the exotics filling up his belly, floated over to the new king-sized bed placed in the center. Yeah, you're right. I'll be sharing it with Gloriana, so I'll effectively control half the space. Meow meow. Hey! That won't happen! She won't hog my space! Lucky opened his maw to yawn before settling himself for some rest. Ves proceeded to enter the bathroom to change his clothes. Once he reached his bed, he sat on it and looked around. The banners, weapons, and broken armor pieces each had a story behind them. If he was interested, he could access the archives in order to study Lord Hivex's backstory. There was little point in doing so. The leader of the Alidus Alliance had become yet another dead enemy of his. Now that he exited the Nixian Gap, Ves had no reason to entangle himself with people like Lord Hivex any further. His parents should be able to meet any further challenges. His father piloted the Devil Tiger, while his mother had gained a boost in strength. Not even other dark gods could rival their current strength. Only the 5 Scrolls Compact remained a bit of a question mark. What would they do after losing contact with Temple Protector Dista? The fall of such a powerful and transcendental figure would definitely alarm the higher-ups of the Compact. Whatever the case, I don't want to be here when their inevitable follow-up party arrives. As Ves slipped underneath the covers and tried to go sleep, a nervous tension prevented him from doing so. He was too excited and apprehensive to rest. Though his physical condition wouldn't suffer if he decided to stay up all night, his mind might not be as acute. I have to be in my best condition for the wedding. Yet the more he tried, the harder it was for him to fall asleep. With his enhanced physique, regular sleeping pills weren't enough to make him slumber. This is a bit of a problem. He shifted in his bed. Lucky floated up to his head and landed on the pillow. Meow. Cats are nocturnal. It's fine for you to stay awake. The cat pressed his paw against V's nose. Meow meow. You don't understand. Tomorrow is an important day. Nothing must go wrong. Why was he talking to his cat? He should go to sleep instead. Ves huffed and turned his body so he faced to the opposite side. Lucky did not entangle with him any further and began to curl up to rest. As time went by, Ves grew a little hazy. He hoped that sleep would come soon. His heartbeat calmed and his mind increasingly became less cohesive. Tomorrow, he was about to become a married man. Tomorrow, he would become husband to a hexer. Tomorrow, his grandfather would finally see one of his wishes come true. By marrying Gloriana, Ves forswore any other woman. The prospect of spending the rest of his life with her made him feel quite mixed. Though she had her flaws, he trusted all the more because of it. No matter what interests she possessed, she would never betray him, and that was enough for his paranoid self to give her a pass. Once they tied the knot, Ves wondered how soon they would begin to have children. His face grew a bit concerned as this prospect. He was not afraid of raising children. In fact, he looked forward to the fatherhood experience. He had fond memories of his early childhood. His parents took good care of him. Though his mother left quite soon, his father had done his best to pick up the slack. Ves was very thankful for the efforts of his father. It made him even more eager to pass on the same teaching to his sons and daughters. There were 2 reasons why he was worried. First, Gloriana had made it clear that she insisted on following Hexer traditions regarding the amount of children she wanted to bear. She didn't want to settle for anything except rearing 6 offspring. That was quite a handful to Ves to take care of. Even though there was no financial strain for him to raise this many children, the amount of time he needed to invest in him ought to be very considerable. The more time he spent with his children, the less time he had left to design his mechs. It was a given that he would have to make some compromises in order to spend a sufficient amount of time in both. Even then, he would never be able to fully satisfy his responsibilities as a father and a mech designer. His career would definitely be affected. The younger years of a mech designer were critical. If Ves slacked off in any way, his advancement to senior might very well be delayed by 20 or even 50 years. That was an unacceptable delay. Perhaps he should suggest to Gloriana to spread out the birth of their children. Some long-lived pairs preferred to sire a child every decade. In any case, with modern medical technology and life-prolonging treatment, a wealthy couple could easily live more than 2 centuries. During much of that time, their bodies remained in a good enough condition that they were able to procreate. Instances where 200-year-olds or even 300-year-olds birthed new kids weren't rare in the more prosperous parts of the galaxy. Of course, sometimes they needed some help. This was the second concern of Ves. With how much his genes and physique had diverged from the baseline human norm, he was not strictly a human anymore. To be sure, he still identified himself as a member of the human race. Human civilization also recognized him as a human even if a part of his chest was filled with alien-derived tissue. It was different from a biological perspective. When Ves threw away all of these mental and social constructs, he was actually a unique half-human, half-alien specimen. In some cases, the alterations to a human's genes and body still allowed them to sire children naturally. If the changes surpassed a certain limit, then complications would begin to arise. Incidences of birth defects, stillbirth, and other awful outcomes shot up very quickly the more someone diverged from the human norm. If this wasn't bad enough, then if Ves wanted to have children with another half-alien, then the chance of failure was nearly 100%. The CFA gene optimization treatments he enjoyed failed to solve this problem. In fact, it made the problem worse. One of the defining goals of gene optimization treatments was to tailor them to enhance a single individual. This came at the cost of universality. If the exact same changes were applied to a brother or sister, then the recipients wouldn't feel so good. This was why most gene treatments weren't actually inheritable. Passing them on rarely worked. Even if a child managed to survive the gestation period, the poor kid needed frequent medical treatment in order to make it to adulthood. This was one of the actual reasons why baseline humans still held an important place in human civilization. Dr. Rania had already studied his ability to procreate with baseline humans. Her verdict was not optimistic. While Gloriana appeared to be a baseline human, many of her parameters were too high to be human. She was partially alien herself, though her genetic modifications were much more conservative and refined than Dr. Jutland's work. Natural birth was out of the question. The only way for them to have kids was to resort to artificial processes. In order to conceive a healthy child, Ves and his wife would have to rear a designer baby that incorporates the older versions of their genes. There was no problem in this regard. Both of them had access to the complete records of their baseline human genes. Though combining them to produce a fetus with the help of technology did not sound right, it was a fine substitute to the natural process. There were even advantages through employing this method. As their name suggested, designer babies offered their parents a lot of choice. Of course, there were many ethical and legal limits to how extensively the parents could demand a change. In addition, making too many changes to the genes of a child might give the parents the illusion that the offspring was not theirs. Ves did not intend to go this far with Gloriana, but he did not want to waste this opportunity to design some fantastic children. He hadn't given up on his intention to raise some children as qualified spiritual engineers. He wasn't sure which of his genes he needed to pass on to impart his offspring with heightened spiritual perception and spiritual control. He had 6 chances in total to get it right. Aside from this, Ves also wanted to bless his children in other ways. With all of the spiritual techniques he developed, surely he employed some of them to empower his sons and daughters. Several interesting ideas came to mind. He could implant his children with a small spiritual dynamo made from the unending one's remains. He could infuse their minds with doses of his own spiritual energy in order to enhance their spiritual growth. He could create new spiritual entities that were specifically designed to form a symbiotic relationship with his children and would grow up alongside them over the course of their lives. Each idea was more radical than the last. Though Ves knew they were risky, they were incredibly attractive to him. He didn't want to raise mediocre children. Though it was a bit premature to think about his children, thinking about his future life as a happy father successfully caused him to fall asleep. A quiet night passed. The entire compartment fell completely silent. Only Nita remained awake and alert. Even Lucky closed his eyes and grew dormant. At some point in time, a large hand materialized into view. Despite the appearance of such an abnormal organ, no alarms went off as the sensors didn't detect anything amiss. Nita, who should have been able to spot such a huge apparition, saw nothing at all. The space occupied by the giant hand might as well be empty space. As for Ves and Lucky, neither of them were aware at all. They had both entered deep sleep and weren't cognizant of what happened around their sleeping forms. The hand hovered over V's body for a moment. It lowered itself at a gentle pace. Once it hit the body, the hand phased right through. Only the tip of the giant finger brushed against V's mind. Despite its passive and active defenses, his mind did not fight back against the foreign presence. Instead, it grew even calmer, as if the finger belonged to someone friendly. The giant hand disappeared. No trace of it remained. No sensor captured anything. Ves and Lucky continued to sleep blissfully while Nita remained as ignorant as ever of what transpired. Perhaps nothing happened at all. Chapter 2494 A New Day. A bright new day arrived. Though day and night strictly didn't have any meaning in place, according to the standard clock that was synced to time on old Earth, the day of the wedding had arrived. Many people woke up and followed a meticulous schedule. Ves and Gloriana each came under the care of a team of bots and attendants. Ves had to leave the Gravata Narlax and move to another ship in order to prepare for his big day. He underwent a cleaning so thorough that not even a speck of dust was left on his body. Bots then proceeded to cover him with a lotion synthesized specifically for his skin that made him appear at his best in broadcasts. After that, some other attendants arrived to dress him up with the special clothes he made for the occasion. His wedding outfit was only a fraction as elaborate as that of Gloriana. However, that did not mean it was simple. Light and indestructible to small arms fire, the value of his attire exceeded that of a Hexer combat carrier. The fabric of his suit was harvested from wild exobeasts from the frontier. After some light treatment and dyeing, the fabric acquired a rich red shade that appeared especially lustrous under changing light. In the process of making the suit, the expert tailors incorporated various other fabrics and materials. His wedding attire not only had to make him stand out as a man, but also as the patriarch of a powerful clan. The main colors of the Larkinson clan as a whole were red, white, and gold. The suit therefore incorporated various ornamental lines and bands made out of white fabric and a special golden alloy. Ves even incorporated a limited amount of unending alloy to increase its capacity to contain spiritual energy. Throughout its entire creation process, it turned into a totem of sorts. Ves originally decided to infuse it with a spiritual fragment taken from Zygra. The former crown cat might not be the strongest design spirit, but his glow exuded a sense of pride and aggression. This fit well with the image he wanted to project. The only problem was that Zygra was a bit too aggressive and hostile for a wedding occasion. In order to moderate the totem's glow, Ves blended in minor fragments taken from other design spirits. The golden cat slanted the glow towards the Larkinson clan. Kilankso reduced some of the hostility of the outfit. The solemn guardian made Ves more regal. Brevo amplified his masculinity. The illustrious one enhanced his resplendent nature even further. Lufa took off the edge of the other influences, and caused him to look a bit sacred. The moment he donned his elaborate outfit, Ves no longer felt like a human. His stature increased considerably. The dressers and makeup artists looked incredibly impressed at how much the outfit made him larger than life. His groom attire was a lot more powerful than the Pride of Dusk. Ves had to dial down some of the glow in order to stop his attendants from getting distracted. "Wow, boss! I'm so jealous right now, you know that?" Gavin told him as he stood by the side. "Can you let me borrow it for my own wedding?" Ves grinned. "My outfit is completely unique, Benny. I'm never going to let anyone wear it. I can make a weaker suit for you if you're willing to hand in 1,000 Larkinson merits." "Forget it," Gavin immediately said. A Larkinson could earn a single merit by performing a regular job for an entire year. It was impossible for a clansman to earn 1,000 merits unless they were promoted to a higher rank and went above and beyond what was expected from them. Ves deliberately set up the merit system to encourage his clansmen to take more risks and find ways to make major contributions. Gavin proceeded to report on various matters. No matter how well they planned the wedding, the sheer complexity of it made it difficult to get everything right. There were far too many people and moving parts involved to ensure they were all in place. Of course, with the depth of preparations, these problems didn't affect the overall schedule. Gloriana and her mother had gone so crazy with contingencies that they were even prepared to hold the wedding aboard the Gravata Narlax if someone blew up the original venue. Not that anyone expected that to happen. The giant hexagonal platform that the Wodens spent months to build was incredibly secure. Nothing was allowed to go wrong. In fact, only crazies would dare to launch an attack. There were so many important guests and envoys attending the wedding that killing was tantamount to offending many local powers in the Yena Star cluster. Not even the Friday Coalition would be stupid enough to mess around. The Friday men depended so much on trade that an embargo would definitely cripple their war-making potential in a matter of months. They might as well roll over and let the Hexers take over straight away in that event. So what's on the agenda first? You will be having breakfast with your closest clansmen. After that, you will take part in various rituals for the rest of the morning. The rituals consisted of both public and private events that were mostly ceremonial and symbolic in nature. They ranged from honoring his ancestors, paying tribute to the Big Two, acknowledging the heritage of the human race, presenting a monument dedicated to his life in the Komodo Star sector, and so on. He would be doing each of these activities alone. The Larkinson clan and Woden dynasty both had different ideas on how the wedding should proceed. The Larkinsons wanted to hold a secular ceremony while the Wodens insisted on following Hexism traditions. Suffice to say, either side agreed with each other. After many rounds of contentious negotiations, the two sides eventually agreed to carry out their own plans in parallel. This meant that Ves wouldn't be meeting with Gloriana until the main ceremony began. This was another contentious matter. Since the main ceremony couldn't be split up, the Larkinsons and the Wodens were forced to make numerous compromises. The result was a plan that wasn't quite Brighter or Hexer, but rather an unholy fusion of the two. It was a miracle that the two sides managed to come up with a decent solution. There was just enough Hexism to make Gloriana and the Wodens happy. Ves and the Larkinsons were happy as well because the ceremony was devoid of any man-hating or overt superstition. Perhaps one of the most important reasons why Gloriana and the Hexers relented on this matter was because they wanted to avoid offending any of their foreign guests. Though Hexers generally didn't care about the views of ignorant and misguided foreigners, this was different. The honor and pride of the Hexadric hegemony was at stake. As the Hexers began to fare worse in the Komodo War, they increasingly acknowledged that it was very detrimental for them to turn up their noses at foreigners. The Friday Coalition maintained a lot more friendly relations with foreign states compared to the hegemony. This diplomatic edge allowed the Friday men to punch above its weight and catch up to the Hexers despite the latter's superior territorial advantages. While the Hexers weren't delusional enough to make any new allies today, it was already a win in their book if they didn't encourage more foreigners to help the Friday men. Of course, the Hexers had to be appeased as well, or the Woden dynasty's position in the hegemony might become very precarious. No matter what benefits Ves brought to the table, the Wodens couldn't afford to give the impression that they were betraying their Hexer heritage. Hence why Gloriana received a separate itinerary. Ves only took a single glance at it before he immediately turned away. "Women," he grumbled. "Meow. You look great." Lucky curiously floated over his head. Just like Ves, the cat also dressed up for the occasion. The mechanical cat wore a precisely fitted tuxedo over the front half of his body, complete with a cute red bow tied to his neck. An attendant also tied a silky red ribbon to his tail. Lucky hated it at first, but eventually got used to it. Overall, he looked both formal and cute. Once the makeup bots and artists finished working on his face, he proceeded to step out and have breakfast. This was a different breakfast than usual. Aside from the formality involved and the impressive-looking venue, half of the diners came in the form of projections. For this occasion, the Larkinson clan reached out to the new Larkinson family. Despite the bad blood between them, they were still Larkinsons who cherished their relatives. As a result, Ves and some of his clansmen sat on one side of a rectangular table while projections of Benjamin, Ark and many other true-blood Larkinsons sat on the opposite side. Separated across light years and star sectors, the two groups of Larkinsons weren't able to partake in the same dishes. However, they were able to hug and touch each other due to the physical projection devices provided by the Hexers. "Ves!" Benjamin greeted with a warm smile. "You look exceptionally grand today." "Thank you." Ves lightly embraced his grandfather's physical projection. The two groups of Larkinsons soon took their seats and sampled their first dishes. "We are all proud of you, Ves," his uncle Ark said. "What was it like to take down an armed warship?" "Defeating the Gravata Narlax wasn't even the most difficult part about making it through the Nixian Gap. It's unfortunate that I can't share too many details." "We understand. A regular battle doesn't produce so many breakthroughs. We're quite jealous about how much welfare you're providing to the clan." "It's the least that I can do." Ves shrugged as he took a bite off a sausage. "I've been pushing my men hard. I need to whip into shape in order to ready them for the trials to come." "Maybe it was right that you went your own way," Benjamin sighed. "If you tried to subject all of us to so many dangers, we would have cast you out before you even stepped foot in the Nixian Gap. It takes a special kind of person to exercise his men by going on a trip through this pirate-infested region." "There were more reasons why I entered the Nixian Gap. It's quite an exotic place and has its own charm. While it's filled black-hearted pirates, there are also heroes whose hearts are in the right place. We wouldn't have been able to survive the last battle if the Oblivion Hand hadn't intervened." Both grandson and grandfather shared an unspoken message through his eyes. Ves minutely nodded, causing Benjamin to feel as if a weight lifted off shoulders. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Right." As breakfast progressed, they continued to discuss various matters. The Larkinson family achieved some progress as well. After some twists and turns, they finally arrived at Vicious Mountain. "How is it over there?" "Different," Ark curtly answered. "It's not ideal, but it's a good place for us to develop. Soldiers and warriors are always valued over there, and my qualifications ensure that we will always be treated with dignity. It is just—" "What is it, Uncle?" "Your reputation is beginning to overshadow ours. People are starting to treat us as an extension of the Larkinson clan." "Oh, sorry." "It's fine. To be honest, we have taken advantage of this association and secured better treatment for ourselves. While it isn't entirely proper, I want to secure the best treatment for our family members." Ves smiled. "I don't mind what you're doing. In fact, I endorse your approach. You are still family to me. If you can use us to get ahead, then just do so. As long as you check up with us and keep us in the loop, we don't mind making some gestures to prove your backing." Both Benjamin and Ark looked ashamed. Only a short time had passed, and already the Larkinson clan left the Larkinson family in the dust. Chapter 2495 Honoring Ancestors. As breakfast came to an end, Ves had gained a lot more insight about the current state of the Larkinson family. Though it hadn't grown much after leaving the Hisneck system, Ark managed to find some decent opportunities for the family. Banking on his strength and the stellar reputation of the Larkinson family, many different groups were eager to cooperate with the Larkinson in various matters. Unfortunately, these cushy deals did not provide much growth to the Larkinson family. There simply wasn't enough to arouse anyone's interests. Who cared about a group of exiled third-raters? Even though Venerable Ark was a proven expert pilot and commanding officer, many states weren't short of either. The Larkinson family simply didn't matter. In the end, it was the rise of the miracle couple and the Larkinson clan that increased their fortunes. Even second-rate powers began to pay attention to the Larkinson family. It was very hard for the family members to remain unmoved. The generous offers they received allowed them to develop far more rapidly than before. "We tried to scrape by on our own merits, but it's difficult to take care of all of our needs without a solid income," Ark helplessly explained to Ves. "Unlike you, we're not good in business. The only way for us to earn enough money to expand our clan is to take high-risk mercenary contracts, but that will certainly lead to a lot of objections. Nothing comes for free. There is a lot of competition in the galaxy. No matter how much pride you possess, you aren't special. You'll have to work honestly if you want to develop the Larkinson family beyond its current state." Both Ark and Benjamin looked as if they had agonized over the issue for many months. It was much more difficult to manage the Larkinson family now that it was divorced from the Bright Republic. Not only did they lose their protection against many threats, they also lost most of their businesses. Though either of the older Larkinsons mentioned it, the actual reason why the family was able to remain afloat was their 1% ownership in the LMC. In many aspects, the Larkinson family had become dependent on the Larkinson clan. This seriously affected the pride of the former. How could the members of the original Larkinson family hold their heads high when they were essentially leeching off the efforts of an outcast? This was an infuriating situation to many stubborn Larkinsons. It was good that Ark and Benjamin weren't hardliners. They weren't opposed to making use of the Larkinson clan to get ahead. Ves discussed some more ways in which the clan and family could work together. Of course, they all amounted to the clan offering aid to the family in various ways. He no longer had any hard feelings about the Larkinson family. He achieved so much success and experienced so many wild events that his separation from the original family wasn't a big deal anymore. "I've designed a couple of mechs that are exclusive to the Larkinson clan," Ves spoke. "I have even more designs in store that will grant a unique edge to our fighting forces. If you want, we can grant you an exclusive license of our mechs. They're expensive and difficult to produce, but you will find that their advantages are unmatched by other products. Both Ark and Benjamin looked at each other. Ark turned back to Ves. We won't lie. We're tempted. Very tempted. We have heard about your famed Bright Warrior. The Bright Warrior isn't a good mech for you to adopt. It's rather outdated by my standards. I intend to build up a mech roster that consists entirely of second-class mechs. I already completed some excellent designs a short time ago. If you want, we can talk about this after the wedding. This might be going too far. Ark frowned. Your mechs are powerful, but we are not part of your clan. Our family has to retain its own identity. If we become overly dependent on your handouts, we'll never be able to get our own footing. Grandfather Benjamin nodded in agreement. I know you want to help your family, but your own clan advocates for hard work. We can make do without your mechs. Don't be so quick to refuse. I have some interesting mechs that will continue to strengthen your position once you acquire them. The mechs I designed for my clan are useful for all Larkinsons, so don't worry about compatibility problems. Breakfast came to an end. Ves separated from many Larkinsons in order to attend his next ritual. This time, only Lucky and his grandfather's physical projection accompanied him to the next venue. They boarded a shuttle that brought them to a small platform in space. Ves stepped onto the platform. This time, he adopted a serious expression. Hidden recorders broadcasted what he was doing live to the Larkinsons, the wedding guests, and the public. Both Lucky and his grandfather flanked him from each side as he strode forwards. The trio passed through a winding path through a serene-looking garden. Various commemorative statues of famous Larkinson expert pilots lined the path. Ves even shared some of their blood. Each time Ves came close to a statue, he stood in front of it and bowed his head in respect. There was nothing deep about this gesture. He was merely honoring his ancestors and paying tribute to their efforts in keeping the Larkinson heritage alive. While not many people honored their ancestors in this fashion, Ves thought it was a nice way to reinforce the Larkinson brand. In truth, the ritual was largely meaningless to him as the Larkinsons of the past were completely irrelevant. However, appearing to be filial and respectful of some long-dead heroes was an excellent public relations move. His grandfather thought that Ves was being sincere, though. Whenever they passed by a noteworthy statue, Benjamin narrated the accomplishments of the hero in question. Venerable Gelber Larkinson was not an exceptional expert pilot. He advanced after the first war he took part in had ended. A generation passed before he was finally able to fight earnestly, but an ambush forced him into early retirement. Gelber didn't let that stop him from doing duty. He put his all into training the subsequent generations of Larkinsons. In the end, his tutoring efforts led to the rise of Venerable Irene Larkinson, Venerable Opal Larkinson, and Venerable Emma Larkinson. The three of them brought great honor to the Larkinson family. They're all women, Ves noted. Yes. It's a complete coincidence. Their aptitudes happen to be better than the rest, I suppose, Benjamin's physical projection stated. They moved on and passed some other marble-like statues. Though Ves hadn't been involved in making any of it, he admired their craftsmanship. That made this tedious ritual a lot more tolerable. At the end, they came to the very end. They walked around a fountain and climbed some steep steps until they reached an altar of sorts. A large statue of an iconic Larkinson stood inside an open dome. The statue's features were kept deliberately vague out of respect for his identity. Here is where our lineage truly started, Benjamin reverentially spoke. The Larkinson ancestor is our common progenitor. His blood and genes flow through every original Larkinson. Without his heroics, our Larkinson family would have never gotten off the ground. He started a tradition of honorable service that has lasted for 4 centuries. Though Ves had been taught to respect the Larkinson ancestor as the greatest member of the family in existence, his views had changed over the last few years. Now that he became a leader and grew the Larkinson clan to far greater height than the Larkinson ancestor ever accomplished, Ves felt as if he was looking at a lesser. For all of the Larkinson ancestor's remarkable battle accomplishments, he failed to convert that into enduring gains. Once the Bright Republic came into existence, the founding families grasped most of the benefits, while only throwing a couple of bones to the Larkinson ancestor. What an idiot! Ves became even more certain that letting mech pilots run anything other than a combat unit was counterproductive. Of course, he couldn't afford to reveal his contempt for the Larkinson ancestor. That would tank his reputation and ruin Gloriana's perfect day. He composed himself and knelt in front of the austere-looking statue. He adopted an expression that made it look as if he completely looked up to the legendary figure. Lucky lowered himself to the ground as well while Benjamin sank to one knee. The Larkinson ancestor lived in a special day and age. The end of the Age of Conquest was marked by large amounts of devastation in human space. The galactic center and the galactic heartland were especially marked by death and destruction. Too many star sectors were barely livable. Despite their power, the Greater Terran United Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire suffered most of all, because they built the most powerful and destructive battleships of the time. The madness that had infected all of humanity led to more destruction than the alien races ever managed to deal. In that age, the human race tragically discovered that it was its own worst enemy. The trauma of this time has marked every survivor. Many were sick and tired of falling victim to the games played by tyrants. A large exodus took place. Many Terrans, Rubarthans, and other well-off citizens voluntarily gave up their lives in the heart of human civilization in order to seek a simpler, peaceful life in the far reaches of the galaxy. Not many humans actually made it all the way through. The journey was simply too long for that. In most cases, the emigrating people only crossed a number of star sector or star clusters before they grew tired of endless travel. The galactic heartland's population grew considerably at that time. We do not know much about the Larkinson ancestor's origin. The records are rather spotty in those chaotic times. We even suspect that he may have deliberately erased the records in order to cut a clean break with the past. Benjamin told Ves. The quality of the Larkinson ancestor's original genes suggested that he came from a line of professional soldiers from Rubarth. Mechs already existed during those times. They weren't as popular, ubiquitous, and advanced as today, but they held a lot of potential. The Larkinson ancestor happened to be among the pioneers who embraced them wholeheartedly. When the Big Two introduced a new order, our ancestor's foresight meant he was ahead of many other people when it came to piloting mechs. That sounded fairly remarkable, but in truth he was just slightly ahead. The MTA already spread its influence, and converted more and more people into using mechs instead of warships. The rest is history, as they say. Benjamin smiled. With skill and valor, the Larkinson ancestor helped the predecessors of the Bright Republic fend off the predecessors of the Ves Kingdom. He was just one man, but his performance increasingly stood out from the rest. Back then, mechs were very primitive. The concepts of expert mechs and expert pilots did not exist. At most, there were just a few mech pilots who were uncommonly good in battle. Our ancestor happened to be one of them. Whether he was an expert pilot or even an ace pilot is shrouded in history. Ves had his own suspicions. The strong X factor and weight of history of the Valiant suggested that the Larkinson ancestor had at least reached demigod. Whatever genetic advantage the ancestor possessed in this aspect, he partially passed it down to his descendants. Every generation of Larkinsons that followed always succeeded in producing at least one expert pilot. In the end, Ves was still thankful to the Larkinson ancestor. Even though the early mech pilot, or his parents, made the incredibly stupid decision to forsake Rubarth, the Larkinson ancestors set an example that many descendants follow to this day. Chapter 2496, Child of Humanity. Once Ves finished honoring his ancestors, he departed the garden platform and returned to his shuttle. He still had a lot of more rituals to go through. Whether they were relevant to him or not didn't matter. The point was to show off what a good man he was and what a good spouse he would be. With how much publicity this wedding attracted, Ves and the Larkinsons had to appear at their very best in order to leave a favorable impression to the public. In fact, Ves had to go above and beyond what was necessary to emphasize his virtues. This was because he had to compensate for the negative influence brought by the Hexers. To this day, many outsiders were scratching their heads at the wedding. Why in the hell was Ves marrying a Hexer of all people? Even Ves asked this question sometimes. If he was being absolutely honest, he didn't have to marry Gloriana. His life would have taken a different turn if he hadn't followed his grandfather's advice to seek a girlfriend. He may not have developed to this point, but he had little doubt that he would have achieved at least some level of success even if he hooked up with Aisling or some other woman. It was just that events progressed in a way that ruled out every other option except for Gloriana. Granted, he wasn't unwilling. Despite her shenanigans and excesses, she truly possessed qualities to his liking. Ignoring everything else, the trust they shared with each other was enough for him to accept the prospect of partnering up with her for the rest of his life. Questions such as whether he could have snagged a better wife did not bother him. Objectively, Ves could have certainly found a more pleasant and compatible lover than Gloriana, but life wasn't about seeking the perfect outcome. Life was about grasping opportunities within reach. Ves took part in some other rituals. For example, in order to honor his human heritage, the Larkinsons prepared a different floating platform. Smaller than the last one, this platform simply simulated the pristine landscape of old Earth. Every single plant and material completely conformed to Terran standard. When Ves stepped foot on it, even the air kept in place by energy shields gained a distinct tang. So this is how old Earth smells. There were no actual Terrans or humans who were born on old Earth to preside over this ceremony. Though they had the option of hiring an authentic Terran to preside over the ceremony via physical projection, the requirements were too onerous. Instead, Ves decided to do without one. In any case, many other ceremonies of this nature eschewed involving actual Terrans as well. Not only did it cost a lot of money to gain their cooperation, they were also incredibly picky and prone to picking faults. He walked forward with Lucky until he reached a small stable. Several objects were placed on it. Ves picked up a simple sapling and a small hand shovel. He moved to his left and carefully bent down. He did not worry about staining or dirtying his elaborate outfit. It naturally resisted dirt and was able to clean itself to an extent. Ves bent down and began to dig up a random patch of soil from the grassy surface. The soil was already treated so that it was especially loose. Ves hardly had to employ any strength at all to dig up a serviceable hole. After just a couple of scoops, Ves carefully inserted the sapling so that its roots fully entered the hole. He used the shovel to put back the soil as best as possible. Ves didn't speak a word throughout this event. The simple act of planting an Earth-derived sapling into soil that simulated old Earth's environment was entirely symbolic. It was a silent message that stated that no matter how far humans had spread, their roots still resided on the planet that birthed their race. With hundreds of thousands of light-years separating some humans from other humans, it was far too easy to become distant to each other. The citizens of the Galactic Center looked down at people who lived in the Galactic Rim. Those who were born in the most impoverished regions of human space practically considered those who enjoyed better births as different species. While it was difficult to counteract these differences, people still needed to remember that they all shared a common origin. The human race must never split. This was the wisdom that humanity acquired after passing through many ups and downs. In the Age of Stars, humanity was made up of different nations that constantly contested against each other. Yet when they first expanded into space, they encountered many powerful and superior aliens. Even the weakest alien empire back then was more than capable of ending the human race. Humanity back then learned to set aside most of their differences and work together for the common good. If they still engaged in infighting, they would have never been able to accomplish the great feats that were necessary to solidify humanity's place in the galaxy. This was the origin of what would eventually become the Greater Terran United Confederation, the first truly unified interstellar human nation. Planting the sapling not only acknowledged his fealty to his humanity, but also honored the early Terrans who allowed the human race to survive its initial steps into space. Ves rose up and approached the table again. He picked up some seeds and returned to the saplings. He used the small shovel to dig up some small holes to plant his seeds. It didn't matter where he dug, but just to be sure, he planted the seeds in a perfect circle around the sapling. This was a gesture that signaled that he took pride in humanity's successful expansion. It also served as a message that stated that he acknowledged that he was part of humanity's enormous diaspora. As much as Old Earth was considered to be the cradle of humanity, their race had already outgrown it. If everyone wanted to live on the ancestral planet, then it would have been choked of all life due to the sheer amount of people it was forced to accommodate. In order to preserve the original environment of their birth planet, many humans had to go out and seek life elsewhere. The seeds represented the fact that while a huge amount of humans had set out to find their way, they had not traveled to the extent they lost contact with Old Earth. During the Age of Conquest, the Terrans expanded their empire aggressively. They competed against the local alien powers and somehow managed to expand without getting snuffed midway. Any of the dominant alien empires could have snuffed human civilization out. However, they were so wary of their established rivals that they overlooked the emergent threat of humanity for a very long time. When most aliens finally took humanity seriously, it was already too late. Through a combination of subterfuge, manipulation, cheating, and breaking promises, the humans at that time rapidly accumulated strength in the dark. They only revealed just enough to accomplish their goals and always held back something in reserve in case of accidents. This was how humanity amazingly managed to supplant every other alien power in the first half of the Age of Conquest. Even the successful rebellion of the new Rebirth Empire and many other upstart colonies did not diminish humanity's ascendancy. It was only later on that divisions between nations and individual citizens deepened. The reduction of external pressure in the form of enemy alien threats meant that humans increasingly turned against each other. Ves stepped back. Seconds later, the patch of ground where he planted the sapling and seeds spontaneously erupted in flames. The fire burned for a few seconds before automatically snuffing out by itself. The burning only lasted a couple of seconds, but the damage was considerable. Smoke burned from the branches. None of its young leaves were left as they had long turned into ashes. Much of the grass on the patch of ground was blackened beyond recognition. The waning years of the Age of Conquest was one of the biggest stains in humanity's history. Due to a combination of factors such as runaway genetic modification and the development of bigger and more destructive battleships, humans began to slaughter each other to fuel their delusional ambitions. Ves had always doubted a couple of aspects about this dark time. Now that he learned about the existence of the Five Scrolls Compact and its supposed role in orchestrating humanity's rise, he began to suspect that the truth of this period was not what it seemed. The history books were probably wrong. Much of humanity remained in the dark of what took place behind the curtain. The Five Scrolls Compact invested millennia into a goal, only for two emergent factions to launch a rebellion that eventually succeeded as well. Ves grabbed 2 rods from the table and began to plant them into the blackened ground. The rods began to project a small energy screen that enveloped the blackened ground. Inside, some unknown processes took place that caused the blackened grass to make way for newer growths. Through some kind of rapid growth treatment, the artificially modified grass shot up until they reached twice the height of the original. In the Age of Mechs, the protective umbrella of the Big Two shielded and sheltered the broken pieces of the human race until it finally recovered. At this time, something unusual happened a short distance away. The hazy form of a human materialized into place. Jovi Armelon teleported onto the platform. The young journeyman held a serious expression. Not an inkling of his friendship with Ves was apparent from his appearance. He came to represent the MTA instead of himself. The MTA mech designer strode forward in a precise cadence until he stopped right in front of the protective field. His participation in this little ritual was a very welcome surprise. In fact, it would have been even better if Master Willix performed this role, but that was way too much to ask of such an august figure. In fact, the Larkinson clan wasn't even qualified to invite Jovi. He only came because he wanted to and because Master Willix bent some rules. Jovi peered through the energy screen and witnessed the growth taking place inside. After half a minute, he looked at Ves. "What does it mean to be a human?" "Humans are unique. Each individual holds limitless potential. It is through our circumstances and our choices that we grow into the people we are today. Yet no matter how much we diverge from each other, we will always be tied by our species." Ves answered from the heart instead of reading out a prepared answer. He didn't know which questions Jovi would ask. "What is your place in human society?" "I am a creator. I make products that other humans desire. I am a leader. I guide a growing clan to prosperity. I am a pioneer. I venture out into new and unknown space to expand humanity's domain." Ves identified himself with all 3 roles, though the first one would always be his primary focus. "What role does the Mech Trade Association play in your life?" "The Mech Trade Association is the guardian of all of humanity, including myself. Everything I am and everything I accomplish is thanks to the benevolence of your protection. I am deeply grateful that the Mech Trade Association has saved humanity from its own darkness. Since I have dedicated myself to designing mechs, I have always shown my gratitude to the protectors of the human race and the patrons of the mech industry." Naturally, Ves resorted to the devil tongue this time. If he had to issue his complete, unvarnished opinion, Jovi would have probably been compelled to shoot him down. As it was, his false opinion passed the test. Jovi nodded in satisfaction. "As a child of humanity and a citizen of the galaxy, the Mech Trade Association wishes you well. Never forget your place in our civilization." Jovi teleported away, thereby ending this serious ritual. Ves turned his back and left the platform. Chapter 2497: Growth and Decline. As morning went by, Ves finally completed all of the rituals. All of the theater made him tired. If he had a choice, he would have been fine with conducting a shorter and more subdued wedding. Regretfully, he was too big of a person to get away with a private ceremony. His clan benefited a lot from his celebrity persona. The attention his wedding attracted today was such an incredibly valuable public relations opportunity that it would be criminal to throw it away. "Besides, Gloriana will kill me if she doesn't get her perfect wedding," he muttered. He was glad the bride wasn't by his side at the moment. While it might be strange for the groom to think this way, his soon-to-be wife wasn't exactly the pleasant person to be around when she became invested in these kinds of matters. Fortunately, she was engaged in her own ceremonies right now. As a devout follower of Hexism, Gloriana insisted on paying tribute to the 6 phases of existence. Naturally, she also wanted to show her devotion to the superior mother. When Ves glanced at her itinerary, he immediately became disgusted. The sheer amount of superstition involved made him crazy. He was more than glad that she and her family went off to entertain the Hexers by themselves. If he took part in them, then he would just be forced to play the role of a good boy whose only purpose was to stand still and let the women pat his head. Though the rituals he had just completed were also spectacles, at the very least the symbolism wasn't rooted in baseless beliefs. The reason why he honored his ancestors and his human heritage was because these acts reinforced his image as an exemplary husband and a proper galactic citizen. A good reputation was incredibly important to Ves. As long as people knew that he was a good person, no one would believe he engaged in illegal activities. Ves, a war criminal? How could that be? He's such a good person. Just look at how close he is with the MTA. He's so successful already. Why would he possibly risk his career by breaking the rules? As long as Ves worked hard enough to cultivate a virtuous image, he could get away with a lot more improper acts when it truly mattered. Naturally, he considered giving up on breaking the rules entirely. He couldn't really imagine becoming a goody two-shoes though. If there was one lesson he learned about life, it was that everyone cheated whenever possible. Rules only constrained people when they were too weak to avoid getting caught. He was different. He had gotten away plenty of times already. One of his ultimate ambitions was to become powerful enough to join the ranks of those who made the rules. Once he attained this goal, every rule became negotiable. The Big Two served as a great example to Ves. They imposed several strict taboos to lower humanity's destructive potential, but they continued right along with performing mass human experimentation, fielding incredible weapons of mass destruction and building enormous battleships. What amazed Ves was that the MTA and CFA actually got away with engaging in hypocrisy on a galactic scale. Sometimes, Ves took pride in being called the devil tongue. He had to develop his social manipulation ability quickly in order to survive and thrive, yet he was a mere novice compared to Big Two. For centuries, the Meshers and Fleeters deceived and indoctrinated the entirety of human space that only they deserved to field all of the best weapons. While Ves learned that the Big Two's hegemony over human space generated at least some opposition, by and large the vast majority of humans simply agreed to be stripped of their sovereignty. How long did he have to develop himself until he reached this height? It would take a century at a minimum, but realistically he probably had to be patient for a couple of centuries more. Human civilization was so expansive that there were many more talented and capable people in front of him. Their backing was no less effective at boosting their careers than the Mech Designer System. In fact, for the most privileged sons and daughters such as Axlar Strian, they received much more benefits. If Ves only looked at mech designers, then the descendants of star designers were definitely in heaven as far as he was concerned. When Ves recalled the sheer amount of wealth and luxury Axlar had access to in his younger years, he suddenly felt as if his wedding ceremony was not that much of a spectacle. To local standards, his wedding was quite extravagant, yet in the galactic center, he would probably be seen as a blur. He sighed and he petted Lucky's back. "We're still too weak." Lucky arched his back to adjust how his miniature tuxedo outfit fit his upper body. "Meow. That's easy for you to say. Growing stronger by eating materials doesn't require any thinking at all." Ves snorted. "Meow meow. I have to go out of my way to gain inspiration and keep up a rapid pace of growth. Innovating is not something that you can do with your brain turned off. I don't even know how long it will take for me to reach senior." As someone who began to utilize the process of growth in his work, he was quite intrigued by his own growth trajectory. He constantly tried to figure out ways to accelerate his progress, but ever since he reached Journeyman, he found no easy solutions. It wasn't unusual to hear about apprentices breaking through to journeymen in a couple of years, but the same was not the case for the next big leap. Though Ves wasn't dissatisfied with his current status, he became more and more constrained by the fact that senior was still too far away. Right now, his lack of qualifications posed a serious hindrance in his ambition to design his own expert mechs. I guess I have no choice but to turn to other people to make up for my shortcomings. This was one of his goals today. The wedding attracted a lot of powerful people and groups. While most of them did not have anything to offer to him, some of them had a basis of cooperation. The Cross clan was a decent example of this. There were bound to be more among the list of guests. After Ves enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, he continued to take part in various public events. He took part in a couple of interviews. He talked in detail about his mechs when interviewed by a mech publication and talked about general matters when questioned by the Rim Ward Star Herald. With the reach of these news portals, Ves knew for certain that his name would spread to star clusters beyond his native one. Perhaps his reputation might even spread all the way to the smiling Samuel star sector. I can't forget about that, he muttered under his breath. The system was probably staring at him with an intensity greater than that of Gloriana. After going through so much trouble to put him in a position to retrieve Timpala steel, Ves had to travel to the location where he secretly stashed it during his most recent mastery experience. This would be his first main objective once his grand expedition commenced. Visiting the Life Research Association in Majestic Teal was just a convenient stop. Hopefully, he'd be able to complete the system's remaining supply missions in the Red Ocean. Even if the other ultra-rare exotics such as Orphidian glow glass wasn't naturally available in the dwarf galaxy, there were bound to be Terrans or Rabarthans who had some lying in their vaults. One of his favorite moments of the day was when the Larkinson clan held its long-anticipated triumph. He impressed the audience by parading the savage Gravada Narlax and her dangerous escorts over their heads. Though the Larkinsons requested permission to fire the heavy cruiser's main guns, the MTA resolutely turned them down. What a shame! The Larkinsons could only make do with showing heavily edited footage of the battle against the Abyss. By showing some never-before-seen footage of the Gravada Narlax blowing up a succession of resilient Hexer combat carriers, the wedding guests became suitably impressed by the effort the Larkinsons invested in defeating the Alidus Alliance. Throughout the afternoon, Ves no longer spent time with his fellow Larkinsons. He began to mingle with some of the honored guests. One of them approached. Several other prominent people who wanted to have a word with Ves suddenly felt uneasy and moved away. Patriarch Cross, how are you enjoying the shows so far? This triumph is definitely a unique experience. I have taken part in numerous parades, but none of them feature actual warships. We aim to please. Just like Ves, the Patriarch dressed up. The expert pilot's white and pale blue dress uniform exuded a much more militaristic vibe. His chest was bedecked by medals and ribbons while his velvety cape showed off the emblem of his clan, a prominent Templar cross. Together with his force of will, Reginald's presence did not lose out against that of Ves. You must feel proud for conquering the Gravada Narlax, Patriarch Reginald Cross remarked. Ves raised his eyebrow. Should I feel differently? No. The act of defeating the pirates who fielded this terrible weapon is a great accomplishment. I am merely trying to caution you not grow overconfident. I have fought many battles against enemies who have brought enough firepower to break the Gravada Narlax in half. Although we never had to fight in an environment as abnormal as the Nixian Gap, the enemies we have fought against are on an entirely different level. The Cross Patriarch made a subtle jab at the Larkinson clan's lack of depth. Ves and his clansmen were still upstarts compared to the established powers. We are still new at this, Ves conceded. However, we're growing quickly. We were much smaller a year ago. Have you ever heard of third-raters turning into second-raters in so little time? We didn't even receive any help. We managed to climb our way up through our own efforts. Not only that, we are still continuing to grow. Our future is getting brighter and brighter. He could be snarky as well. While Ves ostensibly defended his clan, he actually made an unfavorable comparison between the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. The latter used to be much more powerful, but it had gone downhill ever since Lord Hemington Cross fell in battle. Now, the Cross clan had been reduced to a remnant fleet. What was worse was that its decline hadn't stopped. Without territory, the Crossers weren't able to earn enough money to keep their expensive assets afloat. The main question was how much cash reserves the Cross clan had left. Patriarch Reginald and the Crossers did well in hiding this critical detail. Ves wasn't able to read how desperate the Crossers were. If their money was about to run out in a matter of months, then they would probably fold easily in subsequent negotiations. The Cross Patriarch maintained a stone-cold expression. The true basis of power in the galaxy is might, not wealth. Possessing the latter without the former leaves you vulnerable to predation. Wealth can be converted in many different forms, Ves lightly retorted. Even now, we are investing in many different assets to strengthen our forces. It is only a matter of time before our fleet surpasses yours in might. Some things can't be bought with money. My men aren't wallet warriors. Good mechs are indispensable to us, but that doesn't mean we are neglecting the development of our mech pilots. In fact, it's the opposite. The mechs we design mainly exist to facilitate their growth. This is one of the exclusive benefits that I provide to my men. If you wish to enjoy my attention, then I need to hear more than condescending remarks. The Cross clan may be powerful, but it was definitely in decline. There was no reason for Ves to show too much respect to a bleeding body. Chapter 2498 Greater Concessions. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked more and more displeased. It was difficult for him to refute the suggestion that his clan was in decline. Although he was an expert pilot, he was also a leader. He had been in power long enough to know that he needed to gain as much leverage as possible to secure a favorable deal with someone. He initially thought that Ves was too young and inexperienced, but the more they talked, the more leverage he was giving up. If this continued on for a couple of weeks, the Cross clan might have no choice but to sign a deeply lopsided agreement if it wanted to cooperate with the Larkinson clan. Near the end of the triumph, Patriarch Reginald finally made a major concession. He revealed another bargaining chip. He leaned in to whisper in V's ear. Our clan may have lost many assets, but don't underestimate how many treasures we've gathered at our height. We defeated several powerful clans and tribes back in the Garland Empire. Just as you've plundered pirates, we have been plundering much greater opponents. You lost most of those gains, right? Ves replied. We do not deny that, but we have still managed to empty our most valuable vaults in the confusion. Among our gains are strategic reserves of incredibly rare exotics. These materials are only produced in our star sector at exceedingly limited quantities due to their scarcity. Some of the exotics can be classified as first-class materials. While our clan is reserving most of it for my eventual ace mech, we may be open to trading the excess to you in exchange for your services. There was no way Ves could remain unmoved after hearing this. Even though he plundered large quantities of unending alloy from the Nixian Gap, the applicability of this material was very limited. Aside from expanding a mech's spiritual capacity, the main way to utilize this hard material was to incorporate it into the armor and structure of a machine. In effect, this meant that any expert mech that Ves was able to design with unending alloy would fall into a similar situation as the Bright Warrior. The armor and protection of the expert mech might reach first-class standards, but the power reactor, mech engine, flight system, inertial dampeners and so on lag too far behind. Granted, such a resilient mech would definitely be more powerful than regular second-class expert mechs, but Ves yearned for more. If he followed his original plan and designed an expert mech with his current means, then Venerable Joshua and his other expert pilots would receive adequate machines. However, there was a decent chance that his expert pilots could no longer go any further because their expert mechs failed to keep up. Once the expert pilots reached the limits of their machines, Ves would have to upgrade them at great cost and effort. In fact, this was how state militaries such as the Sundered Phalanx and the Hex Army handled their expert mechs. While providing fresh expert pilots with high-tier expert mechs accelerated their development, the chance that they would fall was too great. The Friday men and Hexers couldn't afford to waste so many strategic materials at once. Therefore, they kept their high-grade exotics and other valuable materials in reserve and developed more modest expert mechs to their expert pilots. As long as the demigods proved their worth and grew in strength, then their expert mechs would definitely be upgraded or replaced with better ones sooner or later. Although Ves could adopt this gradual growth model as well for his expert pilots, it was too slow and timid for his liking. The Hex Army and so on had to meet the needs of many different expert pilots. The Hexers might have stockpiled a lot of strategic materials, but they had to ration them in order to keep their options open in the later stages of the Komodo War. The Larkinson clan was in a different situation. It wasn't locked in costly wars. While it possessed relatively many expert pilots and expert candidates for its size, they didn't suffer any attrition due to being forced to fight in destructive wars. At most, his Larkinsons would have to fight sporadically against enemies they met over the course of his expedition. Having the strongest possible mechs at hand would go a long way in securing victory and preserving the lives of his precious expert pilots. In short, the advantages of securing high-tier expert mechs early were too great for Ves to ignore. The reason why strategic materials were called this way was because they rarely circulated on the open market. Even if someone was stupid enough to get rid of them, they would only offer them up to buyers through exclusive auctions. From mining to processing these high-value exotics, the states maintained a tight grip on the entire supply chain. One of the downsides of turning his Larkinson clan nomadic was that it was incredibly hard for Ves to obtain these strategic materials. Currently, his most viable option was to exchange them from the MTA or Rim Guards with MTA merits. Suffice to say, Ves would have to give up at least several million MTA merits to obtain a relatively modest quantity of materials. The pricing was so ludicrously high that Ves might as well call it an outright scam. That said, Ves wasn't sure whether working together with the Cross clan was a viable alternative. "Your description is too vague," Ves told the Cross Patriarch. "I need more data. Give me a list. I need to judge the value of the materials you are willing to put before deciding anything else." Patriarch Reginald instantly sent a file to Ves through his implant. The document did not contain a lot of information, but it was more than sufficient for Ves to make a preliminary judgment. The materials he encountered were quite obscure. Ves had to look them up on the galactic net in order to identify their properties. His eyes widened a bit. While Reginald Cross did not put up any armor materials on the list, he listed various high-grade exotics that would add considerable power to the components of a mech. Two exotics stood out to Ves. They held very special meaning to him. Ves instantly thought back of the graining mission and how much of a disaster it turned out to be. It was his first brush with the 5 Scrolls Compact. "Is Vicious Mountain a producer of monoexurite?" he asked. "To be honest, we don't know where it came from," Reginald replied. "We just raided a stockpile from one of our defeated enemies. It likely came from the frontier. If a planet in the frontier such as Graining 4 held monoexurite deposits, then it was plausible for other nearby star systems to contain some as well. In fact, Perhaps the monoexurite in the Cross clan's hands originated from that very same planet where Ves gained his Jutland organ. No matter the origin, monoexurite was critically important to Ves, but not because of its use in mechs. Monoexurite had the remarkable ability to increase the range and traversal speed of FTL drives. His ships would be able to travel across space a lot faster. The only downside was that the Cross clan only put up enough monoexurite to enhance a handful of FTL drives. If Ves managed to get his hands on the material, he intended to use it to improve the FTL drives of his factory's ship. Aside from monoexurite, the Cross clan offered another interesting material. How did you get your hands on a Warclaw crystal? I thought those only showed up closer to the center of the galaxy. It is likely a souvenir that someone carried all the way to the galactic rim, Patriarch Reginald casually guessed. We only have one of them. The only reason why we're putting it up for exchange is because we have no use for this exotic. Though Ves hadn't paid much attention to his abnormal physique in recent years, he never forgot about its similarities to the once powerful Alshir race. One of the key reasons why the avian aliens grew so formidable was because they derived their strength from the Warclaw crystals that were naturally found on their home planet. While Ves had no idea what Warclaw crystals would do to his abnormal physique and weird internal energy cycle, he would at least be able to advance his understanding of Dr. Jutland's work. Ves continued to ask about the details of some of the other exotics. Unlike monoexurite and Warclaw crystals, the remaining materials on the list were mainly relevant to mechs. I'm not satisfied with the quantities you are willing to provide to us. They're barely enough to strengthen a single expert mech. The Cross Patriarch held the upper hand this time. We have to reserve most of our stockpile for our own needs. Back when we were in charge of the Becker tribe, we took possession of much greater stockpiles of strategic materials. My father wanted to keep fighting in order to preserve momentum. If he chose to halt and allowed his men to upgrade his expert mech, then he might have been able to survive the ambush that robbed us of our warlord. This sounded like a sore point to Reginald Cross. However, Ves was not about to let a sob story hold him back from clawing more concessions from the Cross clan. Be that as it may, your expert mech can probably make do with less. Pumping too much value into it will only lead to a lot of wasted strength. The two sparred a bit about this matter, but Reginald remained obstinate about this point. In fact, the Cross Patriarch originally didn't intend to hand over any exotics at all. He was only driven to the point because his clan didn't have anything else to give that would interest the Larkinsons. As the military parade finished, Ves had to move on to the next phase. He quickly bid goodbye Patriarch Reginald. We'll discuss this further after the wedding. Think about putting more strategic materials on the table. The more you give to us, the more effort I will put into strengthening the expert mech that might help you become an ace pilot. The benefits I provide are worth much more than the marginal performance gains you'll get when you keep the valuable exotics to yourself. Perhaps you'll be able to increase your performance by 5 to 10% or so, but if you secure your breakthrough to ace pilot with my help, your effective performance will probably increase by 1000%. The difference in strength between an ace pilot and an expert pilot was very substantial. The former could beat the latter with ease. The only reason why ace pilots hadn't been able to terrorize the galaxy was because they were too few in number. States never employed them casually onto the battlefield because the loss of just one of them significantly damaged their national strength. Now that the Cross clan lost its foundation as a controller of a state, it no longer possessed the infrastructure to nurture ace pilots. This was why Ves still held a lot of leverage in the negotiations. As long as Patriarch Reginald believed that working together with Ves was the only way for him to become an ace pilot without becoming subordinate to another state, the Cross clan would definitely be willing to make a lot of concessions. No matter how much wealth and assets the Cross clan traded away, Patriarch Reginald would be able to earn 10 times more if he succeeded in breaking through to ace pilot. As Ves distanced himself from Reginald Cross, he temporarily shoved this matter aside. The most important moment of the wedding was approaching. More and more guests began to enter the central space of the giant hexagonal platform. Both hexers and foreigners arrived and took their seats at the opposite halves. Many looked forward to witnessing the much-awaited moment where Ves would exchange vows with Gloriana. After going through so many rituals and ceremonies, the guests were all impatient to see the lucky couple pledge their eternal love with each other. Chapter 2499 Seating Arrangement. Almost 100,000 people gathered on the enormous platform. With an open view of space and the endless stars when anyone looked up, the huge platform seemed fit to preside over a union of gods. The main venue where the audience would witness the lucky couple exchanging vows was bedecked with opulence. From above, the venue looked like a garden in the middle of an ancient city. White marble-like monuments harmoniously blended in with exotic trees and plants. Arched bridges tastefully spanned over tranquil-looking ponds and canals. Exquisite fish ranging from authentic terran koi to multi-limbed aquatic exobeasts swam beneath the surface. There were no seats or room for seats on the surface, but that was not a big issue. The Wodens who built and installed all of the ornaments may have refrained from using too many hexagons, but their overall influence was still clear in many other touches. Still, not many guests felt bothered by the setting. There was nothing about the venue that made men uncomfortable. That was as much as the Larkinsons could ask from hexers. Calming music sounded evenly throughout the open space. The Wodens hired and shipped in an entire orchestra from the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. The reason why the Wodens didn't invite an equally renowned orchestra from the Avern matriarchal dynasty was because all of the musicians down to the bots that cleaned the instruments were female. While the Wodens were more than glad to employ them, the Larkinsons vehemently objected. Hiring an orchestra that imposed an unnatural gender distribution would send the wrong message to their guests. After a lot of back and forth, the two sides eventually compromised by hiring the Vraken orchestra. The Vrakens were more progressive than the Averns. While the conductor, first violin and every other lead position were taken by women, a surprisingly large amount of seats were taken by male musicians. Music and art were one of the few fields where hexer boys were allowed to express themselves more freely. Of course, how far they were allowed to go varied quite a bit throughout the hegemony. In any case, the orchestra was placed off to the side, so hardly anyone should bother look at them. They weren't here to draw attention. Open the doors! The enormous double doors that loomed taller than a mech slowly slid open. Tens of thousands of Larkinsons entered first. Every non-essential clansman was allowed to attend today. A horde of children, adults and elderly stepped forward and sat onto the chairs placed very close to the massive entrance. Once these Larkinsons took their seats, the chairs gradually floated up and flew towards the front of the giant venue. Anti-grav modules and other safety measures made sure that kids and grannies didn't randomly push themselves off and fall to their deaths. The floating chairs positioned the Wodens and other hexers who arrived at the same time on the other half of the venue. The Larkinsons mainly rearranged the order of their seats by rank or closeness to Ves, but only generally. The exact seating arrangement became more mixed as the Larkinsons commanded their floating chairs to swap places with other ones in order for them to sit next to their friends and family. The hexers did not engage in this behavior. Their seating arrangement was much more strictly regulated. Women were seated at the front, while the few boys who were allowed to attend were pushed to the very back. The only exceptions were Gloriana's direct brothers. Marcus and Tarkus Woden looked very nervous and out of place as their chairs settled at the front row of their group. Only a couple of thousands of hexers attended. It was too inconvenient for many hexers to travel all the way out to the Sentinel Kingdom. The Komodo War consumed so much of their attention that it was rare to see hexers who ranked as high as Constance Woden. The hexers mainly kept to themselves. They weren't particularly interested in socializing with the Larkinsons. The two groups of people simply didn't have much in common. Considering how much the Hex army depended so much on V's work, perhaps the hexers should have made more overtures to the Larkinsons while they resided in the Synnax system. However, aside from a few exceptions, the hexers preferred to remain in their own enclave. As almost every hexer in Larkinson took their places above the idyllic garden, the most notable members of both groups arrived. The expert pilots attracted the most attention. A luxurious lineup of 7 demigods advanced in a row. Though most guests were too far away to come under the influence of their force of wills, the gravitas they exuded made it so that no one was able to ignore their entry. Janzi, Joshua, Tusa, Dice, Orphan formed a single united group. No matter how much Venerable Janzi disagreed with Venerable Joshua, this was not the time to air their dirty laundry. On this great day, the Larkinson clan needed to show unity and harmony. 2 additional expert pilots walked by the side. Venerable Ves Stark was a new addition to the expert pilot lineup of the Larkinson clan. Different from the other 5, Devia distinctly did not wear a dress uniform of the Larkinson clan. Instead, she opted to wear a replica dress uniform of the Mech military of the Weimar Republic. "You could loosen up, you know," Joshua whispered to the older woman. "Weddings are supposed to be happy occasions. Is it too much to ask for you to smile?" "I don't like taking part in vain spectacles," she grumbled. "If not for your patriarch, I would have preferred to remain in my bunk." "Why are you so pissed?" "I loathe hexers. If the Hexatric hegemony ever loses the Komodo War, I will dance upon their graves. My only regret is that the Friday Coalition won't follow suit." All of the expert pilots looked askance at Devia. Her vendetta against the local second-rate states ran very deep. Perhaps it was good to bring her out of the Komodo Star sector. No good would come from letting her stay. "Hush now. Please pay attention to decorum. VS will not be pleased if you cause an incident." Brutus attempted to calm the volatile expert pilot. "You don't have to treat me like an infant. I know how to persevere," she growled. Unlike the comfortable white seats of the other guests, the expert pilots sat on special chairs. The chairs reserved for the Larkinson expert pilots were gold. Aside from bearing the emblem of the golden cat, their high backs also carried the stylized symbols that VS had individually designed to serve as their personal emblems. Venerable Janzi's emblem depicted Kilankso projecting a spatial barrier. Venerable Joshua's emblem depicted a mech carrying a giant heart like how Atlas carried old Earth. Venerable Dice's emblem depicted the iconic great sword of the Sword Maidens. Venerable Orphan's emblem depicted a spearman mech triumphantly raising its weapon. Venerable Tusa's emblem depicted a flying bird that shared a passing resemblance to the inexorable one. Tusa happened to be quite upset at that. "Is VS mocking me or something?" "He must have his reasons," Joshua remarked. "Well, as soon as this wedding is over, I'm going to request a change. I don't want to be represented by the enemy who beat me down." The seats prepared for Venerable Devia and Venerable Brutus looked less distinct. As Devia was officially guest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan, it wasn't appropriate to draw too much attention to her. This was fine as far as she was concerned. Meanwhile, Venerable Brutus was not allowed to outshine the most prominent hexers. His gray, hexagonal-shaped chair possessed a shorter back that did not loom so tall. Brutus cared little about how he was being perceived. His seat steadily rose and moved him to the hexer half. More notable people arrived. The members of the Larkinson family who accepted the invitation appeared through remote projections. Benjamin, Ark, Melinda, and many other familiar faces emerged on seats that were positioned right alongside the members of the Larkinson clan. Though the Larkinsons had split up into two very different directions, today they only paid attention to what they had in common. Raymond. Benjamin greeted his fellow elder Larkinson. Benjamin. The effective head of the LMC greeted back. Have you reconsidered my proposal? The Larkinson family stands to gain a lot of money and influence if it becomes the designated agent of the LMC in the local star cluster. We would rather entrust our business to bloodkin than random hires. V's grandfather sighed. We've talked about this already. While it is tempting to obtain more power, influence, and money through this method, it wouldn't be ours. We'll only become more dependent on VS, the Larkinson clan, and the LMC. I already spoke to VS about this. We will not accept any measure that will subordinate our family to your clan. Too many of our family members cannot bear the humiliation of such an outcome. The two elder Larkinsons continued to argue with each other about this topic until another prominent figure arrived. The Hexers grew very still. They straightened their backs and looked utterly respectful as a spotlight shone on a single arriving figure. All rise for Matriarch Syaphna Woden! The Hexers all stood up from their floating chairs. Though their feet rested on empty air, their anti-grav clothes ensured that they continued to maintain altitude. Matriarch Syaphna was Constance's mother and Gloriana's grandmother. She effectively headed the Woden dynasty, though she didn't hold all of the power. Just like many other women who earned the right to carry the title of matriarch, she was mainly respected for her age and wisdom. Unlike V's grandfather, who opted to sit in a plain white chair that was no different from that of the other ones, the chair reserved for matriarch Syaphna was by far the largest one available. Made personally by Gloriana, the purple chair resembled a throne that incorporated as many hexagons as possible. From the armrest to the cushioning, the massive seat reflected the incredible amount of regard that Hexers held towards matriarchs. Matriarch Syaphna's throne floated in the air while leaving a purple trail in its wake. It drove straight through the group of seats occupied by other Hexers. Each and every seat automatically made way to grant passage to the throne. Eventually, the seat reached the front. None of the Hexers filled the gap that had formed in the middle. After that, the remainder of the invited guests arrived. In order to forestall any arguments about who deserved to sit on better seats than their rivals, they each received the exact same plain white chair as the rest. Not even an expert pilot and the head of a potential partner such as Reginald Cross received special treatment. This was not their show today. Tens of thousands of guests wearing their very best slowly filtered in. A large and strong detail of Hexer security guards ensured that no one stirred up any trouble. Even if someone managed to bypass the guards, the mechs patrolling right outside the energy shield isolating the interior from the vacuum of space could immediately pass through and suppress any incidents. If that wasn't enough, every expert pilot was secretly close to their assigned mechs. The machines were cleverly hidden right underneath the ground they were hovering over. As long as a serious crisis took place, the chairs should immediately carry them to the ground, which would automatically open up a tunnel for them to pass through. Once all of the visitors crowded the space above the garden, a final group of guests arrived to attend the wedding. The MTA came in style. The ubiquitous force approached from afar and seamlessly passed through the giant energy shield. A sense of weight and gravity surrounded the MTA frigate. Even from afar, it appeared to every single guest that they had fallen into the ubiquitous force's orbit. Venerable Devia scoffed. Pretentious bastards. Chapter 2500, The Perfect Union. The Mech Trade Association certainly had a flair for the dramatic. The ubiquitous force exuded such a considerable presence that not even Patriarch Reginald Cross or Matriarch Ziaphna Woden could maintain their dominant posture. In front of the current hegemons of human civilization, every other power was but a mere speck of dust. When St. Hemington Cross was still alive and kicking, the mighty association only paid faint attention to him. While ace pilots enjoyed an exalted status in Vicious Mountain, he was anything but unique across the entire galaxy. As for the Hexers, their pride and confidence deflated. The MTA effectively controlled most of human space while the Hexers only clung to a portion of a very inconsequential star sector. If the female supremacists did anything to displease the Meshers, they could easily be removed. Living under this suppression, no matter how benevolent the MTA might seem, made everyone in the audience uncomfortable. While every single important wedding guest may be able to dictate the lives of billions or trillions of people back home, here they were reduced to bystanders. Master Willix and Jovi Armelon appeared alone. Instead of exiting from a hatch like normal people, they teleported just beneath the ubiquitous force. Several people among the crowd decried the waste of this move. Teleportation was a form of high technology and inaccessible to ordinary second-rate states. Not only was it difficult to build a teleportation device, it also expended an extravagant amount of energy. Of course, the two MTA mech designers took no notice of this fact. They kept hovering above the heads of everyone without meaning to sit. They were like gods in heaven watching over the affairs of mortals. Neither the Larkinsons nor the Wodens knew what to expect from the MTA when they planned the wedding. Fortunately, the ubiquitous force gradually rose up and passed through the energy shield without disturbing it. The MTA frigate halted just a short distance away, thereby continuing to exert a lot of deterrence. How overbearing! Yet no one dared to issue a complaint. Even though Master Willix was just one of many senior officials within the vast association, this time she represented her organization in its entirety. The last of the wedding guests had arrived. Almost 100,000 floating chairs crowded above the idyllic garden. Despite the arrival of so many people, there was still plenty of space available due to the size of the hexagonal platform. No one spoke. Everyone maintained a respectful silence as they waited for the next phase of the wedding ceremony to commence. Not just the people sitting on the floating chairs, but also others paid rapt attention to this grand occasion. In the Komodo star sector and beyond, trillions of people who heard about the spectacle tuned into the broadcast. Loyal customers of LMC Mechs, mech fanatics, industrialists, and even the ruling powers of several states watched the proceedings. The uncharacteristic arrival of Master Willix attracted the attention of many people, some of whom were much more powerful or prominent than the miracle couple. Wasn't the MTA supposed to be neutral? According to its own rules, its members had to remain detached from local affairs. How does someone as high as a master mech designer show such obvious favoritism to a pair of natives? There must be something very special about the young lovers. As the wedding guests and audience from afar entertained various theories, a new development took place. A swarm of animals poured out of the double doors. A veritable army of cats sedately passed through the entrance and fanned out into the garden. The playful animals expanded in each direction. Some of them bounded across the grass like cheetahs. Others used their sharp claws to climb on top of attractive trees and towering ornaments. Mew! Nio Nio! Mrmrmr! Other animals passed through the entrance as well. Dogs, lizards, turtles, birds, and even more exotic-looking exobeasts all emerged and spread across the expansive garden. Many of the animals wore collars embedded with sophisticated chips. Each of them were tame, and each of them were pets of the Larkinson clan. Due to their connection to the Larkinson network, the animals possessed an extra quality. Though it wasn't apparent when they were alone, with tens of thousands of cats and other animals arriving all at once, they brought an aura that felt distinctly Larkinson. The infusion of so much life in the garden seemed to make the entire platform alive. The grass appeared greener, the statues seemed to move, and the trees gave the illusion as if they were reaching out into the stars. A spotlight from nowhere shone into the middle of the horde of animals. The music changed as the orchestra played a grand tune with a militaristic vibe. The groom had arrived. Ves, wearing his opulent red outfit, stepped forward with grace and confidence. The animals surrounding him matched his pace, making it seem as if they were his honor guard. At some point, he began to step into the air. Steps made of light and energy seemed to form before his path. His exquisite shoes pressed onto the illusionary surface at a steady pace. The brilliant, colorful stairs that formed in front of him and faded out of existence behind him appeared like an exclusive invitation to the groom. It was as if he was stepping into a higher realm. None of the animals except for one followed in his wake. Lucky, who still wore his tiny tuxedo and tail ribbon, attracted the admiration of animal lovers. Meow! The gem cat proudly held his tail high as he hopped and floated up the steps. Ves and Lucky soon reached high enough to pass through the aisle in the middle of the floating chairs. The people closest to it felt the amalgamated glow of his unique attire. The pride of Zygra, tempered by the influences of other design spirits, added so much weight to his presence that even people watching the broadcast felt as if Ves was special in some way. The stairs leveled out into a seemingly solid path made of light and fluorescent colors. He passed by many familiar faces. Dietrich looked enviously at Ves. Michael and Xanther enthusiastically grinned at his passing. Major Verl and many soldiers saluted him out of respect. Vincent gave him a thumbs up while Riella raised her eyebrow in a suggestive manner. The projections of Melinda, Benjamin, and Ark genuinely wished him well. Rania, Woden, and the other Hexer defectors showed their support in their own ways. The older brother and sisters of Gloriana viewed him with mixed expressions. Matriarch Syaphna Woden only gave him a passing glance before she returned to staring straight ahead. So many Larkinsons and other people showed their admiration or support towards Ves. He didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he seemed to feed off the huge amount of attention, swelling his confidence and boosting his stature to even greater heights. Once Ves and Lucky passed by the audience, the path stretched on for a bit until it reached a floating altar. They stopped and faced the crowd in silence. Someone emerged from behind. Wearing an ornate, white Ilvanan robe, James Ilvain floated forward with the Larkinson mandate in his hands. The Larkinsons and Wodens had argued a lot about who the officiant of the wedding should be. Suffice to say, a lot of shouting was involved. The Wodens wanted the wedding to be officiated by a priestess of the Temple of Hexism. The Larkinsons wanted to put forward someone neutral and non-religious, such as a Larkinson elder, or a foreign dignitary such as King Baramith Ziv. Long story short, either of them got their way. They eventually settled for a compromise in the form of the living prophet. How the cult leader managed to get into consideration and snag the approval of both groups was a mystery even to Ves. At least the officiant wasn't a hexer. Honored guests. James began to speak. His smooth voice passed through the ears of every person attending the wedding, no matter how far they sat. This is a happy day for everyone. The Larkinson clan and the Woden dynasty shall be bound together in law and in their hearts today. Two exceptional journeyman mech designers will be joining both their hearts and minds in front of witnesses. In order to keep the ceremony as inoffensive as possible to certain groups of people, James did not speak too long. While his considerable charisma allowed him to lull even hexers, nobody wanted the living prophet to steal the show. Ves only spoke a brief remark after James welcomed the guests. While he had plenty to say, he wanted to wait until after he tied the knot in order to take advantage of the rising tide. Right now, the wedding ceremony was still building up, so the timing wasn't right. "Let us welcome the bride," James announced and gestured up into the air. The entire hexagonal platform seemed to dim. The light dimmed and cast people aside from the people at the altar into darkness. 6 light sources came online from 6 different corners of the hexagonal platform. The bright but not too overpowering beams shone at a shining white presence descending from above. The same rainbow steps that brought Ves up to the altar had reappeared again. This time, the illusionary steps led the new arrival and her followers downwards from above. It was as if a goddess descended from an unimaginably high realm. As the bride came closer, those watching from below were able to see her in her full magnificence. Her bridal dress was indescribable. White and bedecked with transparent hexagonal-shaped jewels, her grand dress accentuated her svelte upper body well before expanding drastically from the waist. A humongous train of embroidered white fabric extended from the back of the dress. Its length was so stupendously long that it seemed to never end. A procession of cherubic little girls lifted the exceptionally long train up so that it did not land on the steps. The light beams shining on Gloriana from 6 directions caused the fabric of her dress to glow, and the jewels embedded into it to sparkle in a brilliant manner. A veil extended from her exquisitely braided hair, shrouding her lovely face. Nonetheless, the audience could clearly see her proud and blissful smile. Aside from the girls holding up her lengthy wedding dress train, Constance Woden accompanied her as well. With her head lifted up high, she held her daughter's hand and seemed to lead her forward. Of course, Clixie was present as well. The Rubarthan sentinel cat wore a beautiful red bow above her head. Just like Lucky, a ribbon had also been tied to her tail, which she held high with pride. Just like before, the light stairs flattened out into a straight and level path through the floating chairs. Those who sat close felt an entirely different glow as the bride passed by. The unmistakingly motherly and hexer aura radiating from her belonged to no one lace but the superior mother. While the foreigners and Larkinsons merely admired Gloriana's beauty and dress, the hexers each stood up in respect at her passage. Since Gloriana carried the blessing of the Supreme, the hexers had to show their due respect. Constance eventually stopped and joined the side of matriarch Ziaphna. Gloriana walked on until she reached the altar. Clixie sat next to Lucky. Their tails intertwined as they looked up at their owners. The light beams began to lessen in intensity, and the overall light levels of the venue returned to normal. At this time, something emerged from below. The lightning-struck statue of the superior mother came into view and floated upward until it stopped right in front of the altar. Though the superior mother's glow was strong, it did not dominate the wedding. The Larkinson mandate held by James exuded a glow of its own. The two glows did not compete with each other, but existed alongside each other in harmony. James began to speak again. Welcome, everyone. We are gathered here today to celebrate a holy union between Miss Gloriana Woden and Mr. Ves Larkinson. Under the light of the stars and the gaze of the most holiest mother, we are here to witness their vows and express our joy at the joining of 2 talented creators. The prophet continued to recite his prepared remarks with genuine pleasure. Even though the Larkinsons and Wodens carefully composed his speech to control what people heard, James did not show any sign that he was speaking someone else's words. The critical moment had come. Once James got all of the introduction out of the way, he invited Ves and Gloriana to step closer. Please hold hands. The groom reached out to hold the bride's slim and dainty fingers. Ves Larkinson, do you take Gloriana Woden to be your beloved wife and partner? I do, he proudly declared. Gloriana Larkinson, Do you take Ves Larkinson to be your faithful husband and partner? I do, Gloriana happily responded. Both lovers looked each other in the eyes with pure devotion. No matter what kind of disagreements they had, none of that mattered today. They only held love and trust towards each other. I promise to dedicate my love and life to you and our family. Ves spoke from memory and with emotion. I will invest you with my trust, and cherish the trust you extend to me in return. I will enjoy our time together and promise to be honest, fair, and open towards you. You have my heart and my devotion. I wish for us to raise a family that will deepen our love and strengthen our union. I wish to grow old with you and hold our together like this until we have reached the last of our days. Pure devotion shone from Gloriana's face as she gazed at him with love. It was her turn to speak. I promise to love you and respect you for who you are. She spoke. I will trust you as I have always done and appreciate the trust you have extended to me with each passing day. I will never stop loving you or look at anyone else in the same way I do to you. I hope to stay together with you in life, death, and beyond. I would be happy to start a family with you. Our children shall become the legacy of our love and the living proof of our faith towards each other. May the Superior Mother bless our union. It was time to exchange their rings. With smiles on each other's faces, they brought out the rings made by Ves. The mysterious, highly materials and strange gems embedded into the bands spoke of excellent craftsmanship. The maker not only drew on his skills, but also his love in the making of the wedding bands. The two slipped the rings on each other's fingers with anticipatory smiles on their faces. As soon as the rings took their places, it was as if a switch had flipped in their minds. As both bride and groom seemed to feel more connected with each other, the statue of the Superior Mother and the Larkinson mandate seemed to swell in power. Their glows grew in strength and increased in reach. You may now kiss the bride, James proclaimed. Ves lifted Gloriana's veil. He admired her perfect face before kissing her passionately. A festive eruption took place as the entire venue seemed to celebrate the marriage. Fireworks exploded in the air. The Vraken orchestra played an uplifting tune. The entire audience clapped with unreserved admiration. Every Larkinson pat meowed, woofed, or chirped in happiness. The statue of the Superior Mother and the Larkinson mandate seemed to swell with life. The passionate kiss triggered numerous changes which rippled all across the star sector and beyond.